knowledge, I will happy to be like and get aware of that.
Yeah. So if you're standing at the shore of water, right, and you're about 6 feet tall, and you look across the water, the first mile there's only going to be 8 inches of curve, right?
Mhm.
The second mile is going to be 32 inches of curve. The third mile is going to be 72 inches of curve, and it's just going to exponentially get more and more and more. At about 8 miles, you're looking at, I don't want to lie to you, and let's
Okay.
see, 5 times 5 is 25, times 8, that's 200, divided by 12, that is 17 feet of curve,
Okay.
with the horizon
So
being at 3 miles.
okay, so you mentioned that you have measured 7 miles, right?
Hmm.
So
So the
how far
horizon
you
should be 3 miles away.
okay? So how far you can see like stating at a place, how far you can see in miles?
How far can you see? Some people have seen 50 miles or more.
15 miles.
50, 50,
50 miles.
50, like
Yeah, yeah,
65 kilometers.
50. Half century, right? Okay. Okay. That does make sense actually, right? To me, I'm being honest. If it's true, then that does make sense that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, because the Earth has to
Mm.
be a certain size, and then that means that the geometry of the Earth, when they say boats go over the curve or sunset, that means that that location is about 3 miles away if you're 6 feet tall.
Okay. Okay.
Or if you want to say 176 centimeters, the horizon's
Mm-hmm.
roughly going to be about 4.4 kilometers away, 4.5, 4.6.
Mm-hmm.
But I guarantee you, if you stood at the edge of water, you've probably seen things 10, 15, 20 kilometers away and never even thought once about it. Wow, the Earth is really big. Probably what you thought.
So but I was wondering if Earth is like flat, which you have proved. Like now I wonder the Earth is flat.
Well, here's the
So
thing, right? It's not a matter of if the Earth is flat. It's either curving or it's not curving. And if it's not curving, it's flat.
so you have came up with the result that it's not curving, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's pretty much the crux of it, man.
That's nice, bro. So what about other natures of curves like Earth?
Hmm?
Is that the only nature you are discussing here?
Well, I mean, that's the only thing that we can verify, right? Like I see Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. I see all the planets in the sky, right? And some of the planets that I can't see, if I had a strong enough telescope, I could probably see those also. Um, right. I'm not denying the planets in the sky, but when I look up in the sky, I don't see the Earth. And the definition of a planet is a celestial body. So I don't see the Earth in the sky, which would make it, underneath you, not above you.
Mm.
I don't feel any motion, so I don't think that we're like in a solar system or anything like that. I see the sun and the moon move across the sky. I see the phases of the moon the same way that you do. I experience weather the
Okay,
same way
yeah,
that
yeah.
you do. I have all these
Yes.
experiences the same way that you do. I just don't have a story attached to them. to explain how they all
Honestly,
work.
I'll be honest, I'm still student, I'm still learning. I don't have that much knowledge about, like,
That's
obviously you
okay.
have very much knowledge, like you have way more knowledge than me.
Actually, I don't have as much knowledge as you think. What it is I've learned to accept that I don't have knowledge of certain things. I don't need a story attached to them to experience the
Mhm.
same things that you experience.
Okay. Okay, so recently you mentioned that the sun is uh, like setting. Like you recently mentioned the sunsets, right?
Yeah, even sunsets. I experience sunsets the same way you do.
So if Earth is not curvy, where the sun goes? Because if the Earth is like
Somewhere else.
flat, you can always see the sun, right?
No. Why would I? Do you know what
So
light attenuation is?
sorry,
Do you know what light attenuation is?
no.
It's the ability of light to be able to pierce through a medium. Like when you have the sun directly overhead and you dive underwater and you go down 200 meters and then all of a sudden you can't see the sun anymore. It's because
Yes.
the light extinguishes at a certain point as it travels through a medium. Light
Okay.
doesn't travel forever.
Okay. That's because of water, right?
That's because of water. But
Yeah.
for the
So.
same reason, when you look up in the sky and the sun is directly overhead, the sunlight hurts
Mhm,
your eye. But when you look
mhm,
at the sun at a sunset, it's really
mhm,
dim. You can stare at it. It's real pretty. Actually, some people say it's even beneficial to stare at the sun at the sunset.
mhm.
Hey, modern science considers the air that we breathe to also be a fluid, so it's going to attenuate through the air medium as well.
Yeah. But it's still a medium. It's not like empty and devoid of matter, right? So there's a thickness to it. That's why when you look up on weather websites, they talk about the visibility index and your ability to see at distance.
Okay. So that's matter of distance, like distance in volume, right?
What do you mean?
So in certain volume, in certain distance of certain volume, if you, for example, water, there is a limit. Like if you cross certain limit of the distance, so sunlight won't reach to you, right?
Light, period. Like there's no light that can penetrate that deep.
Okay. So, do you believe the distance when the sun is over the head in the sun is sun setting? The both, like the distance when the sun is over the head is
Mhm.
not same when the sun is setting. The sun sets.
No, when the sun is overhead, it's over your head. When the sun moves away from you, it's over somebody else.
Yeah. So, is there
It goes
any
down in your
distance?
vision, in your perspective. It looks like it's going down, but really
Yeah.
it's moving across the sky and it's moving to somebody else's location.
Okay. So, is there any distance difference? Is there any distance difference between two condition?
Is there any distance difference between what?
In two condition when sun is overhead and when sun sets.
I have no idea. I can't verify the location of the sun.
Okay.
I don't know where the sun is located at. I see it in the sky. We know the angular size, which is 0.5 degrees,
Yes.
but we don't know the size or the distance to it.
I think the only distance you can get will be a ground position from its zenith.
Yeah.
another zenith. But the distance to the sun.
Yeah, distance to the sun, like distance between Earth and sun, like when it's over the head and when it's insets in both time. Like is it same distance like between Earth and sun or different?
I'm not going to know the distance to the sun, but you can find a ground position. When the sun's overhead, that's the ground position. And when it's further away, it'll be in a different ground position. It'll be a different zenith to someone else. But the distance to the sun, you won't know. No one knows.
No one knows, right?
Not that I'm aware of. I've been looking for a long time. There's certain questions that we've been asking questions about for a very long time, and no one can give us any information. They give us stories, but there's nothing that we can do to verify anything.
Okay.
But you're doing a good job of understanding and listening, and we truly appreciate that. So thank you for being honest and genuine.
Yeah, I came in this like channel. I was wondering what is the flat earth discussion. So I thought it's just by name. So I wonder what's going on here. I asked he told me that we are just like discussing the nature of the sun. I wonder, and that grabbed my attention. So I was like, it was interesting to me.
Hello.
Yeah. No, it
Hello.
sounds silly right off the top. I
Yeah,
thought
hey,
flat
bro.
Earth was silly the first time I heard it too.
Yeah.
But yeah, water always measures level at rest. You know, you got a bathtub full of water, that water's flat. Swimming pool, that water's flat. Lake, that water's flat. Ocean, that water's flat. Now there's waves. Waves can cause curvature. Maybe some other atmospheric conditions can give the appearance of a consequence of curvature. But water measures flat.
Okay, guys, I think that's all I could grab in from this channel. Take care.
Thanks, man. You're welcome back anytime.
Sure.
Nice guy.
Hello.
What's up?
What's up, man?
What's up, Andres? How you doing, man?
What? Rabbit?
You what?
What is your name?
I can't hear you, man.
What is your name? I,
My name is Swole Dog.
hold that.
Swole Dog,
Okay,
because I'm
okay.
swole.
Hold out. Okay.
Swole.
My name is Andres.
Nice to meet you, Andres.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, is the
I
Earth a sphere or is the Earth flat?
repeat
The Earth.
that part.
Yeah, the Earth, la Tierra, el mundo.
Okay, okay, okay.
Is it round, redonda, or plana?
Rwanda.
Okay.
Okay. Where are you from?
America.
America. Okay, okay. I'm from Colombia.
Mucho gusto.
So gusto. You speak Spanish or no?
Very little, muy poquito. Mi esposa enséñame.
Okay, okay. Pues yo sí hablo español bien.
Yo
Ah,
sé poquito francés.
wow, francés. Yo poquito inglés.
Hey,
I practice learn speaking English.
good job, man. I hope you keep learning.
Yeah. Recommend me?
English is fun. English is a fun language because there's so many words to choose. It's like a fruit bowl.
No. English, I say no. It's fine. Yes.
Spanish is hard.
No. Español
Yeah.
fácil. Fácil español.
How do you say how how do I eat my food?
How are you, amigo? My God? Come.
How do I eat my food? How do you say that in Spanish?
No entendí.
¿No entiendes?
Ay, ay, man.
¿Cómo como mi comida? ¿Cómo tiene muchas aplicaciones?
Ah, ok, ok, ok. Pero te hablo en español. Eh, pero, bro.
But you're good, man. How long have you been learning English? ¿Cuántos
¿Y si yo
años?
hablo? ¿Cuántos años llevo hablando inglés?
Sí.
Ni uno. Menos.
Menos de un año?
1 month.
You're very good. You're very good. 1
Voy
month,
bien.
that's tough.
Voy bien.
Yeah, very good.
¿Y cuánto lleva usted con el español?
Mucho. Y no puedo aprender.
¿Qué le dificulta?
¿Qué leo qué?
Which make I'm difficult in Spanish?
Oh, los verbos.
Ace. Very ace. Demasiado.
Sí, pero no tengo
Fácil.
tiempo para leer.
Ve memes en español. Recomendación. Memes
Yo hablo
in
todo el
Spanish.
tiempo a mi esposa, pero estoy
Memes
aprendiendo.
in Spanish. God. Aprendes. Yo aprendí inglés con memes en inglés.
Sí, practicas mucho, todo el tiempo.
Mm, son. A rato.
Hay poquito gente en tu país hablan inglés.
Mm,
En tu lugar.
más o menos. Más o
No,
menos.
es difícil.
Pues no hay tanta dedicación. Pero yo lo estoy aprendiendo por trabajo, por plata.
Sí. I hope one day you come visit America and have fun. Algún día tú puedes visitar los Estados Unidos y, como se dice, te espero disfruta.
Sí. Proceso de visa. Ando.
Sí.
Hey, speaking English hard are more my money. Hablar acá inglés es más dinero.
Sí, y pero inglés está bien, pero cuando hablas muchos idiomas, tú puedes ganar mucho dinero.
Yeah. En Colombia, sí.
En todo el mundo.
En Estados Unidos, no. En-
But you're good, brother. You're good.
Bro, bye bye. Time sleep.
All
I
right.
heard. I owe 9:22. No sé si lo dije bien. Son las 9:22. Tarde.
Okay.
Bye bye, bro.
Later. Hasta luego, man. The beauty of being able to speak another language. You get to actually be nice to people. Put myself on mute. I'll be back in a minute.
Scored. Oh. Yo guys, what's cracking? What's cracking tonight? Is this thing on? Hey Dylan.
Yes.
Oh, what's up, bro?
Someone talked.
Someone talk. I got my friend with me today, so.
What's up?
What's up with you? I'm pretty good.
Oh, just got off work, got home.
Cool. What do you do for work, man?
Work.
You work for work. Isn't that true?
Yep.
Drug
I'll
deal.
put it to you this way. I've been in the infantry. I've been a paramedic. I've worked in the oil field. I've done sales. I've done a lot of different. I've
Little
done
bit of everything.
some carpentry work.
Oh, so like joinery? Would that be like the
I do work, man.
American-
I work.
Oh yeah, because I do joinery.
You do what?
Joinery, you know joinery? Like it's like
No.
it's basically carpentry. It's like the carpentry would be the American term for joinery.
Oh.
Yeah. That's sick, bro. Any of these jobs include measuring the flatness of the earth, or did you discover any flat earth things through your
I mean, I
your
guess the
job?
oil field would,
Yeah, I guess that would
because
be
you run a lateral, and the lateral goes parallel with the surface of the earth.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Right? I should say it goes parallel with sea level surface.
Parallel or level?
Parallel. What's the definition of parallel?
I don't know. You're the one doing it, bro.
Does it
ask-
mean like at an angle or something?
No.
It's like two lines opposite each other.
Opposite of each other. Two
Yeah, man,
lines.
I don't fucking know.
Two two straight lines that never intersect.
They're both equal. Yeah.
They're equidistant from each other at all points.
And what made you
So
think that?
when you're in the oil field and they drill down and then they do a curve and then they run a lateral for 2 miles, they run a lateral parallel to sea level.
Were any of your buddies in the oil rigs, were they flat earthers, or were they all stinky globies?
I've convinced a few. Most people never think about it.
Dudes come up
Right.
with slurs now. Globies.
Yeah, oh yeah. There's terminology for this shit, Dominic.
Well, no, they don't think about it, but when they're looking out over miles and miles and miles of flatness and they can see an oil derrick like 90 miles away with a flame on top, they never really thought about it before until somebody points it out to them and says, dude, shouldn't that be cut off by the curve of the earth? And they're like, and they start
90
thinking about
miles
it, and it really fucks with them.
Flat earthers be called flatters.
No, they're called flurfs, bro.
Flurfs.
Yeah.
Dang.
Where'd you get the term flirt from?
A lot of people call you that.
Like who?
I'm sorry. Everyone online, I guess.
Everyone
You
online.
living under a rock, man? I'm sorry.
Should not be flurfs. No, I'm kidding.
Would be flurfs.
Oh, is my mic on? Crap.
So what's up? Do y'all think it's globe or do y'all think it's flat?
I'm pretty certain it's globe. Pretty certain.
Okay, all right.
I'm a fellow
What makes you
Glober.
certain?
What makes me certain?
Rise, Globers.
There's a lot of things that make me certain, man. I just haven't been. I don't really get. There's a lot of things that make me certain, but I don't think I've been fully convinced of the flat Earth shit. I mean, you guys don't even have a model, so
I don't need a model.
It's paper.
yeah, exactly. You don't need a model. You can't make any predictions. You can't really do anything with you.
The
What do you mean I
models.
can't make predictions? I can look at the sky and the sky returns to its same position every year.
Can you predict the solar eclipse?
Using the Saros cycle.
Using the Saros
What is
cycle,
that?
yeah. That's not.
Is that a hologram?
It's a little ancient thing that they pretend to use to measure to predict the.
Bro, you have
solar-
no idea what you're talking about, bro. NASA still uses the Saros cycle,
No, they
right?
don't,
And
bro.
there's flat earthers that predicted something like there's some huge amount of eclipses, right? NASA still admits that they use the Saros cycle. It's been more refined, right, because we have more observations, right, in different places over the Earth. But that's something that came from flat earthers, right? The sky has been repeating. Okay, these are not predictions; they're just postdictions. The predictions were made by the flat earthers, though.
Sure. Okay, well, you
You
got that
can
one.
look it up yourself if you want.
You got that one. I just don't think there's been enough evidence for me to be convinced. Nowhere near, actually.
All the empirical. Well, this is the thing, bro. Right? You sound like a good guy. Right.
Yeah,
all the empirical evidence, when we actually go out and test for curvature, shows that there's no curvature. And if you think that there's something that shows that there is actually drop over distance, please present it. We'll happily go through it in good faith, right? But no one's been able to present anything empirical. It's all just like people want to talk about things in the sky that we can't validate or something like that, rather than actually testing for the curvature that would have to be there over the surface of water.
See, that's the funny thing,
But-
honestly, because
Let me ask you this, B-Man.
yeah, sure.
Is gravity keeping water on the Earth?
Yeah.
How much of the Earth is made up of water?
In percentage,
Sure.
70.
is it 70%? I'm not too sure. We'll do
Yeah,
a quick
that's close enough,
Google
man.
search.
Roughly 70%, right?
Yeah, I'm right. Yo.
Right.
71. Yeah,
So-
there we go.
Okay, 71%. So 71% of the Earth is made up of water. That means water has to curve around the Earth, right?
Sure does.
But from all of our observations, all we see is horizontal and level, right? You see it in a bathtub, it's flat. Swimming pool, it's flat. A lake, it's flat. Ocean, it's flat. So where's the curve?
Yeah, I don't have to. I don't know how to explain this to you, man. But if you're standing in the middle of the Pacific Ocean with nothing around you, and it's going to look pretty flat. You're not going to find a point where it's just suddenly.
When I'm standing at the beach, it looks pretty flat. I don't have to go to the middle of the ocean.
Yeah. Locally, it's going to look flat because you're in a really big planet.
Yeah. But what about the ships over the horizon argument? Right, that should happen at a certain distance. Like if you're 6 foot tall, this is what they taught me at school. Right, if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon's 3 miles away. Okay, if a boat goes past 3 miles, it'll start to dip behind the curvature of the Earth. But when we go out and test for that, we can see orders of magnitude further than that consistently, and there's not a single observation where that actually, like that globe claim, actually matches up because we can calculate how much curvature there should be. Like you'll see things hidden behind the horizon if the Earth was a globe. Like for example, if there's an oil platform out in the ocean that's say 10 miles away, okay, and you're standing at the shoreline, the bottom portion of the oil platform should be hidden behind the horizon. But we can zoom in and we can see the whole oil platform touching the water and everything 10 miles away. It's not possible on a globe.
Well, and here's the thing, D-Man. You said the Earth it looks locally flat, but it's really, really big. How big is it?
You want the radius? It's 600. Sure. It's 3,900 and something radius. I forget the number.
3,959 miles.
Yeah.
That means it's curving at a certain rate, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, like DJ said, if you're standing at the beach, looking out over the water, you know what? Matter of fact, I'm going to play this little video clip that explains to you from a glober what the horizon is. Okay. Give me just a second. This is your side explaining to you the curve of the Earth. Kick this bot out real quick and invite him back. Listen to this video.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel. You can like us. You can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos.
And well, what's the issue here?
Well, the issue is the horizon's not at 3 miles. It's much further.
Yeah, this is the issue. Okay, so he was just explaining how if you're a certain height above the surface of the water, we can calculate exactly how far the horizon should be. So he was talking about if you're 8 inches above the surface, it should be at 1 mile. Okay, so when we test for that, that's not what happens, right? The horizon isn't at that 1 mile where it should be. Like we can set up that test and then we can see the horizon like 10, 20 miles away. We can see things that would be impossible to see on a globe consistently.
And what were
there's
you
not-
testing? Like, what were you
What's-
using to test this?
Well, you can use high-end optics, right? It's just like the guy in the video was talking about. You can just use a basic observation as long as you have distance markers, so you know how far away you're looking. Yeah, I can give you an example. Okay, so we can just use observations. We can also use high-powered lasers and things like that as well. But observations are more than enough. I'll give you an example right now. Just give me a second. Okay, so this guy, his name's Dr. John D. And okay, he's a PhD in optics, and he originally set out to try to debunk flat Earth, and noticed that he could consistently see too far, and he couldn't debunk flat Earth. He actually became a flat earther in the process. Okay, so he was doing like high-powered zoom tests and high-powered like laser tests and things like that, using different spectrums of laser lights. So this is one of his tests. So this is like a horizon test. Okay, so have a look in the side chat. So this is just some clips that I took out of his video. I can share the video after. But just have a look at this. Okay, so what he's done, he's just set up the camera on a tripod at the ocean. Okay, right at the shoreline on an extremely clear and still day. So he sets the camera up 1 foot high, like 1 foot above the surface of the water, and he's zooming out, okay, to try to check for the curvature, to try to check for that horizon. Now, obviously, if he's just zooming straight out into the ocean and there's no distance marker, it's impossible to tell how far away that horizon is. But he's looking out at a place where there's a wind farm out in the ocean. Okay, and we know the distance to the wind farm is 8 miles away. Okay, so 8 to 11 miles, that's the distance of the windmill towers you can see when he zooms in there. Now, if we do the math, like the guy in the video just talked about, okay, we can go to Google, we can type in Earth curvature calculator. It's an easy way of doing the math, just get a calculator to do it. They're all going to give you the same results. It's based off the radius value. Okay, so we put in the distance to the object, which is the windmill tower on the far right. Okay, that's the furthest one away. It's 11.2 miles away. Okay, then we put in the eye height level, which is 3.5 foot, which is 1 meter. Okay, and then it says the distance to the horizon should be 2.29 miles, which is like 3.4 kilometers or something like that. Okay, that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe, like the guy in the video just spoke about. But it's not there. In fact, we can just see flat water all the way out to the windmill platforms, and we can actually see the base of the windmill towers touching the water. Like there's zero curvature. The bottom 52 feet of the windmill towers should be hidden behind that horizon. Okay, and then we can still see water way beyond the windmill towers as well. We can even see a boat way in the distance, which is 14 miles away. So this is the kind of observations that we're talking about, right? This has been repeated on different days as well. And it's impossible on a globe to have an observation like this.
You think we'd be?
Mm-hmm.
You think with our own eyes we'd be able to see further though with on a flat plane?
Yeah, we can see further. So in this one, we can see about 3,000% further than you should be able to see if the Earth were a globe. Right, but obviously there's always going to be limitations just by the visibility rating of the weather. Okay, so if you look up like the visibility rating, usually it's like 10 miles or 20 miles or 30 miles, depending on how much shit's in the air, basically, like pollution and dust and stuff like that, fog and mist and humidity and stuff like that. But on a good clear day, sometimes you can see 50 miles, 70 miles if you're lucky. But you can't see forever through the air. But this is more than enough distance to be able to see, right, to check for Earth curvature. Because there should be 66 feet of Earth curvature over just 10 miles. over 20 miles, there's 266 feet if the Earth's a globe. But we can zoom in across a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side. Yeah, so like people can go out and do this themselves and check it for themselves.
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat what you say? I wasn't hearing it right.
Yeah, so if you're a certain height above the surface of the water, you can calculate how far away the horizon should be if the Earth's a globe. Okay, if you're 1 foot above the surface, for example, the horizon should be 1.22 miles away. Okay, if you're 6 foot above the surface of the water, the horizon would be 3 miles away, and so on. So you can calculate it based off the radius value. So it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And with that formula, you can calculate how far away the horizon would be. Right? And then we can get like a distance marker, like an oil platform or a windmill farm, or you can track a boat on the shipping radar. And then you can do some tests. And you can go, okay, if the Earth's a globe, then a certain amount of the object that I'm looking at in the distance should be hidden behind the horizon. And the horizon should be at a certain distance for the Earth to be a globe. And it's not. It's never, it doesn't match up ever. There's not one observation throughout all of history that anyone's been able to present where someone's gone out and gone, look, here's an observation or a laser test or anything like that that matches up with the globe. And it's not like it's a little bit off. Like it's always, we can always see like orders of magnitude beyond where you should be able to see on the globe.
Problem is, in this image or video that DJ's presented you, is the horizon should be in front of the windmills and blocking the bottoms of the windmills. Instead, the horizon is behind the windmills, and then you see a boat riding behind the windmills also, where that boat should probably be obstructed as well.
Completely hidden. Yeah, so the boat's called the Shetland Trader. The guy, he tracked it on shipping radar. It was the only boat out there. And it's 12.1 nautical miles out. And the boat's like, it's like 7 meters above the surface. Like he looked up the name of the boat, the height of the boat. But over that distance, there should be 27 meters of hidden height. So
Okay,
you shouldn't be able to see that boat at all. Even if that boat was twice as tall, you still shouldn't be able to see it.
Okay, well, from what I can see on the GIF, it's a pretty clear day. The water would be pretty cool. You know, the sun's out, and this would be the perfect environment for this kind of observation for you flat earthers. And this would also be the perfect environment for refraction. I mean,
No, it's not.
Let me ask you this. Hold on, DJ. Let me ask him this.
All right.
B-Man, is there more refraction on a clear day or less refraction on a clear day?
there'd be more.
Why?
What?
Because the
Why would there be
environment,
more?
because the
What
sun.
would cause the refraction? What would be the environment that would cause the refraction? Because we know the water temperature was 18 degrees and the air temperature was 21 degrees. Okay, so it's very close. Okay, so to have heavy refraction, you would have to have a big vertical change in the temperature gradient. Okay, that would cause the refraction, and then you would notice it when you have heavy refraction, like you're talking about. You would see heavy refraction, right? You're not going to see a super clear conditions.
You're still seeing refraction. It may not be super heavy, but
yeah,
there's
so
still
it's not going to allow.
the two different gradients between the air, the warmer air, and I would assume the air would be warmer than usual because it's a pretty clear and sunny day, and then the cooler surface of the water, and
yeah, it's 3 degrees different. So it's okay.
Decent environment for refraction, so the light would bend downwards. But not only that, but you're acting like there's going to be a big drop beyond the horizon. It's a gradual.
Do you know how refraction's calculated? If like by the globe earthers, right? When they assume the Earth's a globe, you have a refraction coefficient, right? Do you know how that works?
I know.
Okay, so should probably look into that. Okay, so if you put this through a Earth curve calculator that has a refraction slider, okay, you would have to set the slider to so much refraction to be able to explain this on a globe. So much refraction that it would just make the Earth look flat.
So
Okay, and then you can look up how rare that is to have such a condition, and that there's actually no historical records of that even being possible, to have such a crazy refractive index gradient that you would be able to have it all flatten out like this, right? So this is what you're claiming. You're claiming that really the horizon is at 2.3 miles. Okay, really there's a horizon line there, and everything behind that horizon line isn't really where we see it. It's all just perfectly bending up just the right amount to make it all look completely flat. So at 10 miles, it's bending up 66 foot. The water's bending up 66 foot. It's lifting up the windmill tower is 66 foot. And then at 15 miles, it's lifting it all up, 130 foot or whatever it should be at that distance. And everything in between, it's all just lifting it up perfect to completely hide the geometric horizon and just make it all look completely flat. So you think you got like a get out of jail free card by just saying the word refraction when you didn't even know what the refraction coefficient was.
Not only that,
Okay.
but if you look in the side chat, I posted a GIF, and this is a demonstration of refraction effects.
Yeah, that's heavy refraction. Because when you have heavy refraction, you're going to get like crazy distortion and miraging effects and things like that. Nobody claims that when you have heavy refraction, it's when you have clearer conditions. That's ridiculous. I'll show you extremely heavy refraction. Right? You can tell me what's more refraction, the super clear image. Because
mirage and refraction can do two separate things, though.
No.
What?
Okay. No. Bro, look. According to the globe, right, atmospheric refraction happens when you have a change in the refractive index, right? You have a refractive index gradient. Okay, so when you have a change in temperature vertically, okay, so you have cooler air down below or warmer air down below. Okay, so you'll have a change in the refractive index. It's primarily controlled by temperature. And that's what's going to cause the light to deviate towards the cooler air, because the cooler air is more dense than the warmer air. Okay, and that's what's going to cause a different series of miraging effects depending on what's going on with the refractive index gradient. So you could have looming or sinking, inferior mirage, superior mirage, Fata Morgana, all different types of things, right? And they all have like characteristics that are visible that go along with them. Okay, we don't see any of that happening in the observation. We have a close-up photograph of the windmills, right? And it looks exactly the same as what it looks like from 11.2 miles away. Exactly the same. That's not how you're heavy, like so much refraction that it would just make the Earth look flat. A refraction coefficient of 1, which means that there's so much refraction the Earth would just look flat. Right, so this is like thousands and thousands and thousands of percent further than you would see on a globe. Right, standard refraction's 15%. So you would be able to see 15% further.
Yeah.
Right, this is thousands of percent. It's not something that's possible to be explained with refraction, sorry.
So give me how many meters you would estimate that the drop over distance would be in that GIF that you sent. And I don't want you to use the 8 inches per mile squared formula. I want you to use the actual formula.
Okay.
What was the actual formula?
Yeah,
H equals R.
It's still going to give you the same result. So over that distance, over the distance of 11 miles, the 8 inches per mile formula is pretty much 100% accurate. Okay, so you can use any formula that you want from the mainstream, and the answer is going to be pretty much exactly the same. So you can give me a number if you want.
What is the answer? What is the number?
I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna go ahead and do the formula. I'll screenshot my answers and everything too. But I'm going to use the 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet and the 8 inches per mile squared formula, and I'm going to tell you what my obscured object part should be.
Yeah, I can give the Washington University equation, and they also have a chart showing how far the horizon should be based on the height of the observer. And I'm going to put it into an Earth curvature calculator right now as well. We'll see what that comes up with. Okay, so we've got. All right. So I put distance to the object 11.2 miles, eyesight level 3.5 foot. Okay, so that means the distance to the horizon should be 2.29 miles. Okay, exactly what I said. And the object obscured part, which would be the windmill tower, okay, that would be obscured by 52 feet at the bottom. I'll take a screenshot right now.
Do we know the exact distance that these
Yeah. So you can look them up on Google Earth. I can post some screenshots right now. But yeah, of course, like it's called Rampion Wind Farm at Worthing Beach in the UK, in Worthing. And you can look it up, and you can look up all of the engineering reports and all that sort of stuff. Or you can just go on Google Maps and do a distance marcation tool.
So how many meters did you get?
Well, I put it in imperial units. I can change it to meters. I think it's about 16. Let me check. It's like 16. It's like 16 meters. So the bottom 16 meters. That's like a 5-story building. Okay, so it's like a 5-story building missing. I mean, visible that should be missing if the Earth were a globe.
Nope, I don't agree with that at all. It's not going to be it's going to be a very gradual curve. It's not going to be a big drop.
Okay, so all of the Earth curvature calculators are wrong, and Washington University's wrong, and every AI engine's wrong.
No,
and all of the scientists are wrong.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying there is a 16 meters drop over distance. Yes, but you're not going to see that as a sudden drop.
No, it's not a sudden drop. It's gradual. Okay, so it's 8 inches per mile squared. So over at 1 mile it would be 8 inches. Okay, and then at 2 miles it would be 32 inches, and then so on. You'd keep squaring it. So at 10 miles it would be 66 foot, which is what, 22 meters.
All right, DJ. So I just posted all my calculations in the side chat. 3.5. The square root of 3.5 is 1.87082, blah, 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 blah. Times 1.225 equals 2.29. So that's the distance to the horizon, 2.29 miles. That's what I got. And then I'm not even looking at your calculations. And then I did 11.2 minus 2.9 or 2.29. That gives me 8.91 behind the curve. And then 8.91 squared is 79.3881. And then if you multiply that by 8, you get 635.1048. You divide that by 12 because it's 12 inches to make a foot. And I've got 52.9254 feet of curvature. What'd you get?
52.931.
Oh, darn. I was off by 0.6. 0.06.
Okay, so here's a chart as well that's showing it done
0.006.
Pythagorean theorem as well. So, it's, look, 10 miles, it says 66.68 feet curvature. Okay, so over 11.2 miles, it's a bit more than that, right? And then we take the observer height into account, and it equals 52.9. Approximately 52.9. Right? That's just the math, bro. It's not like we're not gonna make a screw up like that. Okay, like we have math professors and stuff that come in here and talk with us. We're not gonna leave ourselves open to get make a silly mistake like that. Been doing this for 8 years. So yeah, you can check it. You can go repeat this yourself. But we could just keep presenting observation after observation. We can show you a team of field engineers, right, that went out with a $30,000 laser and conducted a 40-kilometer laser test, and I think they did 5 different laser tests or more, right, to test it over and over and over again, and they're hitting their targets every single time. And they're accounting for everything. They got weather stations on both ends. Okay, so they're accounting for the refractive index gradient. They're accounting for everything. And there's like a 180-page PDF document, a 1 hour long video showing the whole process, start to finish. People can go and repeat this if they want to.
Okay. Well, if the Earth were flat, how can we see a hard horizon line at all? I mean,
It's
if
not
it
a
was
hard
flat,
horizon line, bro.
I'd see the surface. If it was flat, I'd see the surface stretch and
It's actually fuzzy,
No.
man.
It's
into the
when you zoom in on it. When you zoom in on it, it's super fuzzy. Okay. When you're at a huge distance, right? When you zoom right out, it kind of looks like a hard horizon line. When you zoom right in on it, super fuzzy, right? And all that is, right? The horizon is just the ground ramping up, the sky ramping down due to perspective, right? Perspective convergence, and then they meet at a vanishing point. And the horizon line is the straight line between vanishing points, right? And then we take the air into account as well. Okay, and it's going to make it look hazy when you zoom right into it. But it's the horizon line as well. It should be at a certain distance. It's not.
oh well. I guess I'll
Yeah.
come back with something else. I'll see you later.
Yeah. Catch you later, bro.
Bye.
Have a good one. Not so easy for the Globers.
I DM'd him the thing that I put in your channel on how to calculate the distance and everything like that. I don't know if you remember me putting that in there.
Nice, man. Yeah, it's good. I put that. I just put that video in that you shared as well, with the Glober explaining how far away the horizon should be. That's a good one.
You're not using the real equation. What do you mean I'm not using? Like when I hear that, I immediately think like either he's been around this argument before and listened to other people make the argument, or someone's in his DMs right now telling him what to say.
Yeah, well, good luck to them. Whatever they want to do. They watch the anti-flat earthers. They'll watch Professor Dave and people
Ian.
on FTF.
Ian pops up.
And all those guys do is screw them up even more because they present straw man arguments and they'll cherry pick the weakest flat earth arguments and the dumbest flat earthers they can find, and then they'll expose them and they'll say all flat earthers claim this. And then the Globers are like, oh, these guys are idiots, and they'll come in and try to pull the same shit, and it doesn't work for them. He's probably going to go try to watch some more Dave McKeegan videos and come back with something better. There isn't anything better. That's the funny thing.
It's really that simple.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe how simple it was when I found out. I was like, oh my gosh, I've been fooled. But the first thing that popped in my head was like, can I be fooled about that? I'm like, man, if they can fool me about that, they can fool me about anything. I really had to go do some homework and find out. That was a struggle for the first 3 months until I met this guy that showed me Dave Weiss's app, and I think he was advertising y'all's server at the time on there, and that's when I signed in and met all of y'all. I say y'all server, it's my server now. What's up, Rufino? It's late. DJ, what you doing up so late?
Making my wife get annoyed at me, I guess.
She's got to be sneering at you right now.
I just turned around. She's like, what? I'm not annoyed.
I know we met there, but come to bed. So funny.
But yeah, no, I was just doing a bunch of research on Snell's law and the differential form of Snell's law, which is what they use in a single medium.
Right.
And they use it in things like gradient fiber optic cables that have a GRIN, like a refractive index gradient, because they're like more efficient or something like that. So it's like a single medium that has a gradual change in the refractive index. And there's a differential form of Snell's law, which is a different formula which you use to calculate how the light gradually deviates through a single medium with a change in the refractive index, a gradual change. There's a whole section on it in the Snell's law section in my server. So pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, you're always putting good stuff in there, and yeah. I try to use keywords every time I try to put something in there, just so that way you can easily, bring yourself back to it.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that as well. I'm going to go through and add keywords for all of it. It's getting huge now, the library.
It is.
It's just getting started, though. It's going to be massive. Yeah, I'll post a video in the side chat about the differential form of Snell's law. But you can't use Snell's law to calculate, like if you have an observation, if Globus say, oh, you can use Snell's law for a single medium, and you can use it to calculate and try to reverse engineer these observations. You can't do that. You can't even use the differential form of Snell's law in a single medium, because it's kind of like you need like a steady gradient. It has to just stay the same. Can't be like what we have in the Atmo, where it's just like you got turbulence and you got like all sorts of crazy shit happening and constant changes and things like that in the refractive index. So you can't use it to calculate in a single medium when it's the atmosphere or the Atmo.
On those clear days, though, when we can see really far, like 40, 50 miles and more, I really think it's like damn near laminar flow. And I think it's probably happening within like the first 36 hours after a storm. Probably the best time to go out there and take a look.
I think when people go out and do long distance observations, they should try to find conditions where you have the same water temperature as the air temperature as close as possible.
Right.
So you don't have that, like, that change in the refractive index gradient, which is primarily controlled by temperature.
Right. I still think temperature inversions are a problem, though. Like, you can have a general temperature for the day in the area, but you can't account for like turbulent. Well, I mean, you would know if there's turbulent air because the wind would be blowing all the time. But accounting for that turbulent air, whenever there's turbulent air, as you see in the Sky Free video, that's evidence of temperature inversion, where cold air is being trapped under hot air.
Yeah,
what you were just saying, DJ.
Yep. Uh-huh.
That'd be pretty easy to do down here. It's like so the water temperature in Victoria, right? So we get down to, let's call it 15 degrees, right? And then during the winter, it's around about the same temperature. The air temperature, most of the winter.
That's the water temperature, yep.
Yeah, so in the bay, so say you do Port Phillip Bay of Melbourne, the water temperature you get down is 15, 16 degrees in winter, 15 degrees. And most days will be 15 degrees. And then you got those good sections of winter where there's no wind.
Yeah. So you would have no waves, no wind. It's pretty decent conditions. I think that would be good conditions. Is it humid? Is it a very humid place or?
No, it's dry as fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing some of Yoda's observations. He's getting some freaking awesome camera set up.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, light doesn't. I'm looking at the title of the video or the opening picture or whatever. Light doesn't even do that. It makes a spiral. I don't know if you've ever noticed that or known that or anything. It doesn't make a wave. It makes a spiral.
What it's showing in the picture is how they model it out, like
right.
Through a fiber optic cable, and the left one is a GRIN fiber optic cable, and the right one's just a normal fiber optic cable.
Gotcha. Yeah, the idea is to remove as much impedance as possible.
Yeah, I'll post a link to the differential form of Snell's law. A citation, whatever.
But you're doing good piecing it out. I'm looking through your titles and seeing where I can add things that I've come across too.
Yeah, there's a good section in the Snell's Law channel that goes over how bullshit the ray tracing computer models are as well. How they're not based on reality at all. There's a whole bunch of citations in there about that. You know how like Mick West and stuff, they have those computer models. They use like ray tracing models to try to like reverse engineer the observations that crush the globe. Bunch of mainstream citations just saying how inaccurate those are, and that they're kind of bullshit.
What's up, Sod? What's up, Radio? Oh, hey, DJ. I was telling everybody we need to do a little like server celebration and stuff, and I'm trying to rally everybody to come back for this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and go on a home server and stream over there and get people from the lobby over there to come into the live stream.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea, man. That would be good.
Just Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Timbo says he can make it Sunday, probably evening when we're wrapping up Speculation Sunday. So that ought to be cool. And then Monday we can go back in our own directions and continue reaching. But we're overdue for a server panel. You missed your opportunity, Matthew.
Opportunity for what?
We were talking about the formulas of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet and 8 inches per mile squared. That when you use those two formulas correctly at distance, you can roughly calculate what the obstructed height of an object should be.
Yeah, that I mean sounds fine to me. It's accurate enough for a couple 100 miles, I think.
I mean, I calculated out to 1,000 miles, and at 1,000 miles, I think there's a deviation of about 2 miles of curvature, but we're talking about like 224 miles versus 222 miles.
Yeah,
so what's 2 miles between 200 miles?
1%. Right.
Yeah, you could say 1%, maybe a little less than 1%. What's up, Hawk? But yeah, you're right. Like for the first 300 miles, I think 350 miles, it's like only off by a few feet.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's mainly just for estimating things anyway.
Yeah, and I think the real formula, it's like 7.98 miles squared, if I'm not mistaken. But we just round up to 8 and give you the extra size. Haven't had soup in a while, and I'm getting me some chicken dumplings.
Oh, that sounds good.
It was a tough one. It was either chicken and dumpling or broccoli and potato and cheese. That's tough.
It'd be a little bit of both.
Yeah. I was thinking about it, but it's not a like water-based soup. It's like cream-based soup on both. So if I could have poured the water out, I would. I would have definitely mixed them at that point. Timbo, I'm gonna unmute you, dude. I don't know why you're muted. Okay, so it's 8.002 instead of 8.0 instead of 8. Oh no, it is. Is it 7.91 or is it 8.002?
I don't know.
I'm looking at these formulas on the side.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the 8.002 versus 7.98. Okay, these are approximations using various methods, two different methods. So the first method everyone talks about, everyone's familiar with, right? 7.98 comes from, taking 2 points and using Pythagoras or whatever, and then fitting that, and you get a parabola, right? The 8.002 or 8.02 or whatever it is, that's an approach using calculus. I did that a few months back using some Taylor polynomials and shit. It's a more generic approach, right? So you start from a generic form and then you apply the radius, versus with the radius in question, right? And you take Pythagoras and you fit one data point to it, right? You get like they're very close, right? So there's nothing wrong with taking either or. But the calculus approach is more generic and arguably more accurate. But it doesn't really matter. So yeah, 8 is more than sufficient. Like, I mean, just rounding it to 8. I have the math and everything if you guys want to check it out.
I did steal it.
Cool, I'll get it for you in 1 second.
Oh, I was just stealing what you already put in the side chat. Is that not what you were talking about?
So that table, that's what I got on the last page, having applied the work done previously to it, right? Fitting in a few numbers and then comparing, right? The actual math that derives the formula, that comes first. So that I can get out if you want.
Oh, no, that's all good.
Oh, okay.
Thanks. This is good enough.
Fair. But you know what? For fun, for those who do want to take a look at it, I'll get it out.
Oh, okay. I'll still steal it in that case.
Cool. I had Dandelion, I had Matthew Learns, bunch of smart people to look at it, so it's got to be accurate, right? Here you go. There you go. So the last page is the most important one there, but everything else leading up to that builds up to it.
Hello. Why there are so many people here?
It's a party, can't you tell?
And no one is talking.
Waiting for people to talk to. A lot of us in here know each other.
Oh. But no one is talking.
You're talking?
Yeah. I'm new.
Right on. Welcome.
I just entered in. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So one of the things that we like to ask people when they come into this room and they're new is we like to, get to know them a little bit. So the thing we'll ask them is the Earth a sphere or is it flat?
What about the Earth?
Huh?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Is the Earth a sphere or is it flat?
Yeah. Um, if we see from a distant view where Earth looks small, so it is a sphere. But if we see from a ground level on the Earth, so it's flat. I
Really?
think like
How far away do you have to go to see the sphere?
in space, I can't tell exact figures, but very far from the Earth's surface.
And what if I said that you can't verify those images, so they could just be propaganda? So how else can we verify whether or not the Earth is a sphere?
So what do you think? It is not a sphere.
It's not a sphere?
What do you think? What's your
I know
opinion?
it's flat. I know it's not curving.
You are telling that it's flat, not a sphere.
Yep.
How can you tell it? How can you say that?
Well, gravity is supposed to hold water down on Earth, right?
Hmm.
That means that
Okay.
and water is about 70% of the Earth, right?
Okay.
So in order for the Earth to be a sphere, that means water has to be curving.
Water has to be?
In order for the Earth to be a sphere, water has to curve all the way around the Earth.
Okay.
Right? Just like the surface of a basketball, surface of a soccer ball has to curve around to make a ball, right?
Hmm.
Well, the surface water at the surface has to curve all the way around the Earth in order for the Earth to be a sphere.
Sorry, I am not getting you completely.
Have you ever seen a ball? Like a
A
football,
ball.
soccer ball,
Football.
beach ball? Have you ever seen a beach ball?
What ball?
A beach ball.
Beach ball. Sorry.
You understand that in order for a ball to be a ball, the surface has to be curving. It can't be flat.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So curving means that it has roundness to it. It's not straight.
Hmm.
So they tell us that the Earth is a certain size. And they tell us that when we look out over the water, that the horizon is a certain distance away from your eyes. Did you know that?
No.
So yeah. When we go out and test that, the horizon is not as far away as you think if the Earth is a ball.
Are you a physicist?
What's that?
Are you a physicist?
A physicist? No,
So who are you?
not by title.
Are you interested in space
I'm a mud
things?
engineer. I'm a paramedic. I'm an infantryman. I've done some carpentry work.
Excellent.
I'm a salesman. Take your pick.
Excellent, excellent. Actually, I also don't speak. I also don't know English very well, and your accent, I'm not getting much. So I'm not getting your point. Sorry.
I understand, and that's why I'm not like coming down on you hard or anything. I'm allowing you to respond to what I'm saying to see if we can understand each other. But more than anything, it's just good that you're in here practicing English and listening and talking back.
Yes, I am for learning the English. It's my first day. Is English your native speaking native language?
I say that again about native language. Is English
Yeah.
my native language?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm from America.
Oh, wow. Actually, I am from India. I am a medical student. I'm doing my MBBS, but I don't know English much.
Keep
So I am,
practicing, brother.
yeah, it's my first day. I'm f- I'm talking very first time in my life in English.
Oh, keep it up, man.
What do you say? How much it will take to? Uh, I will I will fluent in English in how much days or months
Brother,
on Discord?
there are people in America and England and other English speaking countries that have spent their whole life learning English and still don't know how the language works. So don't beat yourself up. I think more than anything when it comes to language, it's about getting your point across. If you
So I
can
am on
get the
the
message, if you can get the
I,
message across and they understand you, that's all that matters.
so I am on the right platform.
Yeah. Just keep practicing. I don't know how many people speak English around you, but if this is your outlet for English, definitely keep coming back.
I just want to know. I just want to learn enough English that I can talk. I can talk with anyone and understand their meaning and um, the same as you said.
Yeah, no, the best way to test your English is to have like a formal discussion where you and the other person disagree and then you try to make each other understand your side. That's the best way to learn English.
Okay. Actually, bookish English I know well. My education is full English, I can understand books. I can write in exams. But as you know, speaking is different thing.
But you're good, man. Keep it up. I'm happy you came in here, and it was a very nice discussion of some basic concepts. I think if we spoke the same language,
Yeah,
I think you would be able to understand me a lot better, because
sure,
uh,
sure.
flat Earth actually makes a lot of sense if you really think about how geometry works and how algebra works.
Yeah, I will glad to know about these all about the earth, stars, and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But why no other one is discussing anything
Oh,
here?
they're probably busy doing something at their home or whatever. I'm
So
sure if
why
you
they
called
are
out a name, somebody would say hi.
so why they are on call if they are busy? Why they don't hang up?
They're listening. They like the discussion. This is an interesting topic.
But no one, but no one here speaking.
Most of the people here, I know them. I've known them
Just
for years. So we're just waiting for
uh,
other people to come in and talk to.
so so they are regular users, right? They are regular persons who come here
Yeah.
and talk and share knowledge to each other.
Yeah. Sometimes we talk amongst
Interesting,
ourselves.
interesting. So are you a leader of this group or something?
Oh, yeah, I'm the leader. Everybody knows it.
What's your name? What's your
I'm,
good name?
I'm kidding.
You are a free person right now, so you are talking to me. Is it right?
Yeah, I'm available.
Okay, by the way, what's your good name?
What's my name?
Yeah.
Normally I have sheepdog, but one of my friends calls me swole dog, because like people who have a lot of muscles in
Hmm.
America, there's a slang word called swole, SWOLE. It just means you're very, very, very big and strong.
So your name is Swole, SWOLE, Swole.
For now, yes.
Nice name. Nice to meet you, Swole.
Nice to meet you too, man.
So you are black.
No. Do I sound
Okay,
black?
but no, you are talking about strong muscles. So
Oh,
I was thinking about
only black people are buff? That's
no,
so
but
racist.
oh no, I don't sound like racist. I am saying that black people are much powerful and they get uh, strong muscles and all. I never seen any weak black person in my life.
Should come to
I really
America.
appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
You're good, dude.
You got me?
I got you, man. I'm just teasing
Yeah.
you.
Oh, okay, okay. Can you tell me how can I build my muscles fast?
Um, it
I
comes
joined
down
gym.
to it comes down to energy output and you need rest, and you need a steady caloric diet high in protein and fat.
So don't read like a Google or book. Please, some practical advice. Please provide some practical advice. Something something I don't know. Actually, I joined gym 2 weeks ago.
Lift heavy.
Hmm?
Lift heavy and work hard. That's how you get bigger.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I did exercise for shoulder today, and my neck is stiff and painful right now.
And I just started going back to the gym after several years. And I'm getting my muscles familiar with the exercises again.
Yeah, muscle get muscle memory.
Oh, my
If
muscle
you
memory is
build
gone.
one time. Oh, gone.
Yeah, it doesn't exist right now. But it'll come back. I'm just trying not to go into rhabdomyolysis.
But it will come faster than a normal person who doesn't have any muscle memory.
Say that again? Misunderstood you.
Hmm?
I just misunderstood you.
Hmm.
But anywho. Welcome to the new people that joined the room. Who's the person with the mic open?
Okay, brother, I have to go. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Come back anytime. You're welcome to listen whenever there's like more conversation going on because it can be interesting.
Sure, sure. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Sorry, y'all. It is on like Donkey Kong. Welcome.
Hello, how are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Thanks. I'm fine, thank you.
Good. What brings you in here? Hello? Did you leave? Hello, hello. I'll mute my mic. I know I've been hot micing. Sorry, guys.
Kalau ada
What's up, man? How's it going? How you doing, Wardana? Wardana, how are you? Is it funny that you're in the Flat Earth channel? Uh-oh, he talked to me. They found me.
Welcome to the channel, Nerb Hey. Oh, really? Oh, wow. I didn't know it was that well accepted. So this place is the only place that would raise an objection to that, what it seems. I don't know why. I just can't find the reasoning behind why people are so hung up on that map. I don't know why. Like that one, like that specific map. Well, yeah, I mean, I can see why they. But doesn't that just go back to what AI was saying earlier? How do you know? Have you been 90 degrees underneath Polaris? Like that would be the next thing. Who's verified that?
Oh, that's why I told you earlier, AV, that guy that we were talking about has the flat Earth map. He just doesn't know it yet. Because he made a whole bunch of claims about Polaris is in the center, right? All the stars rotate east to west around Polaris, and that there's ground positions of those stars. So all you got to do is just get a ground position above a known territory, and then you have a plot point using your 69 miles per degree, which you claimed were linear distances from the center, which is the ground position of Polaris, right? Which you've never validated, but that's neither here nor there. So you put a dot in the center of a paper, right? That's Polaris. Then you put a dot for the ground position of the star. Then you get the angle to Polaris to get the distance. And then wherever you are, right? Let's say you're in New York City, for example. You now know where New York City is to Polaris. And then you can then see, through a period of time where the star moves to another ground position, you get that ground position. You could plot all these points out, right? So I told that guy, well, if you're making these claims, just draw that out. Plot the points and draw it on a piece of paper and see what you get.
You're going
to get something that looks, you're going to get something that looks almost identical to an azimuthal equidistant projection, right?
Yep. You'd have to. I mean, you get spokes on a bicycle wheel, But so now it's just like we're demanding measurements from the Glober, and then the Glober doesn't have to demand measurements from us now when we're making this claim. Like it's just, I don't know. It's too much to actually take on and say that we can't be bothered by figuring out the measurements after, the Glober says, okay, well, you wanted me to give you the measurements of the globe, but you're making a 69 for 1 degree rule. And have you measured that? Like, they could demand the same. Well, what's going to happen then at that point? We're just going to shout them down into oblivion? Like, yeah, Yoda brings up a lot of good points. He said you get a globe, actually, if you're doing that.
No. You get something, but it won't be a globe. You'd have to make another step to put that into a globe. may get it confusing, a bunch of weird. And there's no 360, Holmes. Only on one axis. So let's say that the star, you're going to have a flat piece of paper. You're going to put a dot in the center, right? And then you're going to draw out your coordinates, right? Based on latitude and longitude, which is just time and distance or angles. And so all you can really draw out is a bunch of dots that are in a spider web-like grid, for lack of a better term. Like a circular, circles expanding out, right? Because these are quote-unquote circles of equal altitude around Polaris, right? So you're going to end up with what looks like the classic spider web azimuthal equidistant coordinate system. And then you can only plot your points on that. So you're going to get something that's flat with a whole bunch of points plotted on it, and those are going to have consequences. If you're making the claim that these are direct, triangles on the surface of the Earth, and the point that you're at is getting the ground position of the star from your point from where you're at, and so you can start plotting these points out. Now, maybe the case after you plot all these points out, you're like, wait a minute, it doesn't make sense about the relationships of the distances between all these cities unless I curve it or something. Because I have to decide, did I make a false claim about the relationship of the geometry of the sky to the ground, or did I do it the other way around? And then you're going to have to decide to abandon your claims about the direct geometrical relationship between the sky and the ground, which is one thing that flat earthers did in the past. They said the sky doesn't have a direct geometrical correlation to the ground. And then, after a while, they started adopting again, but now that I'm a flat earther, I can start doing a direct, mapping of the ground from the sky. Based on my claim of elevation angles to Polaris and everything goes east to west and this, that, and the other, but you never actually plotted those points on any map. You can't even, when asked, you can't even do it. But yet you come in here and try to lecture us that we're just believing our friends who live in Australia when they say, this is what I saw when I looked south. Okay, that's what you saw. But apparently those guys that live in Australia are liars because other people say everything's, measured in elevation angles to Polaris. And it's been driven into their minds and they can't even think for themselves. So yeah, maybe the case that when they get to that junction and they see that what they basically created was a relevant relationship between the ground and the sky, that when they look at it, they're like, well, the easiest way to solve this would be just to assume the Earth is a globe. Or because otherwise I have to abandon all my claims I've been making about the relationship between the sky and the ground. When I thought it was that part of the whole flat Earth, let's just call it a mantra for lack of a better term, that a lot of them have been saying, right, is you can't determine the ground from the sky. So you're told you can't determine the ground from the sky, and then you're bait and switched and saying, but here's a sky determination that tells you what the ground is.
Right, so, or Eratosthenes baked in assumptions.
Yeah.
Yeah, using elevation angles as a method.
Yeah, you could almost argue that it's a cyclical, like it's a cycle, right? And they were brought along for the cycle to be convinced that, whether they realize it or not, they're basically being retrained to believe that how you determine what the ground is by appealing to the sky. And then it makes it very easy to just go right back into the way of thinking that you had before.
Hey, AI, let me ask you a question, man. Did you bring this up to anybody about it? Like the other chats that you go to?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it wasn't like taken in and thought of or critiqued or anything? Like they just dismissed it or what?
Well, I mean, there was a long time when they would actually respect what I had to say, but then once it became a personal issue between me and some of their members, who, by the way, were doing direct bad things to me, and I was just defending myself essentially. That's when they started not caring so much, and basically they allowed those guys to trick them into demonizing me. So rather than listen to the merits of what I had to say, that just like, well, I could just dismiss what you say because you're a liar, you're a shill, you got bad intentions, yada yada yada. And it's like, dude, I'm just asking you, draw that out for me. You made a bunch of claims about the geometry of the Earth relative to the sky. Can you draw that out for me? That's it. And to be fair, some of the Globers were critiquing some of these guys, saying, "Hey, can you just do this steps for me? Like you're saying that I can do this with a flat Earth. Can you just do the whole process so I can see it happen?" And they're like, "No, I'm not going to do it for you."
That's pretty crazy, man.
It's like the equator, right? I mean, the equator, according to some people, is where the sun passes over the Earth, where it's like equal time and equal night or something like that. And then one of the other explanations is the equator is, quote unquote, 0 degrees declination of Polaris in your field of view. So basically, whenever you're going away from Polaris and then all of a sudden you can't see it, that's the equator. Well, if that's true and that is the quote unquote equator, and you're claiming a degree relationship of the declination of Polaris as a straight line distance, which would be the base leg of the triangle, right? The angle from you to Polaris would be the hypotenuse, right? Then you're claiming a literal distance. You're claiming a circle that has a specific circumference, right? And the distance to that, if you claim it's linear versus what the Globers would claim, those are two different distances, right? That has consequences. And then if you're claiming that all the other stars are, have ground positions and they could be plotted within or without this circle as essentially either a concentric circle within those circles or maybe a little bit elliptical or maybe off a little bit here or there, but either way, they've got real distances because you're claiming the base leg of the triangle is a real distance to the ground position, and you're claiming it's a linear distance. Well, you could plot that out on a chart. I've yet to see one of these charts. And it's not as simple as somebody who doesn't really know the argument about that coming in here and not being educated or not understanding it and being asked for that. No, these are people who supposedly have been under the tutelage for years of people claiming to be experts in celestial navigation and experts in how to measure the Earth with elevation angles and all this and that. But then when they come in here and we ask them for something simple as, oh, well, can you just draw that out for me? Can't be done. Oh, well, can you tell me how you get these things in the South? Can't be done. So it's a head scratcher, isn't it? Now, you could argue until you're blue in the face that elevation angles proves the Earth is flat, but when any of those questions are asked, you can't answer them based on this whole synergized celestial navigation argument. And then the Globers are listening. What do you think the Globers hear? They hear, well, the reason why none of these flat earthers are doing what you're asking them to do, it's not because they're just mad at you and there's a little, tete-a-tete between your personality and their personality. No, it's because if they actually did it, it would result in a globe, and me being a Glober already, accepts the Earth being a globe. So I'm just laughing at these stupid flat earthers because it's the answer so obvious, solves all the problems of why they can't reconcile these distances, right? So the Glober goes away completely unconvinced. The Glober actually never even took a pause in their worldview because everything that was argued about to them was silly. But rest assured, if you just repeat elevation angles has a specific definition, therefore the Earth is flat, you think you've won. Well, I mean, maybe you've won something, but it depends on what you're trying to win. Okay, real distances and straight line baselines and angles, they have real consequences, right? Like if you're building a building and you're trying to lay walls out on a floor, right? That's gonna be either it's going to be plumb level square, or your distances are going to be wrong, and you're going to end up with a different shape. So if somebody then asks you, well, can you draw that out for me, or can you build that out for me, and you can't do either, and your entire argument exists within rhetoric, but you can't actually model it or demonstrate it, then that person may not be convinced. And it's not unfair for them to ask you to do either of those two things, especially if you're claiming to have specific knowledge and expertise. And to go into other people's forums and spout off at the mouth like you know what you're talking about, and then when pressed with a simple question that you should already have the answer for, to be able to then validate that you have any expertise in what you're talking about, and then you can't produce it. I mean, that's pretty embarrassing. Hey, Miggy. You're fired. No, I'm just kidding.
What up, homeboy? Damn, on my day off? Damn. What's up?
Man, yeah, so what, so like, for example, if I told you to tell me what my position has always been about the stars' relationship to the Earth, would you be able to do that?
I mean, it would be the common answer that we all say in here. They help navigate, but they're not any relation to the surface condition. I mean, I don't know. Did you say something according to like it having a relationship to the surface condition? Which would be something I haven't heard, but I've never heard you speak of it like that.
Well, my position was always that once I realized it, that basically the stars are just something we see in our field of view from our observer's location, and their true place relative to the Earth and relative to different observation points is actually unknown and can't possibly be validated because no one's ever been to the star field to validate their actual locations. So you just have all these different observer-based model interpretations, which you can synergize to use for certain practical benefits. But there's no real true knowledge about the physical locations of the stars relative to the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, that
No
was
one's ever been out to the stars.
That was Yoda's position. Try to get a 90 degree to any star. Has anybody ever done that?
Not on the surface of a ball.
Oh, what's up, Radwin?
Well, I mean, I would challenge anybody to get 90 degrees on any surface. Yeah, go out in your backyard and make a level piece of land and then get something 90 degrees from it. That's actually truly vertical. I mean, maybe you could say drop a plumb line, but then you wouldn't even have to worry about the ground at all, would you? You could just go out in your backyard and drop a plumb line and then just say, there, now I've got 90 degrees. So why even bother leveling the surface? But like if you went out back in your backyard and poured a slab of cement, right? Even that cement isn't going to be perfectly level. Even if you think, well, it's kind of like a liquidy substance, and so it's going to, just self-level. Not necessarily, because cement actually has some viscosity to it, and then you got to screed the top, and so you may be off a little bit. And so then if you put some wood on top of that cement, right, you got to fasten it to it. That wood isn't going to be perfectly straight. Then you're going to put a wall up, and you're going to use your level, right? And maybe you're going to use the 3-4-5 rule from your floor, but you ain't going to get that perfect either. So you may be at 89.5 degrees or 89.75 degrees off of true vertical. If you're going to tell me that you're going to go out there with a handheld bubble level, a plumb bob, and wood, and actually construct something that's perfectly 90 degrees oriented vertically, you're smoking some crack. But that doesn't mean that your house is going to fall down. Right, your walls your building doesn't have to be idealistically perfectly plumb level square for it to function, right? It just has to be within the tolerances for the purpose that you're utilizing it for. And in most houses, bubble levels is all you need. Good enough.
Some people might hear you right now and mistake you for saying that gives the glober the excuse that over a distance you could have the occurrence where there is that little bit of tolerance to have the globe exist. Because if you're saying, well, I measured a level straight horizontal surface and I connected it to another level straight horizontal surface, as in the case of surveying and that, when they transfer the line, that they're actually doing it over a surface of a globe, according to what you're saying. So they might mistake they might mistake what you're saying to that.
Well, you got to think about it like this. So, what's the most accurate leveling device that we possess? Probably water, right? And I'm just going to use numbers that somebody else gave me. This is just for sake of argument, okay? So what they told me is that a water level And the water level being not a bubble level, but a water level. And the water level is where you actually use water over a long distance. So you might take it in a tube, right? And you have one end of the tube here, and you could have like 200 feet of tube on the other end. And then you fill it with water, and the water will rise up in the tube to the same level. And so you could then take a pencil and mark off level where that water is and go to the other side and mark off level. And now you got a level between, that 200 feet, right? Or maybe you had 3 points on it, so you could do the middle too, right? So supposedly in that scenario, the confirmed accuracy can only be within a 50 millionth of an inch. That's what I was told. So even in spans, water level to be able to measure is only accurate within a 50 millionth of an inch. So according to that logic, if the Earth was a globe with a sufficient radius to where the entire known territory of the Earth that we have ever had available to us was a 50 millionth of an inch of curvature over that entire span, and then you extrapolate the Earth out to be this globe of gigantic proportions, right? And by gigantic, I mean, I haven't done the math on it, but you'd be talking about millions and millions of miles of radius, I'd imagine. Then yeah, the accuracy that we can employ would still leave the logical option that it is curved at that rate of curvature, because we don't have anything more accurate. Now, if somebody said, no, you're wrong, that can't possibly be true, guess what? I'm sorry to say, but they'd be wrong. Unless they have a more accurate methodology of measurement than that, which they don't.
Yeah, that's great, but the issue isn't that. It's more of what's on the table right now, and that's the size of what the claimed radius is. So if the tolerance that you just described is still within bounds of being able to measure a specific radius, like that they say that the Earth is, then that's different than it exceeding that and not being able to measure it, like if it was a bigger ball. You get what I mean? So I just kind of wanted maybe there to be where you said yeah, if it was outside of that range, there's no way you could detect if you're on a giant ball or not. But that's not what they're saying. They're saying it's within the
right.
You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. And then what happens on the other part of the flat earther arguing against that, they will think that if you say something like that, that you then think that this giant ball that you're postulating for a hypothetical means that you could then walk forward and eventually you'd be standing sideways to how you were standing before, because you'd be on the quote-unquote side of the ball. But why would you assume that? You would only assume that if you're carrying over certain trappings from the previous worldview that you were critiquing. So, for example, plenty of flat earthers will say that up is up and down is down, right? And that a down is not inwards to a giant ball. Well, you could actually live on a giant ball and up be up and down be down, unless you're linking the direction of down to the ball's surface, right, as a radial from the center. So you're mixing your worldviews there, and you're actually not doing an adequate critique of different positions. You're only limiting yourself to two options, and the first option is entirely something you've been told, and you're still living within that view and trying to make it work on this other view where it doesn't necessarily have to exist. There are some people, dude, that couldn't even fathom this. So if you take a piece of paper, right, and you draw a circle on a graph paper, make the origin of coordinates right at the intersection, right? Draw a circle so you have the X and Y axis, right? We all can imagine, we've all seen graph paper before, right? So if you make the Y axis up and down, right, then if you're going off on the side of the ball, you'd fall off. And you hear people say all the time, well, if the Earth was a ball, you'd fall off, right? So they understand the principle, but then when it comes to thinking about it, they don't apply it. So if you tell them, hey, even flat water on the surface doesn't tell you the overall shape of the Earth at all, right? It just tells you the surface that's facing up is flat. Right? That's all it can tell you. It doesn't inform you about the extent of the boundary, right? It doesn't tell you where the quote-unquote edge is, or if there even is an edge. It doesn't tell you what's underneath the Earth. It doesn't tell you that if you go far enough away from where you are now, eventually you'll reach a part where the Earth just keeps declining in elevation for an undefined period. It doesn't tell you any of that information. And so if you're saying from, everywhere we know of is flat because it's covered in water, right? And then now I can start making claims about places I've never been. That's where you start putting your foot in your mouth. Some people think that if you just keep walking, you just are going to always have more land to keep walking on, right? That's some people's interpretation of what flat Earth means. And you're just going to keep walking and walking and walking, and the land will just never stop. Maybe you could walk 1,000 years and there'd still be more land, and you'd have no way of knowing if it just keeps going for another 10,000 years. Now that's different, because notice how I say you could keep. You have no way of knowing, but there's people out there that say, oh, I know the boundary conditions of the Earth. I know the extent of the Earth. Well, how do you know that? Just like God said to Job, did you stretch a line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? Well, have you? I'm being serious here. All the flat earthers, listen to me. Have you stretched the line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? Have you gone to the ground position of Polaris to tell me where it is thereof? Et cetera, right? There'd be a lot of flat earthers making a lot of claims that they can't possibly substantiate, while at the same time criticizing other people for being critical of arguments. It literally makes no sense.
AI, are you saying that Earth could be a bigger ball?
Well, logically, if everywhere we know is flat within the accuracy of a 50 millionth of an inch, right, and you can't possibly know the full extent of it, then yes, logically, you could be living on a gigantic, enormous, astronomically kabungus, big chungus, fat mungus ball. Yes, that's just logic. And if I said anything otherwise, I'd be being dishonest.
Guys.
And so anybody out there who, has an ire against me, like Neil from FED, who wants to go back and report to FED, oh, AI said you could live on a bigger ball. Well, if you say that's not true, go ahead and disprove anything I said logically. Go ahead. With any argument you could possibly think of. Because logically I'm airtight, and there's no instrumentation that exists. There's no instrumentation that exists that can disprove what I just said. So yes, let's just call it a Schrodinger's possibility.
Hey, AI, if I'm not mistaken, is that not a similar sentiment to what Flat Earth Dave had in his interview with Jesse Lee Peterson? Remember when he was grilling him? He's like, "Oh, are you sure without a shadow of a doubt, the Earth is flat?" And he kept not answering that. It's like he wanted to reserve that similar type of possibility. It seems. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but it's according to the idea that he's postulating that the Earth is flat. So there's this whole you can't. There's a double speak. If you're Okay, I get it. Everybody gets AI's point, right? You understand why he's saying that, though, right? Logically. Like, I don't know if you're. Well, I kind of need to hear how you. Let's put it this way: 20 cups. All right. So you heard AI.
It's just like that. That's kind of what resonated with me. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you heard what he said, right? So what did you understand by what he said? Like, hey, is there any way you could tell the audience? I'd like to know.
Yeah. In a nutshell, what I got is based off of the precision of our available instruments, right? The accuracy of 15 millionth or 5 millionth of an inch or something like that. We could not tell if it was curving within that range because our instrumentation is not sufficient.
Outside of that range. Now, within it, you can. Yeah. Outside of it, you can't. So if something was, greater than that, like it was a lot, the ball was bigger, you would be able to detect whether or not you're on a curved surface beyond those parameters.
Well, now check this out, brother.
Waters, but we could be within a crater on a bigger ball, right?
Okay, that's fair. But before we lose the point, I just want to point out that other things that have been claimed to be direct measurements of the surface of the Earth to make the conclusion that it's flat, right? They may be sufficient, but they are not more accurate than a 50 millionth of an inch. Okay, celestial navigation is not more accurate than that. Okay. I hope we all understand that. Celestial navigation doesn't result in pinpoint accuracy. Okay? Let's be clear. Do we all agree? Okay, as far as I know, I mean, you're talking in the celestial navigation, you get results that are like accurate within a mile or something, or maybe 300 feet, or who knows. Anyway, it's not in the sub inches. Okay, period. Lasers lasers over long distances aren't that accurate either. Now, are they sufficient to the task to be able to get information from? Yes, but not on a subscale. So yes, there is a quote unquote logical Hail Mary dreamland where a glober could say, maybe I live on this gigantic ball, right? But that still destroys their entire paradigm.
Yeah, but Overlord, it will go infinitely. It will go infinitely. There will be no possibility to just tell if someone just keep making that ball bigger and bigger.
Yeah, exactly, brother, exactly. So I got one question for you. Have you laid a line across the Earth to tell me the breadth thereof, sir?
No, I didn't. But I
want to answer the question. Just answer the question. Just answer the question.
I didn't. I just answered.
All right, perfect. So now you can continue. Go ahead.
The point is, even if we assume that you get those instruments that can give you the measurement, that won't be sufficient because someone else will come and will make that much bigger. So you have to have accurate billions of an inch.
Necros, you're breaking up, bro.
I'm sorry. I'll disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah, he's basically just saying you're going to get into an infinite regression.
Mic check.
Yeah, we get you. We heard you. I heard you, bro. You're saying if you do something within a millionth accuracy, someone's going to claim a billionth accuracy, and then someone's going to claim a trillionth accuracy. And so that they can always claim that they live on a cosmic entity, that's, so, before we live on this little ball inside this huge universe, well, let's just make the ball the size of the universe. Yeah. Well, maybe that's the truth. Bro, maybe that's the truth. Maybe the Earth is the whole universe.
Yeah, I was actually saying that from the very beginning. But no, I think, does anybody have, I'd like to do this as like a teachable moment for anybody listening. Does anybody have any objections to what he's saying? Or you'd like to raise any comments? Or perhaps you'd like to engage with what he's proposed. I don't know if there's anybody that's taking what you're saying right now because nobody's chiming in, and they're just like, is he saying the Earth is a globe? Because I think that's like as the globe that we all know of or been told, not the one that you're talking about.
I literally agree 100% with what he said. And he understood my point. So, but for the moment, because we have that line just separating between the claimed globe that we already know about, so that have specific dimensions, and no curvature, meaning that it's flat. So curved or not curved, so meaning that it's flat. Dependent to the accuracy, that will be when we agree that it's not that claimed globe with those specific dimensions. We can try to find if we can see if it's curving just a little bit with that accuracy, like the example that he gave. Millionth of an inch or billionth of an inch or gazillion of an inch, who knows in the future?
But that's how level is defined, right? So when you're actually trying to get with like the water level, that's how you understand that. Yeah, you're going to get level off of that. So if anything is beyond that, how are you going to define that after that? What would that be?
I don't know.
There's no
definition.
Well, no, I'm saying that if there's something that exists that's outside of that parameter, then it would be named something else, But as far as we know, that's level, that's flat.
Yeah. For me, I work with the fact that level is horizontal. They are equal. Level is horizontal for me. So that's my baseline.
Right.
I don't think anyone's going to have any pushback here. Like, yeah, there could be a scale so big that, level is horizontal at this scale. I don't think anybody in here is claiming anything beyond the known world, like that being, the Antarctic Circle. So I don't think you'll get any pushback. And there already is a very small group of flat earthers called crater earthers, who believe that we're on a crater on a bigger ball. But I think, there's already these ideas going around.
Fair enough.
This being a problem with anyone.
Well, check this out. Yeah, so if you were, let's say you did, just for sake of argument, live in a crater on a giant ball, and up is up and down is down, and level is level and horizontal is horizontal. So in other words, level is not a circle conforming to the equipotential surface of a ball. Level is just horizontal. So if you live in a crater on a giant ball, if you were able to get out of the crater and go towards the edge of the ball, you would be experiencing a descension. You wouldn't be rotating radially as you travel over the arc. You'd be experiencing the arc as a descending hill. And then once you got to the edge of it, you'd fall off, for lack of a better term. Right? And that would fit, what I just explained would fit all of the claims of the flat earthers over the past 10 years about the earth being flat, about level being level, all of those things, right? Except for the one claim that the overall form of the earth, right? But the known territory would still be flat, it'd still be level, it could still be measured with angles, all of those things could all still be true. So all of those things don't logically exclude the scenario I just described. Now, some people, whenever you argue that way, here's what they will rebut you with. If the earth was a giant ball, then you're saying water would stick to the side of the ball. Now, real quick, that is an actual rebuttal that I was given. Not just given, but screamed over to be given. Now, does that make any sense? Is that a fair rebuttal?
I think
Or do you need me to
No, it's
clarify?
not. It's a straw man.
Yeah, it's a straw man, exactly.
Yeah, of course.
But not only is it a straw man,
at the top, right?
yeah. Right. So it's not just a straw man, but it's an example of how people are so conditioned into a line of thinking that they can't even think outside the box. So their version of a globe must be the glober's version of a globe. And anybody who mentions a shape that is a globe, it must work that way that the globers claim it worked. It can't work any other way. So it just shows you just how deep the systemic indoctrination is into people's minds, that it left them permanently scarred or permanently inoculated to being able to think for themselves.
Well said, bro.
That's wild. Isn't that wild?
This is a really healthy discussion because at the end of the day, it's all speculation beyond the known land masses, right?
That's correct.
Correct.
Speculation.
And within the tolerance that we can measure level and flat. So anything
Let me give you another hypothetical. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say anything outside of that falls into that realm. But logically, it would still stand. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so the argument that's being used that water, can't stick to a ball is relevant in the scale that the Earth is being portrayed in the heliocentric model. But when you're talking 100,000, I don't know how many times bigger it would need to be, there would be a place where you could have water on a giant ball.
Yeah, well, see, the part of that whole mental exercise is if you say water can't stick to a ball, therefore the Earth can't be a ball, that doesn't logically follow. Now, if anybody's not following what I just said, ask about it and I'll help you understand it. So I'll say it again. If you say water can't stick to the side of a giant ball, therefore the Earth can't be a ball, that doesn't follow. That's not a true statement. Anybody misunderstand it? Or everybody get it?
Hey, can I ask a question? Could water stick to a ball with a radius of 3959?
What? No. That's a positive. I'm doing it in the counter positive. So, for example, when people say water can't stick to a giant ball, they'll oftentimes do an example by pouring water over a basketball. And they'll say, look, the water can't stick to this basketball. So according to their previous reasoning, they would then have to conclude that the basketball is not a ball. Do you see the problem? Anybody not get it?
I think what needs to be highlighted is the physics that are working on the Earth that we're on right now. So if they're saying this thing is like something where physics is being used, then what if that thing that we're on is something that physics is described in a different way? You know what I mean? Like that's because you're on the thing that physics is being utilized.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So you're trying to use a demonstration of a ball that you can see, like a basketball, pouring water on it, and then saying that the Earth is exactly like that, but it doesn't follow because it's not analogous, because it's not like that thing that you're holding in your hand. It'd be an entirely different entity.
Right. So the correct logic form would be water can't stick to the sides of a giant ball, therefore the Earth can't be a giant ball with water sticking to the sides of it. Not that it can't be a ball. The can't be a ball wouldn't follow from the previous statement, but it would follow that it can't be a ball with water stuck to it. But there's a little bait and switch in there that a lot of people don't even realize that they're bait and switching themselves. They're not trying to bait and switch the person they're talking to. They're doing it to themselves and they don't even realize it. Why are they doing it to themselves? Because they've been so indoctrinated in a way of thinking from the past and they're still not on the other end of the road yet. For example, if you deny a perfectly logical option that you don't have any explicit counterexamples against as being a possible option, you're doing yourself a disservice logically. You're actually stifling your own thought processes because you're railroading yourself from previous artifacts, from the way you used to think when you were a Glober, and from the way other flat earthers are encouraging you to think in the present moment, right? So you're still being railroaded, right? You got to look down and see the railroad track on your left and on your right and realize how many of the left railroad track is from the globe artifacts and how many of the railroad tracks is from flat earthers who are still stuck in a paradigm of thinking that isn't actually being honest with itself.
AI, aren't you opening the door to gravity on a bigger ball? Somebody would be upside down somewhere. Yeah, but somebody would be upside down somewhere in some part of the universe. Well, the ball is spherical, right?
So
somewhere in existence, if it was hypothetically a bigger ball.
No, doesn't follow.
Why? Why not?
You missed a step. Because you missed a step.
Okay.
If I take a ball in my hand right now, and I put something on the bottom of it. Actually, I'll do it. I'm gonna. So I got a. It's not a ball; it's a cylinder, but it'll work for now for this example. So I'm holding a cylinder in my hand. It's a soup can. I turned it perpendicular, so now the curve is facing down. And I'm going to take this nut driver, and I'm putting it on the bottom. So now I have a curved surface. The bottom of the curved surface, I put a nut driver to it, and I let go, and it went down. So something being a curved surface has nothing to do with the direction of down at all.
So I am struggling to understand. So are we talking about? So the argument is a body of water can't stick to a ball, right? But in the scale that you're talking, it's no longer a body of water. It would be something like water tension, and your water tension could stick to all parts of the ball.
Water tension, dude. Water tension can't even stick to the side of a soup can. So how in the world could it stick to something bigger? The amount of water on the side of a can, it's only going to have droplets on it. As soon as you add more water to it, it runs off. So how would having a bigger ball mean that water tension would mean water would be sticking to the sides? That doesn't follow either.
You need air pressure for that water to do that anyway.
Yeah, I understand how Roots is thinking about that. So Roots, it's not about the scale. It's not like you're thinking about a droplet of water sticking to a pool ball, for example. No, that the surface tension, I agree with you. But in that scale, because you can, no matter how big is the ball, you can't make those droplets like a quarter of a cup, the third of a cup of water. You can't do that. Even if you make that ball with a rough surface, no, you can't make the droplet bigger. Little bit bigger, but the surface tension will break. So it's not about the scale. So if you scale that ball, you can stick an ocean. You can, if you scale that ball to billion times bigger, and you can stick the ocean to the side of that ball, and you call it a droplet sticking because of the surface tension. No, it's not because of the scale. About the scale, it's about the molecules of water and how they work and how they create that layer on the surface of water that we call surface tension.
All right, I understand that, but how would up and down work on a bigger ball?
There is no up and down on a ball in reality, like Overlord exactly said. The up and down are in reference to horizontal. And in a ball, you can have in out or away from the surface of the ball, close to the surface of the ball, on the surface of the ball. But there is no up and down in reality.
Are you confused, Roots?
Right, there's also.
Am I the only one?
Yeah.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for somebody. I think AI should start dropping some bombs here. I mean, he's going to lay them. But now I can come in here. I was just waiting for him to reach a crescendo that he feels like he wants to move in.
Dude, I'm happy for some people to be confused right now and some people to get it. That's fine. The fact that they're scratching their heads is sufficient. Because that's what they should be doing, rather than making bold claims about the nature of reality beyond the scope of what they're available to access. Right? For example, uniformitarianism, right? The physics locally are the physics everywhere. That's part of the Glober's problem. Right? They're making all these claims about things trillions and trillions and trillions of miles away that they have no direct access to, assuming that everything that works here also works there. So real quick, like let's say in our previous hypothetical with the crater Earth, and then you're imagining water sticking to the right-hand side of it, right, like on a piece of graph paper. Well, that's not necessarily true, nor is it necessarily false. Nor do you have to have gravity in any kind of traditional conception that Globers would believe in. So, for example, you could just, when you go to the side of the Earth, if it exists, the creator of the realm could just have a completely different set of physics there, for all you know. How would you know? The answer is you wouldn't. This is the point I want you guys to get through your heads. The answer is you don't fucking know. Do you get it yet?
Dun, dun, dun. That's it. I was waiting for you, dude. I was waiting for you to say that, man. But so you understand, Roots? The problem is when you're trying to upscale to a level that you can't possibly understand what it would be, you can't then therefore make a claim as to that's how it would be. You get it? Because hold on, Nicholas. It far exceeds the amount of knowledge that we could comprehend within the realm that we are in right now. Does anybody get that, or is it just?
If someone remembers my discussions, when I talk about the surface and the property of the surface, I always explain and explicitly say that it's about the known surface to a human race, the known surface to us. And I'm not talking about what is not explored. If there is something to explore or there is none, I don't know about that shit. So I'm talking about the surface that we know, we human, it is flat. The oceans, the water, the surface of water, on the known Earth to us, the known Earth that we can go to we can verify that we already measured and explored and navigated through. That's flat. And I agree with you 100%, Overlord. It can be whatever it is. And be a concave, it can be non-reality, the end of the reality. Reality is this known Earth. Away from that, it's the end of reality.
Yeah, bro. Exactly, brother. So let me posit this for you guys' thought processes. There's a predisposition, especially on the Glober side, and especially on the secular, materialist, atheist, evolutionist side, to put God in a box that he must operate within the laws of the universe, right? So there's certain things that occur within the universe that even God can't undo, like gravity or like this or that or the other. But remember, if God is truly the creator, then he transcends all of that, right? And the same token, on the flat earth side, people are making claims about the nature of reality and the way it functions that also puts God in a box to where his limitations are strictured to the creation. In other words, the creation is imposing limits upon the creator, not the other way around. Right? So, for example, in my metaphysic, which means, my overarching understanding of the way the natural, the supernatural, and all reality work together, is that the creator is on a level of omnidimensionality that is beyond our comprehension, right? And so if there's an area of free space that we could actually travel to where down is no longer down, and it's now flipped, I would have no way of knowing that exists, and I would have no way of claiming it can't exist. I simply can't, because I know that the nature of the being that created this place is sufficient to be able to have that if he so wants it. And who am I to tell him what is out there, what is over there, what is down here, and what is up there? Because just like he told Job, hey, bro, who are you to tell me what I created?
Yeah, I get your position now, AI. Thanks for going over it again. People make assumptions, especially when you talk about, say, multi-dimensions or something, like they have an idea of what that is or what that would look like. For all we know, it may be connected physically, to this place, and who knows? So I think I get what you're saying. It's not that you're making any claims or even trying to push any ideas. It's that stop living inside this paradigm like you think you know how things work. Because like AI said, physics could be completely different, and it could be a physical place, just...
Yeah, just one second. Hold on, Nicholas. There is that the Creator has given us a sound mind to understand the nature of our Earth, in so much that we can identify it as what we see it and be able to rectify it with some sort of a semblance of knowledge, right? It's not going to be just like leaving us out there like, babes in the woods. Like, he's going to give us a way to understand the nature of our Earth. At the same token, only so much to say that we can identify it as what he's made it as, not what its constituent parts are derived from, and like the length of it and all that. That's far beyond the comprehension of any human. You know what I mean? Like, there's the nature of what he did and how he made the laws of our reality, and that's far beyond anyone's understandings. So we can only know what we know, right? And be able to tell people what we know based on our common experience. Is this making sense? Like, it's been my position to always have, like, tell people about this, because I have the same sentiment,
Ultimately, it's about keeping an open mind, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, yeah, because every time we talk about the flat Earth, you've heard me say it. I've always said that the known territory is a horizontal plane, like as far as we know. I don't say anything beyond that.
Yeah, it's simply about not making a positive claim.
If we do like AI said, like AI Overlord said, we will not fall at the crisis that the heliocentric model have now. So they have now to create that idea of multiverse, because they created those assumptions about the unknown world, so the cosmos and those unknown places and the edge of the universe, and if the Earth is the center or not the center. So they created many assumptions that it led them to change their theories over the time. So from gravity, attraction between masses, so to the bending of the curvature of space-time, to adding materials to the world, unknown materials like dark matter, dark energy, now to create the idea of the multiverse, because they can't stand that their background, microwave background reading got that the Earth is in the center of their known universe. So they created the idea of multiverse. So if you followed what AI Overlord said, we will not fall in that trap. You will be always in what you know. You don't assume anything about the unknown, so no one will debunk your ideas because they are not founded. You don't have anything to defend them, so you will create something, a new explanation, a new excuse to defend that.
Right, that's a fair point, but for the Glovers out there who didn't understand that, because some Glovers come in here and say, oh, the reason why you don't make claims is because you don't want to be debunked. It's the reason why we don't make claims about things we don't know about is because we don't know about them. That's why. Not because we just want to stop ourselves from being debunked because we're afraid of being debunked like you Glovers are. It's like, dude, if I don't know about the fundamental nature of certain things, why should I make definitive claims that I do? Like, that's just stupid.
Let me highlight an example. So we all see the effect of what everybody understands, what the word gravity, when somebody says that, right? We see the effect. Everybody sees that. You can drop something in the medium of air, it falls to the ground. We all see that. How does that law function in a perspective of understanding the causal nature of that? That's unknown, right? You would say that like I would. It's unknown. So if that's true, then everything AI said is also true. Because then the creator made something that nobody can know how it operates to then therefore say that it can't operate in a specific way by putting water on a ball. Do you get what I mean now? There's this idea of a causal mechanism trying to be defined by our common experience, and then, fumbling around like, 3-year-old kids that are trying to learn about like quantum physics or something. You know what I mean? It's just, you're not going to get there.
Well, there has been examples of flat earthers who had this philosophy, which is falsification of somebody's idea doesn't mean you have to replace their idea. Falsification is independent of having an alternative idea, right? You can just falsify somebody's claim. It's perfectly fine. And so they went from that sentiment to this sentiment, which is, I feel obligated to give people answers for the answers and stories that the globe side had for certain phenomena. So now I have to come up with something to tell them about how gravity works, how this works, how that works. It's like, why? Why is that your responsibility now? Why is it your responsibility? Here's why. If you feel this urgent sense of responsibility to replace just so stories for someone, the odds are that you're going to replace that with another just so story rather than the truth. And that is why you should always have the humble attitude of, I don't know. So, for example, well, if the Earth's not a globe, then what is it? I don't know. Why make some stupid story up?
Want to hear something funny? I use I don't know at work, even when I do know the answer, so they got to go find somebody else to do it.
Excellent idea, brother. So wait a minute. Are you trying to say that I do know and I'm holding out on you?
No. I'm just saying I always say, I go like this. Oh, I don't know. Like that.
Yeah, here's my challenge. Next time someone asks you to speculate on something after you just proved their claim wrong, and they just stick to your guns and say, I don't know. And then if they say, well, then how could you just prove my point if you don't have an alternative? You'd be like, I don't know any alternatives. I just know yours is wrong. Also, when they clip this out, because our friends over in 24/7, who watch and clip out our combos, it'll probably be titled. Feel free to share it with Neil from FED so he can get butthurt about it, and then go out and tell everyone that I'm a Glober now, because they can't even think for themselves to realize that I'm actually just putting out logical arguments that really don't actually have conclusions, because the conclusion of all of what I just said, who can tell me the conclusion of all of what I just said? Anybody? 3 words. 3 simple, humble words.
I'll wait till somebody else says it.
I don't know.
I don't know. There you go.
No, I'm just playing.
Let me see if I can give and you gave a great analogy, you gave a great explanation, but for anybody that's listening that still doesn't understand it, if they're a Glober, like, oh no, you got to have a replacement. No, if I tell you to hand me a red crayon and you hand me a blue one, and I say that one's not red, and then you're like, well, that's the only one I have. Well, what else could it be? I don't know.
Yeah, you don't give them you don't say, oh, that you're right, that one's not red. Here's a purple crayon, but it's red. Right? I mean, why would you do that?
Because you don't want to hurt their feelings and you want to help them like understand what you're saying. So you'll admit that the purple crayon is actually red.
Well, there's another sentiment from a famous flat earther that they're happy that all the stories have been taken away about reality, because now it's an age of wonder and new surprises on the horizons, so to speak. There'll be new discoveries. There'll be new things to learn. You won't have to hear about endless drivel about, stupid space stories about something happening a trillion miles away that nobody cares about, and it's never going to affect their life in any way, shape, or form. But they can actually focus on the wonder of what's here, what we actually have available to us.
Yeah, it's just they stick on the title. The title says it all. Even what you have to follow, which is flat Earth. We are talking about the surface. We are not claiming any shape. It means that we are agnostic about what is over the known Earth surface to us. So you stick to that. You don't talk about the sky. You don't know what is the sky. What are those stars? Who are those stars? You don't even know what are those things.
Yeah, I like how you said that. Who are the stars?
Yeah, who are the stars?
Yeah, you don't even know whether the stars are sentient entities or not.
I know. Can you debunk the claim that Apollo is the sun, is a guy on the chariot and something like that, and have superpowers, and can appear like that to you? Oh, do you? Can you? Oh, you can't, because you never verified what the sun is.
Hey, you know what's interesting, bro? Here's what's interesting. A lot of people in the world, in fact, the majority of people in the world adhere to the great religions of the world, in the billions. And in their scriptures, it says things, and in their traditions, it says things about the nature of the cosmos. Some of them, it says that the realm of earth is given to man, but the realm of the heavens is for God. So there's already a separation there. And then it says in other places that the stars were disobedient. Well, how could they be disobedient if they don't have sentient agency? And then in other places it says that the stars will fall to the earth. Well, how could that happen? And et cetera, it goes on and on. But they claim that this is the scripture from the creator of the world they live in. But then when a quote-unquote scientist comes along and says, no, a star is not a sentient agent, it's actually just a burning ball of gas, they just lap it up like it's the gospel truth without even thinking twice because some scientist mook in a lab coat said so.
Yeah, I lived that, and I talked about that with the Muslims because in their scriptures it say the same thing, that the stars are like that. They will fall to the earth, and kind of things like that. But they don't follow the scripture, but they follow what they are told from the so-called scientists, not scientists in reality.
How could they? Yeah, how could they fall to the earth if they're billions of light years away?
And bigger than the Earth, and would incinerate the Earth as soon as they landed on the ground.
Yeah, Betelgeuse is like what, a million gajillion times bigger than our sun. So crazy.
Wait, did you say Beetlejuice?
Yep, Beetlejuice.
VY Canis Majoris is 1.8 quintillion times bigger than the sun.
There you go.
Oh yeah. So a lot of people will never touch Canis Majoris. Of course, they'll never touch Labia Majoris either.
Yeah, and you don't know if it is the thing that you just know the name, its name, what it is, and if it is those dimensions that they are telling us, of or if it is just an inanimated matter, not a sentient, like you said earlier. Yeah, you don't know. No one knows. You can't know.
If you want to see smoke come out of their ears, tell them that they don't know that the light on the moon is actually reflected sunlight. Like they can't know that. What you'll see, they'll be spinning around. What do you mean it's not reflected sunlight?
Yeah. You don't know that.
Yeah, prove it.
Or like an ambulance light. You know that ambulance light with that cover that spin inside the lamp, and that light will spin over and over. If you make that ambulance lamp like spherical, like the moon, and the same mechanism inside, you will have moon phases.
Well, they were actually telling me too. They were like, well, so you're saying that it has its own light? I'm like, no, I didn't say that either.
Yeah,
never said that. I'm just saying you need to prove how you know it's sunlight being reflected on the moon.
Are you better?
Crazy times, crazy times.
When someone come when we were in the other server, politics and religion, whenever someone come to us and claim that he is agnostic about the shape of the earth, I just say that we are also agnostic about the shape of the earth, and we are the first agnostics people about the shape. I'm not claiming any shape.
What about Earth shape? Earth shaped. Gotcha. I said, what about Earth shaped?
That's a good shape, bro. The problem is that a lot of women in the United States, because of the malnutrition and overabundance, are Earth-shaped.
That's hilarious. It's true and hilarious. And sad at the same time.
So you know how tourists, when they come to a country they've never been to before and they've only ever seen on television or in stories, and of course you got to consider that other countries have their own television networks. They're not necessarily broadcasting American shows. And so they're like, oh, I'm going to go to the United States and check it out. So I had some college, when I was in college, I had some college friends that were from Germany and Austria. And the one chick, she was very into tourism and she would go around and take pictures of everything. But one of the interesting things that she would always take pictures of was fat chicks. The reason? Because she was just blown away by how obese our nation is, especially the women. She was just like mesmerizing to her. She's like, I have to document this. I have to tell people at home. They were also, and they're not living in poor countries either, but they were flabbergasted about our grocery stores. Like they went to one of our super Walmart grocery stores. You're just like walking down aisles where it's all the same product, and they're just like, "What the heck? This whole aisle is one product?" Like, yeah, that's how we do it here. Somebody's got to feed all these fat people.
Thank goodness for Snap.
But that's a good point. It's like just because you switched from one diet to the next doesn't mean you're healthy now. Okay, let's be clear. So just because you switch from globe to flat doesn't mean you have healthy thinking now. There's still thought processes in your mind that require exercise, that require fine tuning, that sometimes require to be starved for a little bit so that you're not being polluted by them. So you can look at them from the outside in and be like, you know what? That soda that I was drinking really did make me feel bad. You know what? That bad argument I was holding on to really did hurt my overall progress. So here's another good example. Here's another good example of when people weren't able to think straight about mixing and misunderstanding things. So there used to be a time back in the day where there were all these supersedery observations of globe geometry that were being presented to globers, saying, look, dude, you have a fixed geometry. This is clearly beyond the extent of the geometry you claim. So the Earth can't possibly be a globe the size you claim. So one of their knee-jerk reactions back then was the Earth is bigger. Maybe the Earth is bigger, because they didn't want to give up that it's a globe. They just wanted to believe that the Earth was bigger to solve that problem. But here's the problem. They wanted to claim the Earth was bigger, but then they wanted to maintain the same relationship of the celestials with the Earth. So in other words, the North and South Pole would still have the same phenomenon. The equator would now be on the middle of the bigger Earth, et cetera, et cetera. But see, the problem is that would just stretch the Earth out, and then it would also stretch everything else out, so you'd end up with the same proportions. But what would actually happen if you had a bigger radius Earth, cities wouldn't get farther apart, right? They'd still be the same distance away. So what you'd end up with is a bigger Earth, but where the known territory represents a smaller portion of the Earth. And that means that all the angular relationship to the celestials wouldn't be around a ball, they would be on the top of the ball. See the problem? Now, they still lost their whole paradigm, but they didn't realize that that was the consequences that they were making by appealing to a bigger Earth. I mean, at this stage, some people are better off just claiming that the Earth is a simulation. That way they can have it be a globe and flat simultaneously. That answers all the observations. That all observations are unique and instanced to the observer at the particular moment for the end use that the simulation designer wants it to be. And that could be a multimodal expression of geometries, time scales, energy scales, all those things, right? With non-local, effects like, how all these people claim that there's your particle's here, but another particle 1,000 miles away is being affected. All these different things could all fit together in some wibbly wobbly simulation. That could be a good coping mechanism.
Yeah, that will get them only so far, though. Hopefully somebody does take that bait.
So there is the three great positions. You got materialism, then you got idealism. Materialism is basically only matter exists, and then idealism is only mind exists, and then there's duality, which is both mind and matter exist. Right. And so some people lean towards idealism because without the strictures of laws or anything that apply to matter, you can then free yourself from any bounds by any physical laws. But even so, you could still have dualism and still have the mind be greater than the physical laws. So that doesn't necessarily exclude it. Now, interestingly enough, if you depending on your worldview, so for example, a lot of people are influenced by their religious worldview rather than just their whatever they're taught. So, for example, there were these ones called Gnostics, which was a Christian cult, and they were denying that. They were basically saying that the material world is evil, and so if your flesh body, your plate, your chair, they're all evil, and only the spirit world or the ideal world is not evil. And that's one view. Another view is that, well, the physical world is actually amoral, and it's actually only the decisions and actions of sentient agents that are actually evil. So in other words, evil really only exists in the ideal space, not in the physical space. Although, I mean, you could do an act of evil that's in the physical world, like killing someone, but the actual thing that's being deprived is really the ideal space. So the person is being deprived of their life and their body while you're doing an act against them. So it's really you that's doing it, not your body that's doing it. So there's all ways of looking at this. And at the end of the day, it all comes down to metaphysical, supernatural, and moral and existential claims, right? It's more about existence as who we are and why we're here and what we're doing here and what morals we have to uphold than it is really about the shape of the earth, The shape of our hearts is more important than the shape of the earth. So for AV's benefit, leaning towards idealism heavily, I wouldn't fully go that route because in the worldview that we both ascribe to, there's a claim that those who deny that Jesus came in the flesh, right, are the spirit of Antichrist. So to deny that flesh exists or to claim that flesh is evil would go against that scripture. right? And so according to my worldview, if the scripture comes from the boss of reality, and he said, if you deny that Jesus came in the flesh, meaning that there's a spirit world and a flesh world, and you're denying that duality, then you'd be wrong. And so I would defer to the guy who knows, which isn't me. Now, some may say, oh, that's stupid because Christianity is retarded. That's fine. If that's your worldview, go ahead. If you're internally consistent with your truth claims and your worldview, go for it.
Hello,
What's up?
I'm great. How about you?
We're just yakking. I'm about to eat some food, so I'm doing pretty good.
Go eat your lunch, man. We got some other people in there. We got Roots.
Welcome to the channel. Was that Mona?
Thank you. It's my first time trying to speak here.
Oh, so extra warm welcomes to you. Good to have you.
Thank you so much.
Are you aware of the topic of the room?
No, I'm not aware. Just I click on the conversation and I don't know what the topic.
Right. So this topic is flat Earth. Have you heard of this before? Flat Earth?
No. What does it
No?
mean? No. What it does mean?
So in this room, we discuss the nature of Earth. So it may shock you to hear this for the first time, but there is obviously people believe we live on a ball with a certain size and a certain radius. But actually, in reality, we don't have any evidence that we live on a ball. We have evidence that the only evidence that we see in nature is contrary to the claim that we live on this ball that they tell us that we live on of a certain size. So we're here to share information, answer any questions, just around that really. All the empirical evidence that exists in nature show us that the Earth isn't spinning and that the Earth isn't curving at this rate that they say the Earth is curving. It's supposed to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared, but we don't have any evidence for that. So what's your thoughts? Do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any question because I don't really get you.
So what is the Earth from your perspective? What is Earth?
Earth is the place where we live.
Yes.
Well, describe it for me.
How do you see it to be?
Yeah, you could say.
How do you experience
Mona,
it to be?
Mona, don't let them bully you. I love your answer. It's a beautiful answer. Earth is the place where we live. That's a true answer.
I agree. That is a great answer.
Hey, there's no bullying here. I just wanted to describe it.
I know. I'm just teasing because I just wanted to draw a contrast to her answer and how honest and sincere her answer is compared to the answers that we normally get. All right, go ahead.
I don't know if the Earth has another meaning. Tell me.
You're on point. That is exactly what it is. It's where we all live.
It is. But academia tells us that we live on a ball of a certain size, and that across the Earth we have a curvature rate where the Earth curves. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But would it shock you to learn that the curvature rate that they're telling us doesn't exist in nature, in our observations, in anybody's observations? We don't experience the Earth as this ball that curves, and the curvature rate, it's supposed to curve 8 inches per mile squared. We don't see this. We don't experience this. They also tell us the Earth is spinning, and we can't verify that either. What could this possibly mean, Mona? If there's no evidence that the Earth is spinning or curving, what could it mean to? What does that mean to you? If this is true?
So I'm going to leave because I'm not interested in this topic. I'm very sorry.
No, that's fine, Mona. That's fine. Well, have a great day, and if you ever want to think about this, come back.
Welcome, and with
Did you get her number? Did you get her number, bro?
I charm all the ladies. AI. That's just my
I felt
style.
the chemistry. I felt the chemistry.
Yeah, it's part of my skill set, dude.
I don't know. You got a pretty svelte, accentual voice there. I'm sure it charms some of the ladies.
I work in sales, bro. Not gonna lie.
Hey, wasn't there a song that says "Stand in the place where you live"? Oh man, that's a good song, by the way. Oh man, you guys want to get these lyrics? Dude, these lyrics are crazy, bro. Dude, this song is long, bro. Song by REM, "Stand in the Place Where You Live." Just read a little bit of the lyrics. Stand in the place where you live, now face north. Think about direction. Wonder why you haven't before. That is weird. Now stand in the place where you work, now face west. Think about the place where you live. Wonder why you haven't before. If you are confused, check with the sun. Carry a compass to help you along. Your feet are going to be on the ground. Your head is there to move you around. Wow. Your feet are going to be on the ground. Listen to reason. Season is calling. feet are going to be on the ground. Interesting.
Now that song's gonna be stuck in my head all day.
There's something wrong with the world today. I don't know what it is. Something wrong with our eyes. We're seeing things in a different way, and God knows it ain't His. It sure ain't no surprise. Oh. You're gonna put that song on, aren't you, Special K?
I was just looking it up.
Ну, у вас тут, ну что все молчат?
Welcome, Logan.
Okay.
Thank you for joining the discussion here. We're talking about the nature of our Earth with all new people that are joining.
I on that English.
Uh-oh.
Просто зашел, а тут тишина такая.
Yeah, but not on Tuesdays, man. We don't on Tuesdays. We only do that on Fridays.
А это криптомани?
Yeah.
То есть ты в курсе, шаришь, да?
Nah, he didn't come in today. But if you want to talk to him, he'll be here later.
I love cryptomani.
Yeah, you gotta. That's the wrong channel, man. We don't talk about cryptocurrency. But we do, but it's not all about that.
You do understand the crypto industry, right?
Yes.
Cool, at least that. So, do you trade it or just know everything about it?
Well, we know that Bitcoin just dipped down to 86,000 right now. I just got an alert. Holy smokes. We got a huge dip coming. Bitcoin just crashed to the floor.
Crash!
It's going to be a juicy dip, my friends.
But Fartcoin is up 20%.
Attention. Attention.
Jeez.
Myself. So I talk to you through a translator, and it just puts everything I say in Russian into English.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh, man. You know what this means, fellas? We're going to have some juicy fights over the week.
Yeah, hold on to your hat, Special K. That's one heck of a falling knife right there.
Oh.
Jeez, old man. Somebody just lost their shorts, the farm, everything. Feels like we're back in 2019, Special K.
Oh. Is there any crypto named Ice9?
Haven't heard of it.
I was just thinking about Ice9. So if you don't know what Ice9 is, I think it was from a story where this guy makes a molecule called Ice9 and it somehow like ruins everything. I don't know if it makes everything freeze or if it just destabilizes matter or something, but it's basically like, for lack of a better term, the way I can remember it was some kind of destructive substance that once it's released, it just consumes everything.
There actually is a crypto called Ice9, but it's AI, but it's dead, apparently.
If it's what he just said.
I know.
Well, that's why I was asking, because I'm always curious about it, because I just wonder if there's like some kind of underlying code that there's somebody who could just undo everybody's crypto.
Well, I mean, I know some people that are avid crypto Bitcoin maxis that are crying right now under pillow. But my Bitcoin.
Dude, crypto is such a scam right now. Don't you think?
Look at the freaking knife that's falling, bro. It's just like, whew, they went from like 93 to 86. Like, what the hell, dude?
Well, dude, I got a new crypto. It's guaranteed. If you join now, it's guaranteed to earn you somewhere between $0 and $1 trillion.
Sucker.
Some of the bros have been buying the dip for the last 4 weeks, dude, and like just bankrupting themselves. It's insane.
They got sucker punched, dude, right in the gullet, dude. Just Bitcoin's like, how you like me now, sucker? I'm telling you, man, they lost everything right now.
You know what will happen though? Once enough people are liquidated, the bull run will begin.
I know. We're waiting for the bottom, baby. I know it was coming. It's coming. What are you thinking, Special K? We're going to like what, 40, 50? Woohoo! Isn't that all to do with like the Epstein stuff that's going on? That's gonna be released. Dude, I heard some stuff about the president. Like, I was like, dang. Coworker was telling me about it.
Some people have already been indicted. A few deans of universities have stepped down.
Yep. Yes, sir. It's going down.
So, yeah, but what I really want to know is Nancy Pelosi's portfolio getting wealthier.
Oh, man.
You know that whole thing where some people, they only trade on Nancy Pelosi's trades?
Yeah, that's how you make a little scratch. She's the lowest of the low, the dirtiest of the dirtiest.
Yeah, rumor has it that if you join Nancy Watch's elite group at the Epsilon tier donation level, that you also get free nudes.
Ew. Who the hell would want that? No, thank you. I'm here for the trades. You can keep the feet pics.
Dude, I'm down for the complete upheaval of all these career politicians and these career bureaucrats. That's one key thing. Is like a lot of the politicians come and go, but the underlying bureaucracy of their offices stay. So they have people in like essentially tenure that have been screwing things over for everybody for decades.
Yeah, isn't the big boss indicted in all this, Sheepdog? That you know, like I think he's somewhere in the crosshairs, man. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Trump?
Yeah.
No, all they got on Trump is that he was blowing some. All they got on Trump is that he was blowing some dudes in a back corner.
Clinton.
That were all adults. Yeah, dude. Trump was blowing Clinton in the back room. You're right.
Oh, that's what I'm hearing. Dude at work, I was like, dude, come on, man. Come on. He's like, yeah, it's in the, what's it called? One of the files.
Well.
Yeah, one of the Epstein emails.
At least, can we all just agree? Can we all just agree that Chelsea Clinton is ugly? Can we just agree? Globers and flat earthers unite on a common cause that Chelsea Clinton is dog ugly.
This dude. You're way too savage for 11:30 in the morning. Or afternoon, midday. Yeah, people are stepping down.
Dude, I got this. Oh, go ahead.
No, people are stepping down. I heard what Sheepdog was hearing.
Preemptively?
So there's a lot of stuff that's going down, man. Like, and it's no wonder why the markets are as shaky as they are right now. People are yanking their dough and going somewhere else, bro.
Going where, dude?
Yeah, some unknown island where they can, well, you know.
Oh, you mean they're cashing out so they can take a payday before they get screwed? Okay, I get you now.
They're trying to get somewhere, man. They're like, okay. We try to wait till the very end.
They can go to Asgardia.
Yeah. If we see an uptick on their numbers, we'll know what happened. This is so dumb, dude. I hate this stuff. These guys have to be like crooked and all this other shit, dude. Like, just the way the game is, I guess.
Well, see, if I was in charge, I would have a division that actually pays mercenaries to train fathers to execute vengeance against their kidnapped children. So we'd basically have a militia force whose entire mission is to make sure that no kid is lost or unaccounted for. And they have basically license to kill everyone involved. So they could just like go up to an agency and just blast everyone. Be like, where's the kid?
Sounds like a Jason Statham movie, man.
Well, dude, it's like nobody fears fathers anymore. Like everybody has deferred to the government to take care of everything. And to be fair, part of that is like from media and stuff. It's like people are just trained. It's like, oh, you can't take quote unquote justice into your own hands, which in some ways is a respectable way of thinking, but not when it completely divorces any sense of justice at all. You know, there's got to be the people standing up to government saying, listen, you need to take this stuff seriously or you guys are out of here. Man.
I could just see the scene right now, man. There's taxi cabs getting suitcases thrown into, Ubers being called, flights being arranged.
Well, yeah, but little do they know that Trump was delaying the release of the files because he was hiring a whole bunch of people all over the place in public transit and stuff to actually rat out the fleers. So there's actually maybe a safety net that's going to catch a lot of the fleers. I'm just thinking hypothetically, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to. We'd all like to see accountability, but
well, that's what I would have done. You know, I would have set up this vast net to catch everyone before I pulled the trigger on the sauce, so that when they finally got scared and ran, they would just be running right into my net. And with a government, with a government agency and billions of dollars and all that, I probably could have achieved it, at least to some degree. Like some of these people that are helping people escape, they're helping multimillionaires escape, basically. And they themselves barely make any money compared to that multimillionaire. So basically, I'd be giving them the option, be like, hey, You're helping this rich ass dirtbag escape. How about you turn on them when they escape, and I'll give you 20% of their assets after I seize them, or something like that. You know?
Let me go poke my nose over there and heck, see what's going on. Something's going on.
Hello. Hello. I think I gotta go to. I think I got a meeting. Somebody here.
See you, dude. Welcome all newcomers. We got Razon 447. Welcome. Maybe not.
But yeah, just to kind of harp on what you were saying, AV, there's been a few indictments in a few different states. I think like Michigan has a couple of indictments going on. I don't know if New York has done anything yet. I don't think California's going to do it. California's going to be last, probably, just the way that system's all set up. There's a few states. I think Texas might even be one of them where there's some kind of indictment that went on, and so it'll be interesting to see how those go. I think I saw something saying that Peter Strzok and who was the old CIA director, Brennan, the old FBI director Comey. I think they're being brought in for something, but I think that those are all on federal, so they're probably in DC.
That's too crazy, man.
I mean, it'd be nice to see it all go down. I think the court system is too corrupt. Like, obviously, you can point to somebody and say, "Oh, you've committed a crime," but if the judge won't prosecute and there's no opposing prosecution, then is there ever even really a crime, right? Like, the crime only occurs once somebody's been convicted. Like, it's only cheating if you get caught, right?
It's crazy, bro.
But personally, I've been working a whole bunch, so I don't even know what's going on in the news right now. I know there's a lot of distraction. Just be careful. And then you got AI making videos now. You really got to be careful. There's a lot of people out there that share AI videos, and they're like, "Oh, look at this person doing this." It's like, it's not even real, man. Like, have you seen the video of the moms holding babies, and they're like, the babies are like 4 feet tall, and they're like 3 months old. They look like they weigh like 150 pounds.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos now that are doing it. They look real.
There's no woman out there that could hold a baby that big with one arm. I remember one person saying, "Look at all those people in the airport looking at that obese person laying on the ground that can't get up." Like, if you really watch the video, the suitcases of the people walking by are all like start acting real weird in the video and everything. AI video. Like, I'm sure you've probably seen the videos of the babies playing, and then something bad's about to happen, and then the dog saves the baby. It's an AI video. Yeah, I feel bad for the people who aren't awake right now. If you haven't woken up to the truth yet, it's going to be real hard moving forward. And as far as the whole Trump thing, I'm waiting to see what happens, what comes out, what doesn't. I think he's tied up in a bunch of stuff, but it's a matter of, like I said, who's going to prosecute him. I'm at work, y'all. Y'all have a good day. Hopefully I'll talk to y'all again soon.
See you, sheepdog. That's quite the interesting conversation earlier, huh, Roots?
Yeah, the conversation was interesting, mate. I liked it though. I think it's ultimately keeping everybody's mind open, stop people from thinking they know stuff they don't, right?
Well, we regulate that to like bad arguments that people have. Pouring water on a basketball or saying they can't feel the earth spin.
Sometimes you got to dust away the bad arguments. Read some stuff up.
Hold on, saying they can't feel the earth spin. Sorry, Ether.
I was just saying, if it sweeps away that easy, then it wasn't a strong argument to begin with. So it's a good thing.
Yeah. So you know the memes that they have, or they still have them out there but it shows like spinning at like, a merry-go-round. Then the next one's spinning like you got a carnival ride. And the third one is like spinning on the earth as a globe, and then everybody's sitting down like at a table, like eating and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's a really bad argument.
Right, but there's the argument that there's no motion to be detected on the Earth. Still
Yeah,
stands,
that's true.
right?
That's true. That you could feel it is not.
Oh, right, yeah.
In other
yeah.
words,
yeah, I'm with you now.
Your vestibular system is not able to like determine whether or not. It's just it's too bad. These are bad arguments.
Yeah, I've heard similar arguments with Coriolis as well, where the ones who know what they're talking about, they don't even claim. Like the helicopter argument, where if I raise a helicopter, I should be able to move location on the ball. That's a bad argument. It's not even what they claim.
Yeah, it doesn't match the claim as the other thing too. So the argument has to line up with the claim. So if you're saying, well, we can't feel motion on the Earth, were they saying that? That you could? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Yeah, but I still like the argument that, there's no experiment or way to detect any motion whatsoever. Because that's true, right?
Yeah, that is. And that's a standard too, because if there was motion detected, I guess, well, you gotta think about it like this. The real world observations always, like the common human experience would be that we make observations of the physical world. And we can say we observed something happening in the physical world and we want to test it. So what would we test in the case of the Earth in motion? What are we observing in the real world? Or actually in the physical world, like outside? You go outside, you make your observation. What are you noticing that there's motion that you want to test? That's the first step. You make your observation of the physical world, which is nature. Is it doing something? That's the question you're asking. Is it moving? Well, if it is, you see it or you think it's moving, then you can make a test. But if you make no observation of the Earth in motion somehow, then why would you test for it? There's no observation of the idea that you see something like that.
Yep. Stripping the argument right back.
Yep.
New Perspective likes to make an argument about runways. And I know he champions that as one of his main arguments. But I do sometimes, I don't cringe, but sometimes I'm like, you're saying too much here. Like, you're making too many assumptions that isn't even part of the more advanced understandings of the globe's perspective on Coriolis.
Yeah. Who is it? I think somebody, they gave an example. They're like, okay, so, you got a runway in an airplane, but you're trying to say that it's not possible for the airplane to land on the runway because the Earth would be spinning out of control and it would be just too wild and crazy. You know what I mean? And they have the examples where the Earth would be doing something underneath the airplane. And then you have the other argument where the Glober could say, well, it's just like if you imagine an airplane aligning itself to an aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier is in motion and the plane's trying to land on it, so it's compensating for that, and it's like trajectory, so it will be able to know how to navigate right on that runway while the ship is in motion. I know it's different with the Earth because you got different vectors of motion, but like this is just it's like a silly argument to have because you're in other words, you're already giving them something, and the something you're giving them is that okay, so on the one hand you're gonna say, okay, you tell me how you can propose that the earth is in motion, and also how the airplane lands on the moving runway. You know what I mean? So you're already giving them the idea that it could be possibly, they just need to prove it. But if you're saying it's never been observed, so you can't even posit the idea that it's in motion, so you have to go from a point of observation first. That's the first step. You can't just imagine, oh, I just imagine the earth's, no, you can't imagine it's in motion. You don't know what to think about. I mean, first of all, you wouldn't even think, it wouldn't even pop in your head unless somebody told you. So you make your real world observations. You see, look up in the physical world and see what you can see, and then from there you can make your test.
Yep. You need the data, right? You need the data. You need to know, the directions. You need to know, your latitude. You need to be able to actually provide that data. If you're going to make that claim, you need to give a specific example with the data to say, okay, well, this is your claim. This is the amount of deviation we should be experiencing. If not, you're just opening yourself up to them making excuses that you can't really rebut because you don't have the data.
That's correct. And that's a position we should have every time they come up with this information. It's like, you need to support the claim with the data. I've been saying that quite often lately. I think it doesn't matter. You can bring whatever evidence you think is evidence, put it forward. Now, that evidence is going to have data to back it up, because obviously people are saying that the earth is spinning, the earth is a certain size, whatever. But if you're saying both ships go over the horizon or whatever you're saying, then you just can't tell me, oh, I made the observation of a ship go over the curve. Okay, that's what you think. Where is the data to support that claim? If you don't have the data, I'm going to toss that evidence out, as in you can't use it, because there's nothing to go by. There's no way that you measured and tested and verified. It is a specific distance away from the observer, all that kind of stuff. You got to come with the data, man, if you actually want to make your point stand.
Yeah, I like it. This is the new standard. This is like the second or third day I've come in and everybody's trying to raise the standards. It seems like it's going to stick. I'm glad. It's good to hear.
Yeah, exactly that. Most of the time it's because of the bad arguments that were being put forward, and it was an easy win for us because there was really no rebuttal against what we were saying. But had we, or if we do get somebody that wants to dive into us giving information out, what are we going to posit to them if we are making the claim ourselves? And in some of the things that we were talking about earlier, nobody's ever challenged the claim. So if somebody did challenge it, what would you say? On the spot. Thank goodness it wasn't in a huge open forum where you weren't prepared and you were making these bad arguments and somebody was like, well, how did you get the data for that? You couldn't shout them down. You just have to address what they said. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That water on a ball is a good example because you're basically using a false equivalence fallacy to rebut the idea when there's far better arguments or ways you could put it, right?
Yeah. Yep, exactly. You see how you're seeing past what people's bad arguments are now? That's what I'm talking about, Roots. You're getting it now. That's
hello.
Being at this level means that you have a responsibility to understand the level of argument that you're putting forward. To be able to be scrutinized, of course. I mean, obviously, if they're going to scrutinize what you're saying, you're going to have to stand for it if you're positing something. Someone say something. Welcome to the room.
Someone said hello.
Thanks, man. Thank you a lot. Thanks.
Did you want to contribute to what we're saying, or are you just saying hello?
I'm just saying hello, man.
Okay. So yeah, it's just what we're going to be dealing with more is people trying to get on par with the way to present. It's difficult because a lot of people don't know that what they're doing wrong until you actually point it out to them. It's like, we would feel the Earth moving if it was actually moving in the speed that they say it was. That's a bad argument. I mean, and it's always been. It's just that for so far too long, flat earthers have been getting away with not making because there's, in other words, the Glober couldn't respond to like how that was derived, so the flat earther could say whatever they wanted to after that, because the Globe earther couldn't posit how it was derived. So because of that, the flat earther felt like, well, I'm just going to insert that if the Earth was moving that fast, I would feel it. The vestibular system in our inner ear would have picked it up. You get me?
Yeah. It comforts me though that I've only heard one or two people say it like that. I mean, the main guys, the main crew here don't do that. You know what I mean? Which is why I said to AI, you're not going to get the pushback from here. It's more the floating guys who come in occasionally. I think occasionally I've heard that argument, but it's not a regular argument. I think it's pretty tight over here in general. But I get we should over here. I like it. It's like it's now time to lead, right? It's like moving from debating to leading now. So I'm all for that. I think that's amazing.
Yeah. So the angle that we're moving forward towards is like starting to create content and like that. The debate stuff was what we did before to put our mark on this earth. With how we handle arguments, but now that we're able to assess critical thinking a lot sharper and faster, like I think it's going to be better for all those listening.
It was refreshing as well to be able to, with AI kind of talking in a speculative fashion to make his point. You know what I mean? Like, I do think there is room for speculation as long as it's understood that's what it is, or as long as it's used. He kind of reverse Uno'd his point here to say, look, flat earthers, we don't know certain things. You can't make these claims, and here's a bit of speculation as to why. So I like that because I don't know. I just think there is room for philosophy as long as it's understood that's what we're doing. So it was nice to hear that.
In other words, you're not breaking anything if you just say like what he said. Logically, it could be something outside of our purview because of the fact that we can only do so much as physical beings, like trying to interpret the physical world in a way that we can quantify it. So we can quantify it with the tools that we have. But what if the reality of the situation goes far beyond and exceeds our methodologies to be able to know what we're dealing with, So the limitations, are our value, our standard. That's our standard. Is our limitations. So we're using like a ruler, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is the type of way that we measure. This is the type of way we quantify. Outside of that, we wouldn't be able to. So in other words, it's up to the mind to think about, but that we're not, in other words, being empiricist, you can't go there. So like, maybe the earth is a really, really, really big ball. We can't go there because we're only allowed as much as we can interpret. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%, bro. And when you're dealing with the sky, there's so much room for interpretation. Because I don't know if you caught what Yoda put in the chat earlier about the lack of evidence of a GP to Polaris or the Southern Celestial Pole. I mean, he's been highlighting these things for a while, but it's been a bit rigid. Nobody's really entertaining it or maybe people don't understand, you know, what he's saying. But I just think there's so much space there, you know what I mean, to kind of open up potential philosophies of what it could be. At the same time, you don't want to make any claims, but at the same time, you don't want to close your mind off, you know what I mean? Because some of the stuff Yoda brings up about the GP argument, I mean, what could that mean? You know what I mean? It could mean several. I can think of 3 or 4 different options where, you know, it could either be infinite land, or it could be a reflective sky, an illusion in the, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many things.
You know what Necros actually enlightened me on? I was listening to him. He said we are the first agnostics about the shape of the Earth. The true agnostics for the shape of the Earth. We don't know what it is. You get me? Like, overall.
Yeah.
Overall.
Yeah. Challenging the assumption of flat earthers, right? Flat earthers are seen from the outside as non-agnostic, you know, like we know something, right?
Yep. Because within our known world, we could stand on the principles of measurements and such. That is how we navigate this earth. Like I was saying earlier, if the Creator endowed us with such abilities as to understand and be able to quantify things on this earth, then he did so with a limited range. It's not with a full scope of knowledge of like an Enochian perspective. He gave us more of a vantage point of being on the surface, understanding the reality that we have based on our physical limitations. And that can only be understood by what he's given us, not by what we can imagine having, you know? Like, let's say, I think the Earth is a bigger ball. Okay, well, how did I quantify that? Because as far as I know, it's flat and level on its surface and it's horizontal. I need to have something outside of my capabilities and abilities, technologically speaking, to be able to quantify that. And we just don't have that. There's not something better than what we already have now to quantify to the minutest level of like what reality is on its surface. So
yeah,
what we do
that really came across to me when AI said, you know, about multi-dimensions and realms, and I don't know, I can't remember exactly what he said, but it was like, I have assumptions, and those assumptions are based on, you know, without realizing it, it's based on this whole space-time realm idea. You know what I mean? And it's like, it may not be anything like that.
Exactly that. And it's only based on our limited abilities. So we can say with all assurance that what we understand is that the Earth is a horizontal plane. There's nothing wrong with that, because we can investigate this Earth as given the capabilities to us, endowed by the Creator who gave them to us. But there's nothing wrong with that. We can say, yeah, based on what we have, the thing's pretty dang flat, man. I mean, that's what we can test and verify, observe, all of it, on all accounts. Now, outside of that, who knows, brother? Yeah, you know what? Like that's
it's refreshing. Yeah, it's brilliant.
So you can always stand on the affirmative when you say the Earth is flat. Always. You can test, verify, and also falsify. You get in a jam whenever you start making like these definitive claims of like seeing something on the small scale, and then saying that it extrapolates out to the largest scale of the Earth.
Yeah, I just like to think, you know, let's not shut down the wonder. Let's not shut down the exploration side of this, because this topic can open your mind up. You don't want to then shut it down with, you know, limited empiricism and then start thinking, okay, this must mean this, that must mean that. You know, I think there is space for philosophy, there is space for wonder, but it should be built on a foundation of, you know, of truth, which is your empiricism. So yeah, it's just kind of blending the two and understanding what goes where.
Yeah, because you can only say, but you can only say what you know to somebody. You can't tell them what you don't know. That'd be absurd. Like, so then, like, philosophically speaking, is interpreted through the eyes of like maybe religious ideas or whatever, and that can't be put into a manifestation of the physical realm. Like, you can't say like, oh, you know, those twinkling lights up there are like are living entities. You can't prove that, so you don't know that. You know what I mean? So philosophy, somebody's hot mic. Yeah, so philosophy has a limitation to like what you can say as far as what you know, but the physical realm, you can actually quantify things in a way that we can't say what we know. Like you're gonna have to parse that out. You know what I mean?
100%. I'm thinking more of I think it was Yoda again or AI said, you know, try taking a 90 degree to a star. Do you know what I mean? And what like try and locate the actual positions of the star. It's impossible based on the limitations of what we have, right? So there's space there. There is space for philosophy, and that's the only thing relevant, you know, like to talk about, apart from, well, we don't know the actual positions of the star. So it's either the end of the conversation or the beginning of a speculation, right?
Yeah, I guess if you so choose, I think I don't know. I guess I choose the route of making sure that the person is firmly footed in a knowledge base that's like they have a solid foundation versus where they already were just always speculative. They don't really know anything. So you want to at least land them to where they can stand up and they can say, I know this and I know that. I just don't know that other thing. So you have to give them something. You can't just, you know, say, well, it's just we're only limited to this, but overall we have to think about it in the bigger picture. I think we should give people an idea that we're put here to understand the physical world to as much as we can. You know, and it seems like to us, the way we envision or the common experience is we're going to see the earth as the way the creator designed it, as a horizontal plane. And you know what I mean? We taking it outside of that.
There's levels to it. Yeah, there's levels to it. There's levels of understanding. And I think this is only relevant for, you know, more advanced conversations, really. But I just see so many people who are built that way, who just can't jive with the empiricism because they're just built for that wonder and that, you know what I mean? They just want to ask about what's beyond the ice wall and, you know, what's
at the edge, yeah.
What's the sky made of? You know what I mean? And it's like they need something. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's worth leaving the door open. But I think over the whole, yeah, you're right. It needs categorizing specifically.
Well, they've always said, like, show me the map of the earth. That's the first thing they come at us with. Just show me the map. Show me the map of the flat earth. I want to see a map of the flat earth. Do you guys have a map of the flat earth? Show me the map of the flat earth. Like, that's what they don't know how to stop. They just continuously say that over and over again, as if we're going to say, okay, you've asked about the 20th time. Here you go. Like, it's not going to work.
Yeah, but they think there's a working, actual, real map of the globe, right? So, you know what I mean? You're kind of dealing with someone who's probably got a whole bunch of assumptions to begin with. Like, I only recently, and I say recently, this year, really, really dawned on me that we actually have no real map, you know, even if it's in a globe projection. There is no way to validate the map. You know what I mean? Validating distances between cities is so subjective. It's impossible, right?
Welcome to the club, man. We have jackets. Let me go get your jacket.
It's honestly, bro, it's only this year it really started to click. Like, yeah, we give a depiction and the globe gives a depiction and flight routes work, but you know, longitude and latitude is based on the sky, right? So yeah, it just dawned on me this year.
I can hear Yoder saying amen back there. I hear you, Yoder.
It's listening to Yoda that I've started to realize that, to be honest. Yeah, he's done a good job helping me with that.
No, he caught a lot of flack for it, man. So I think he's still catching flack for it. He did say amen in the text. Crazy guy.
Yeah, we're listening, Yoda. It's going in. It's starting to land.
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. The dudes are falling out of their chairs, man. Their brains are smoking, everything. I mean, you get the whole nine, dude, when they come in there. It's a conversation overload for their mind. They don't know what it means. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, we navigate with this coordinate system, therefore the Earth is what we're navigating with it as. Duh. It's like, duh. I mean, that's the position, isn't it? We're using the system to navigate in a plane. We're getting from point A to point B. So obviously that system is verifying that the Earth is what we're using the system for it as. It's a globe. Duh. Exactly. This is why, I mean, this fires me up, man. To have conversations with people in the know about, cartography and all that. Like, I think, dude, what a conversation this would be if we. Do you get what I mean? Like, actually sit down with people that actually mean something in in that world. In the field of geodesy, like, I don't know, who would we speak to? Like, we'd have to get somebody that's at the top of the field, or at least close to the top, someone that actually knows what they're saying.
Probably never get them. They'd probably just run and hide. They know what's up.
It's so, like I was saying, Kingsley, I know you've been through this conversation, listening to us for quite some time, but we're taking it to the next level, man. Like, far beyond the level of just being a debate on internet chat rooms. This is going to go into discussions and sit downs with people and like serious conversations about this, seeing what people can actually extrapolate from their knowledge about this, about the whole topic, laying it all bare, for everyone.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Dude, I want to hear that answered. What you just said, I want to actually a little snippet. What you just said, Yoder, I would like to ask that question. That's, if not the most important question for that specific rule. It would have to apply. It would have to apply in all directions. It's mind melting, dude, this whole topic that we're talking about right now. It's exciting, really, if you think about it. It's really exciting. Exciting times, man. I'm just glad I'm here to see it, see it happen. I mean, well, in the field of geodesy, like the people that actually are working in a, I mean, it would have to be somebody that deals with technology that the, like planes use or whatever kind of aircraft that would utilize technology. Like it would have to be somebody that deals directly with that sort of information. It would have to be, because they would be in the know. They would be like the one putting the information in there for operational purposes. And then you get, the aircraft doing what it does based on this information, which is vital for the aircraft. I don't know. It's just, that's why I think, I don't know, certain Globers, they can't handle, like the old tired, like anti-flat earthers. They're not the ones who I'd want to take this to. I'll be honest with you. I would not want to take this to an old tired anti-flat earther. Just to be covered with a bunch of nuts and, a bunch of ad homs. Like, I'm tired of that. I want some answers, one way or the other. We have to have an answer one way or the other.
How are you planning on getting these guys in positions like that? You guys have any idea?
There's avenues, I'm pretty sure. There's ways to do it. I mean, the right way, channels that you can go through. Maybe somebody knows somebody that can probably bypass some of the red tape. Within the group, there's people that know other people that know other people. You know what I mean? It could happen. It could work. Something could go down. We just need to know. We need to have a plan in which way we want to execute the plan.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
I just signed on, but I heard half that. So are you wanting to try to get answers from the academicians?
Yeah, the people that are held accountable for the technology that operates on the craft that the people use every day. The airliners that are using this information, military craft, like whatever it is. And I'm not going so far as to going into let's bust down the doors of the information that we can't get to. I don't care about that. I want to know how that information was derived in a way that's applicable for that airplane to get from point A to point B based on just raw data. Just raw data. Just give me what the information you got as to how you're plotting that course, or at least the system by which it's going to use so it can navigate with. Show me that stuff. I want the rock bottom raw data. I don't want the already supposed globe and the models and all that. I want to know how it was derived. Go from there. Or is everybody just working off the back of these models? How far back does that onion peel back to? When you get to the core, what are you going to find?
So I suspect you're probably going to track back to a set of formulas that somebody put together, say, in 1945, where there's probably some calculation somewhere that says, okay, when you measure this far, you use this multiplier, and then you know that this is the curvature of the Earth. So then we can do these other things, and then at the end of it, we'll then divide it by a coefficient or multiply it. I'm sorry, if we we multiplied at the beginning, and then so at the end, then we'll divide it by this coefficient of efficiency, and then that'll divide out the number they put in at the beginning of it. So I would be willing to bet any amount of money that that's what you would find. And so where I would probably start with this is I wouldn't start at, say, the current generation of technology. I would just, I might try to look back into the avionics designs of the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and probably a lot of that is public. So where I'm going with that is you can probably find the answers right there, and instead of, say, starting from scratch, nobody ever started from scratch, I would strongly hypothesize that they just kept building on and on and on. And so at the beginning of it, somebody just made a formula, then later on they added how to divide that out, and then there you are. The problem will be is the people who design those systems and work with those systems, two things are going to happen. One is they're probably looking for every shortcut, so they don't have to start from scratch. They can just add on and add on and add on. And then number two, I think you'll strongly find is you'll never get those people to talk. But there's got to be a way to get around that.
That's my mindset right now. Right now, what you said, Barrington, is what I'm thinking. It doesn't need to be like, let's go bust open those contracts and see what's behind that proprietary tech. I want to talk to somebody that actually is in the know, that can talk more practical about it. I want to hear the practicality of it.
So I wonder if we find, like I say, I bet if we did some digging, we can find a evolution of the various things that they've added on. The one step, then these people added on this, and then somebody else took that and then added on that, and then those other people took this here and then added on to that. So I would bet you if you would go a few steps back, you might find some open doors. Especially what you'd really be looking for is the people who, they're in their 60s, maybe even 70s, who have sinecures at various companies. Maybe they made the company millions of dollars back in the 90s and never going anywhere, and they love to jabber and talk. So if I were going to go out and start looking for people to talk to, that's who I would try to find. Like I say, I'd dig around on LinkedIn and try to find somebody and connect with them. And I bet they'd spill a lot more beans than you might expect.
I think one problem, I agree with that, but I think one problem would be those people from the 60s and 70s are probably also NASA fanatics, and the Apollo missions where they were fully supportive and loved every bit of it, and would probably hate what we had to ask of them.
So then we pretend that that's what we are as well. So we pretend, reach out to them, like you can almost make sure your LinkedIn profile has a bunch of NASA stuff and this and that.
That would be the way to do it for sure.
I would think if we could LARP as anti-flat earthers with YouTube channels, you might even be surprised at how many of those people would just start frothing at the mouth to talk to you because, you know, yeah, we need to shut these flat earthers up once and forever.
Right, like how Dr. Shiva is now buddies with McToon.
Yeah. You know, if you did that sort of thing, right? Hey, look, I just want some kind of deep background information for the show that I'm putting together. And, you know, it'd really help me out if I could just kind of understand a couple things. I'm going to tell you what they're telling me, and I don't agree with any of it, but this is what they're telling me. I just wondered if you might be able to help me out a little bit so I could kind of put them in their place.
An excellent example.
I kind of feel like I want to come at this with a more intellectually honest and keep the integrity of like what we're doing as far as like moving forward, so that there's no misstep. But you know, I get what you guys are saying, but I don't know. I just don't want to come off as sounding like some kind of person who's had to fool them into telling me, like, if they're not going to be forthcoming with that information, I want to know that up front. You know what I mean? Like somebody who's just withholding that for some reason. Let the world know that they're doing that, like they're withholding it. And, you know, I would ask relevant questions like, you know, for what purpose is it going to be that you guys don't want to let us know the practical information, not the secret reasons why you know, don't want to have to be spying over China or whatever. Like, well, no, I don't care about that. I want to know the reasons why it's an actual sphere, as in you proclaim it to be, with the technology that you put the data that's installed in these systems. Like, you know, like questions like that strike to the heart of the matter without having to go to the layers of tech that they're going to talk about. Just the practical way, you know, like why would they install a system that uses this coordinate system?
Yeah, and where I would go with that is I just think that if you come with an honest approach, the reality is they're just going to put I wish I could give you a good answer to that, but that's not in my wheelhouse. You know,
what if we set up a sit down with someone that will be allowing us to have that conversation? That's what I'm saying. So beforehand, before we engage, we'd have already an agreement that we're going to have, you know, some disclosure is going to happen, you know, without it being like stepping on any kind of like, you know, information that we don't need to know. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the angle that I'm going for there.
You know, I think it's going to be a lot like Mark Sargent's experience, where early on, like maybe on his first or second show, he got invited to have a debate with some sort of academician who then they said, okay, great, we've got it all worked out. Now, he just wants to make sure that this is within his wheelhouse, so he'd like a summary of what all you want to talk about. And then so Mark Sargent put the summary together. You know, mind you, he was invited by some third party for this. And then Mark Sargent wrote down some things, and then the person bowed out and said, well, that's not in my specialty. None of that's in my specialty. So I really think that the more we try to do that, the more they're going to wiggle out of, this is not in my specialty. Because even if you're talking about a mainstream academic topic, they're trained pretty much to do that. Like if they just don't want to talk about something, well, gosh, you know, it's not my area specialty. And they use that as kind of a general catch-all, go back ye from whence thou came kind of statement.
Yeah, I just don't want to compromise our integrity and, you know, to gain some knowledge that we would want to know. Just because we want to know doesn't mean that we have to be dishonest like them. You know, two wrongs don't make a right, essentially. So I don't want to have to do that. Like that doesn't that's not what we represent. If we're representing truth, honesty, integrity, and then going around and pretending to be somebody that we're not, that's not us. That's not 24/7. 24/7 doesn't. I don't know, man. Like from what I gather when I talk to everybody in here, I don't think that's what they would want. Somebody that's dishonest or, jump on like somebody walking in a hallway and scare them and like, hey, by the way, can I speak to you real quick? Like that. Not either. Like that stuff is what we see on TV.
Yeah.
Put your hand on the Bible and swear you walked on the moon, and he gets, a right hook. Like that's baloney, dude. Like that shouldn't go down like that.
No, and I don't like Bart Sabrell. Don't get me wrong. I think that whole thing was asinine, and if that wasn't just 100% staged and scripted, he deserved that right hook. There's no doubt about it. And he deserved that kick in the ass, too, he got from the other one. But having said that, where I guess I'm going with this is that you're going to have to come at this from some angle other than the topic of the Earth being flat or a ball, because they're going to always shy away from that conversation. So you're going to have to tackle this from some other angle. The only question is what angle do you want to try? And so at the end of it, that's what you have to decide is what's that angle? Is what angle would you be comfortable with? Because if you ask them straight up, they're just going to tell you, well, that's not really in my wheelhouse. I know the Earth's a globe. I don't have time for this. But
these type of things would have to be like the questions and all that. And of course, what we'd want to ask the individual, that everything would have to be done in a committee with the oversight as to like what's going to be proposed. So it would be meticulous. It wouldn't be just like, hey, we'll just send Avi over there and he'll fly by the seat of his pants, like asking him questions. Like that's not how it's going to go down. Like if it's going to be done right, it'll be done where these questions are already like formulated and everybody knows what's at stake when you sit down. It ain't going to be like some surprise questions. You know what I'm saying? Just straight across the board, agree to sit down, agree to talk, agree to give disclosure, and nothing to where it's compromising any agency or individual, Just straight up. Because I think we're at that stage already. We don't need to be shying away from that anymore, pretending not to be who we say we are. Like that whole era is over with now.
so regardless, here's going to be the key to it is these people avoid this topic. They avoid it like the plague. So the question is how do you get such people who avoid the topic like the plague to pick it up?
Well, I guess it's all in delivery. I've heard of this saying before. It's not in what you say, it's in how you say it. And that's a true statement. It's not in what you say, it's in how you say it. You could ask anything you want. It just depends on the delivery.
I think you're going to also have to find more people like Robert Bennett that are like, I'm retired. I have nothing to lose now.
Well, I mean, maybe, but we also are looking for someone that's actually going to put some meat on the bone for, how we understand the nature of the Earth based on, travel. The systems that are being utilized. Like, there's going to be some relevant questions. Like I said, like, I'm just saying this right now, as far as like what I think in my head. But of course, when it comes to like a a group's proposal, that's going to be different. The questions are going to look different. So I'm just saying this right now is what I'm telling you. How what it's going to look like if it actually manifests at all, that would be something for later, you know?
So I would add in that what you would have to do is you'd have to aim small. So for instance, it would be hard to bring down modern psychology, but yet there's one lady that did that very well, and she did it by debunking the Stanley Milgram experiment. And that put psychology in a bit of a tailspin, which of course they found their way through.
Guys,
the question that you would probably have to go in and ask,
pussy juice. Who like pussy juice? Guys, who like?
Okay, so what you would have to do, I think, is you'd have to go in and want to talk about a specific study, like take the distance of the sun to the Earth. And you would want to go find people and talk about that specific study as an example. So, if you want to talk about avionics, I wonder what we could find on JSTOR that's not like completely modern, not like completely contemporaneous, but maybe 10 years ago or 15 years ago. We could find somebody wrote on avionics and say, hey, look, I'd like to come talk about this paper. And then you could fill in as much back information with them and say, here's exactly what I'd like to know. And I think that's what you'd have to get, because academic types especially, they prefer small measured questions. They don't typically like big grand questions. They prefer something that's kind of small and narrowed down. So my suggestion would be it's certainly possible, but you've got to attack it from a specific vantage point. Roots, you say you like the Earth research team. So I would try to make it something like the Cosmological Literary Society or something like that. Something that's pure word salad, but feels like $50, but yet accurately describes what we're trying to do. But I think you're onto something, AV. I truly do. I think I wouldn't be wasting my time thinking about it if I didn't think you were truly onto something.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in the end, when it all said and done, we'd probably have something really nice to hand. If this is ever going to manifest, if it ever does, then yeah, we'd have something that's really nice for the public and everyone involved. Welcome, everybody. We got T-Dub in the house. What's up, T-Dub? Must be morning for you over there, huh? Probably making some brekkie. Got Rayleigh Criterion in the house. What's up, guys? Lucas joining us again. What's up, Lilu?
Is the Earth still flat?
No. Three AI Atlas just came by and a green alien popped out of there and told us that he saw it from light years away. He's like, yeah, it's not flat.
He showed us legit photos.
Yeah,
They
man.
got us a new fuzzy photo of the 3i Atlas.
Really? Did it show the windows where the aliens are looking out of?
Not yet.
And they're pointing at the camera. So crazy, dude. I swear.
For me, when I found out all that stuff was like, a lie, it was such a weight lifted off my shoulders. I think that always just stands out to me as one of the biggest things that has changed my life in finding flat Earth.
You're not worried that ET is going to come over here and take over this joint?
Get butt raped. Just everything in general, like, you know, comets, aliens, space cows, whatever else there is. They could kill the big bad dinosaurs, just think of what it would do to us.
Hey, what's up, Brahim? MTF Wiz, I've seen you in the channel. I don't think I've heard you speak. Do you have a mic, bro? MTF Wiz. Same with Miguel. I don't think I've heard you speak either. I could be mistaken. Stark as well, I can see you're a Flood Earther. I don't think I've spoken to you. What's up, bro?
years since our country began its broad, long-range program of space exploration. Since 1958, when NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, was established, we've successfully launched scores of spacecraft. Today, it's no longer a question of what can we do in space, but what we want to do. And for many people, the biggest question of all is, why do we want to explore space? What are we getting for the millions we've already spent? And what can we expect from the billions we plan to spend? Much of this questioning of the practical value of space exploration stems from the fact that most of our space activities are primarily concerned with gathering scientific information which often appears meaningless to the layman and seems to have little immediate practical value. The S-15, our gamma-ray astronomy satellite, is a good example of this kind of space experiment. This satellite, while it looks like an old-time street lamp, is actually a miniature observatory equipped with a powerful telescope to detect high-energy gamma rays from cosmic sources. Gamma radiation, which is produced by nuclear activity, has a special interest for scientists because they think it can be the key to valuable new information about the forces and elements that make up the universe. It was the investigation of phenomena such as this in
What was that? Sorry, Spacer?
I had to mute that guy, but if the oceans are flat, the earth is flat. Don't give any prejudiced bias.
You're a cunt.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the input. We'll get back.
past that led to the development of electricity, radio, and more recently nuclear energy. To simplify and reduce the cost of launching experiments such as these, we recently developed the Scout. This four-stage launch vehicle is powered by solid propellants and gives us a small but highly flexible booster that we can use for a variety of space probes and actual missions. Apart from contributing to our general knowledge about the Earth and the universe around it, our scientific space experiments also give us the special knowledge and experience we must have to use space to improve our life on Earth, which is one of the primary objectives of our space program. In this area of practical applications, we've already made several spectacular achievements. One of these was Echo-1, a communications satellite experiment using a huge inflatable sphere to serve as a reflector for radio signals. The experiment called for the payload to be placed in a 1,000-mile Earth orbit. Here it would be separated from the third stage, and the sphere would be ejected and inflated. Radar tracking stations would observe and plot its course. Skirting the coast of South America, the satellite orbit would extend below the tip of Africa. And coming back over the South Pacific, it would cross between Australia and Asia, proceeding in a northeasterly direction above Wake, Midway, and Hawaii, and down from the North Pacific within range of the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratories tracking station at Goldstone, California. This station was to be one of the communications points. The Bell Telephone Laboratories at Homedale, New Jersey was to be the other. When the sphere reached an area of mutual visibility between these 2 points, they would attempt to communicate with each other by bouncing their signals off the satellite. Our first test in the summer of 1960 failed. But several months later, a second attempt was made.
On. Calibrating. On. Start tank. On. Burn your fuel vents. On. Minus 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Antigua has acquired. Azimuth within limits. Guidance corrected 1/2 degree in elevation. Trinidad has acquired.
Some 15 minutes after takeoff, Trinidad observed the inflation of the sphere. "35 minutes after takeoff, data from Cape Canaveral indicated that orbit had probably been achieved. Some 40 minutes later, Woomera in Australia reported visual sighting of the sphere with its photo tracking camera.
Satellite beacon coming up. Still coming up. Begin search pattern A. In on optics. I have the satellite. Here she is.
1 hour and 50 minutes after launching, JPL picked up the echo signals and began tracking the satellite visually.
Hello, Bill. Yeah, we've acquired the satellite and we're tracking it with our radar.
And a few minutes later, BTL was in contact with the satellite.
The angle tracking looks smooth on the television.
The experiment was a resounding success, and for the first time, a communications link had been established between two distant points on Earth using a man-made satellite. The practical implications of this success were enormous, for it meant that we had found a relatively simple and economical method of relieving our overcrowded communications lines and making the dream of global telephone and television communication a reality. Later tests proved that such satellites could also be used for teletype, facsimile, or even mail transmission. Today, in addition to developing larger and more rigid passive satellites similar to Echo 1, we are experimenting with active repeater satellites, which will be able to receive messages, amplify, and retransmit them. One communications company is so impressed with the commercial possibilities of this kind of communication that it has already begun to build its own experimental satellite system. We've also been very successful in using satellites to gather weather information. Since early 1960, we've launched 5 Tyros weather satellites. All of these satellites carried television cameras, picture storage tapes, and readout equipment, and electronic equipment to transmit the pictures to ground stations on command. Tyros 2 and 3 also carried infrared radiation equipment to measure the heat balance around the Earth. Orbiting about 400 miles above the Earth's surface, these satellites have been able to take pictures of the cloud cover over large areas of the Earth. They've sent back thousands of photographs, and with these, we've been able to reconstruct a weather picture of our country and a large part of the world. The success of our Tyros experiments has graphically demonstrated the great value of using satellites to study the mechanics of weather and improve our forecasting. For example, Tyros 3 located and televised pictures of 7 of the 8 hurricanes that struck the Atlantic coast during the 1961 season. It located Hurricane Esther 2 days before our weathercraft spotted the storm. But in addition to saving lives and reducing storm damage by supplying early warnings, this kind of advanced weather information also helps farmers select the best time for their planting and harvesting. And it may one day play an important role in helping us conserve our vital natural resources, such as land, water, and timber. But important as they are, achievements such as Echo and Tyros only show part of the practical side of our space exploration. For behind them are the important developments and discoveries that made them possible. And often these developments and discoveries have a great practical value of their own, apart from their contribution to our work in space. The solar cells, which cover most of our spacecraft and convert sunlight into energy to supply power for their equipment, are a good example of one of these developments. Already these cells are being used to furnish auxiliary power for communications lines, and they promise to have many other uses, such as a cheap and practical method of obtaining water to transform some of the desert regions of the world into productive land. Solar cells are products of solid-state physics, a relatively new area of science which has received most of its impetus from our space work. By producing revolutionary new semiconductors such as transistors, this remarkable new science has helped make micro-miniaturization possible, and in just a few years has transformed the electronics industry and created a multi-million-dollar industry of its own. And from these and related industries have come the fantastic data processing and computer equipment that we have today. Equipment which has become indispensable in almost every field of scientific research and business. These amazing machines make it possible to handle data and perform calculations in seconds, which only a few years ago would have required months or even years to do. NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center at Greenbelt, Maryland uses batteries of these machines to monitor and guide our space flights. This center is also the heart of the International Ground Communications Network, which tracks and directs the Earth-orbiting manned flights of Project Mercury. Project Mercury represents our first venture into manned spaceflight, and it gave us an opportunity to work on the many basic problems that had to be solved before we could safely send men into space. Problems such as determining man's capability in the space environment, studying the conditions he would encounter entering and leaving space, and selecting and training men to work under these conditions. Designing and building spacecraft that would safely carry men into space and back to Earth again. And developing boosters that would be capable of lifting such craft into space. It took us over 2 years to solve some of these problems, and in May of 1961, we were ready to test our solutions by sending a man into space. Alan Shepard was the astronaut on this critical test flight. This historic flight lasted only 15 minutes, but it proved that we could send a man into space and bring him back safely. And it also provided us with valuable information for our future space flights. Two months later, we sent a second man into space on a similar flight. This time, Virgil Grissom was the astronaut. Both of these suborbital flights prepared the way for the longer and more demanding Earth-orbiting flights, which were the primary objective of the Mercury project. In February of 1962, the stage was set for the first of these flights. John Glenn was the astronaut. The man and spacecraft and vehicle systems had been carefully checked and rechecked, and everything was working. This was the moment. And the attention of the entire world was focused on this flight.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Roger, the clock is operating. We're underway. Loud and clear. Roger, we're programming and roll okay. A little bumpy along about here. Roger. Stand by for 20 seconds. Roger. 2, 1, mark. Roger, backup clock is started.
The huge Atlas performed perfectly.
Seco. Lots of grades fired, okay.
A few minutes after liftoff, the rocket was separated and the spacecraft entered its programmed orbit.
Fine. Capsule is turning around. Oh, that view is tremendous. Roger, turnaround has started. Roger, capsule turning around, and I could see the booster during turnaround just a couple of 100 yards behind me. It was beautiful. Roger, 7. You have a go. At least 7 orbits. Roger, understand go for at least 7 orbits.
Over Africa, Glenn began to test his reactions to the eerie world of space.
Roger, this is Friendship 7. I can see the dark side coming up in the periscope back behind me at present time.
Soaring over the Indian Ocean, Glenn experienced his first nightfall in space.
The way the horizon looks is a very orange band just as the sun goes down. It extends way off either side, probably 45 degrees each side of the sun. Comes up into a lighter yellow, then a very deep blue, then a very light blue on up to the black of the sky.
Later, as he crossed the Pacific on his second orbit, he discovered his gyroscopes were wandering, and here again he was able to overcome the trouble by manual control. The fact that he was able to correct these dramatically points up one of the big advantages of manned spaceflight.
Coming off automatic in yaw, and yawing a little bit to the left to observe it. The flying with yaw handle pulled, controlling on manual yaw. Once again, I can see lightning flashes under me very clearly.
As the third orbit about the Earth is completed, the retro rockets fire, slowing down the spacecraft, and it begins its fiery descent through the Earth's atmosphere.
Roger. Retros are firing. Yeah, baby. Are they ever? It feels like I'm going back toward Hawaii. Don't do that. You're going to go East Coast. Main chute is on green. Chute is out in reef condition at 10,800 feet and beautiful chute. Chute looks good. On O2 emergency and the chute looks very good. Roger, what is your estimate on recovery time? Over. Estimate pickup now at 20 minutes. Over. Roger, understand 20 minutes to pickup. Landing bag is on green.
4 hours and 56 minutes after liftoff, after circling the Earth 3 times, the Mercury spacecraft landed in the Atlantic Recovery Area. This was not the first time a man had orbited the Earth.
3 times? What happened to 7?
The first time such a flight had been made openly, and the entire world shared in the triumph of John Glenn and the dedicated team that had made this flight possible. And apart from the enormous prestige and experience that our country had gained from this flight and from the flight of astronaut Carpenter, the entire world would also share in the benefits. For the volumes of technical information we had collected on these flights and the earlier ones would be made available to all scientists. The fact that a good deal of this was medical information measuring the physiological reactions and responses of the astronaut during the flight showed the important role that the life sciences were playing in this project. And it is in this area, which offers a vast new field of research for medicine and the other biological sciences, that our manned spaceflight promises its greatest practical benefits. In searching for ways to protect men from the hostile environment of space, these sciences are developing a broader and better understanding of the origin and basic nature of life. This research will eventually result in longer and healthier lives for everyone. Already, hospitals have shown an interest in the delicate sensors that were developed to record the astronauts' reactions during the tests. These sensors would enable nurses to keep continuous watch on the condition of their patients without disturbing them or even going near them. There's no doubt that these and many other developments and discoveries constantly being made by the life sciences in their space work will eventually find important practical applications in our daily lives. The X-15 project, which is another side of our manned flight program.
Sorry, I just paused it there because I can't believe that. I don't even know what to call it. What do you call that? Because are you telling me they had the ability, right, to make this extra sensitive equipment to monitor these astronauts' health, right? And that was the only inspiration for it? That sick people prior to this space exploration wasn't enough incentive to develop such things. Now they're interested. Now the medical industry's interested. After that, like, why didn't they? Okay, so these space explorers, right, develop this technology and don't say to the medical industry, "Oh, here, you guys have it first. Use that's." Like the sick people are more important than outer space. That's disgusting.
Is also providing valuable information for the life sciences. The idea behind this project was to develop a highly advanced aircraft that would combine and put to a test all our knowledge and skills in aerodynamics. The X-15 was designed to explore the flight problems encountered at very high speeds and at extremely high altitudes. It has been phenomenally successful in both of these areas.
3 minutes to drop.
The design performance goals were for a speed of about 4,000 miles per hour at an altitude of 50 miles.
Little launch light on. Launch light on. Master timing. Okay, Scotty, you ready? I'm ready when you are, buddy. Okay, here we go with the countdown.
Value of the X-15 is that it has served as a testing ground for many of our ideas in flight, and the technical information is sure to have a great influence on future design of our commercial aircraft. It has also proved that aircraft with certain modifications can operate well above the area of aerodynamic lift and at speeds many times that of our present aircraft. One of the most intriguing areas in our space exploration program is our plan to explore the moon and the planets in our solar system, and we've already begun to make the necessary preparations. Our first objective is the moon. The Ranger, which is designed to land an instrument package on the moon, is being used for our first explorations. It weighs about 750 pounds and is actually made up of 2 spacecraft. The main spacecraft, in addition to power, telemetry, and guidance and control equipment, will carry a television system to send back photographs of the moon's surface as it moves down on it. The second spacecraft, which will be ejected and actually land on the moon, will carry instruments to record lunar conditions and radio this data back to the Earth. Surveyor is another unmanned spacecraft that we shall use for lunar exploration. This spacecraft is designed for a soft landing on the moon, and it carries more delicate and elaborate instruments than the Ranger. Once the Surveyor lands, television cameras will begin scanning the surrounding terrain and examining the surface near the spacecraft, much the same way a man would if he were there. One of the cameras will even provide microscopic photos of the moon's surface directly under the spacecraft. After the television cameras have completed their survey, other instruments will go into operation. Instruments suspended on telescopic booms will record data away from the spacecraft. Even the lunar atmosphere will be analyzed. Drills will bore into the moon's surface and collect samples down to a depth of about 5 feet. The Surveyor carries its own laboratory to analyze these samples and transmit the results back to Earth. And since all these instruments can be separately controlled from Earth, any observation or analysis can be repeated if necessary. The Surveyor will function for anywhere from 1 to 3 months, and in that time we should be able to collect more information about the moon than man has gathered during the last 3,000 years. And this is the information we need to prepare for sending men to explore the moon. We have already begun building the huge vehicles that will be used for Project Apollo, our manned lunar exploration program. The primary objectives of this program are to send a crew of 3 astronauts to the vicinity of the moon and later land them on the moon and bring them back. The Saturn booster will be used for the first Apollo flights. Saturn is capable of carrying many tons into orbit around the Earth or to the moon and even beyond. It will soon be ready for use. It is the first heavy rocket we've built designed specifically for space exploration. The booster, or first stage of this vehicle, is made up of a cluster of 8 large rocket engines capable of delivering 1.5 million pounds of thrust, which is equivalent to about 32 million horsepower. Because it's too large to be moved by rail or highway, the Saturn had to be shipped to its Cape Canaveral launching site by barge. The launch complex with this huge vehicle is the largest of its kind and covers some 45 acres. The big gantry or service tower that will hold the rocket as it is being checked out is 310 feet high. The big Saturn booster has been successfully flight tested using dummy second and third stages filled with water to approximate their actual weight.
Now plug disconnected.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Ignition. All engines running. Thrust commit. Launch commit.
At this early stage, it's impossible to evaluate the new knowledge and experience that we shall acquire through our lunar explorations. But if we're looking for immediate practical benefits, we can find them all around us. A good part of the country has already felt the impact of this program in the form of contracts, salaries, and the general increase in business activity that they produce. And this is generally true of all our space exploration, for the vast sums we are spending are being spent right here on Earth and right here in our own country. Most of the money that we are spending for space exploration is being channeled through the various NASA installations and research centers throughout the country. Through them into the thousands of factories, plants, workshops, schools, and laboratories, eventually ending up in the pay envelopes of many individuals across the nation. When we add up all this, and when we consider the many practical benefits we have already gained, and the many more we can expect, it would seem the big question today should be not why are we exploring space, but how could we have ever believed that we could ignore this vast, limitless area with all its promises.
place, a hilltop in New Jersey. The setting, giant antennas like monstrous eyes and ears, straining, watching, waiting. Inside the control station, a team of specialists with ultra-sensitive electronic equipment, ready to probe the vast reaches of the sky. These men are waiting for the climax of a dramatic experiment they've been working on for many months in collaboration with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, an experiment known by its code name as Project Echo. Men like Luke Lowry here, Dick Klon, Bill Snell,
4166.
and Bill Jakes, project engineer, all scientists with the Bell Telephone Laboratories.
4167.
In a few minutes, if things go right, Holmdel will communicate by telephone in a brand new way, by routing the call through outer space to Goldstone, California, 2,300 miles away, where scientists of the Jet Propulsion Lab are waiting. This call will be bounced off a man-made satellite. If it works, it will be the first time voice has traveled from the Earth up to a man-made moon and back to Earth again. This is the satellite, a huge empty balloon, here shown while still in its hangar. The inflated balloon is 10 stories high.
Let's try this. Boom, get muted. There you go.
Plastic.
Hey, man.
Only half thick as the cellophane.
Let's try this. So you guys have been talking about can't do this, can't do that. You can't do it from the Earth because of observations. You can measure the Earth, and we have sufficient measurement methodologies such as lasers, etc.
Yeah.
Right? So Mr. Tatsumi or whoever you are, you keep alluding that this proposition can't be known whether the Earth is flat or not because you can't do it from the Earth's surface. Well, if that's true, then all the claims of the measurements of the curvature of the Earth can't possibly be true because you said it can't be known from the surface. That's a problem for your worldview. However, everybody knows water is flat and level. It's the gold standard of level throughout human antiquity. In fact, every society has water as the standard of level through all history. That being said, water covers 70% of the Earth. Right? So the physics of water, that it's flat and level at the surface. You say that flat and level is curved around a giant ball. Okay, very simple. You just measure a body of water. If it's curved, then it's curved. If it's flat, then it's flat. Now the problem is you can then extrapolate that physics around the Earth because we know water does everything the same everywhere it goes. It's not going to be one set of physics here and a different set of physics there. So you take a laser transit, which is a level laser. You set a target up 25 miles away over a body of water. You shoot the laser, it hits the target. That means you debunk the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. You can now extrapolate that across the surface, and that means that the entire surface of the water, known as sea level, right, is flat and level. So if 70% of the territory of the Earth is flat and level, then the Earth's flat. There you go. It's not that hard to actually figure that out. So I'm going to unmute you to see what you have to say about that. Go ahead.
No, I'm just, what I'm thinking about is the laser experiment. What was the result of it?
Yeah, there's more than one laser test. There's multiple. There's one at 25 miles. There's one at 35 miles. There's one at 21 miles. The result of all of them is that there's no giant hump of Earth curve blocking the laser from hitting the target. So by the same measurement methodology that we use when we level construction sites to see if there's humps, right, we get the difference from the laser to the ground. So if at one end, right, it's not different, and the other end, it's not different, then that means they're the same. That means they're at the same level. That means there's nothing blocking the laser. So if there's this giant hump of Earth curve, which by the way, at 25 miles, the laser should fly over the target almost 300 feet. Okay? Over 90 meters.
Yeah, I think this is really like way to prove that.
Yeah, so let me ask this, friend. Let me ask you, brother. Let me ask you. So if you hired me to build a floor in your house, and there was a giant hump in the middle, would you pay me? The answer is no, you wouldn't.
No.
You want your floor flat. So the methods that I'm going to use to make that floor flat is going to be called leveling, right? right? I'm going to level the floor. I'm going to use a bubble level. I might use a water level. I might use a laser level. And by the same token, I can extrapolate that out 25 miles using a very powerful laser and do essentially the same thing and find out that the water is indeed flat and not curved in the manner in which the globe religion claims. So religion is primarily belief without evidence at its core to some degree, and therefore the majority of people think the Earth is a globe because it's their religious belief. But when you go out and measure it with a laser, it's actually flat. So the facts of the matter is that it's flat, but you are correct that most people religiously believe the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I agree with you. I have to search about the laser experiment. I think it's a very good way to determine if it's really flat or not. Of course, that depends on the length that would be enough to see the curvature. But yeah,
dude, at 25 miles, the displacement is 90 meters or approximately 300 feet. Okay, that's plenty. We have technology that can tell you whether there's 300 feet missing or not. Okay, it's not that hard. It's not a mystery.
So all you see is flat. All you experience is flat. Do you agree?
all you see is flat and you experience is flat. Yes, I agree.
High five, thumbs up. Good job. Good job.
I don't think that's enough. That's not enough to.
Look, listen, I'm not saying it's enough, okay? I just want your brain, okay, to acknowledge the truth, all right? That's it. Now, where you go from there, so I'm telling you, you're going to reinterpret everything that you're experiencing to fit your religion and your beliefs, okay? But listen, you admitted that it looks flat and you experience flat only, that you don't see curvature. And don't experience spinning and any of that stuff. As long as your brain is admitting that is real, that's reality, then your decision is your own fault. Okay, so if you end up jumping over that cliff, well, have a nice day. You know, then take a parachute. You know what I'm saying? Might be. Don't be lazy. Go do your research, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Do you have the link to our Discord? Is our link available? Here, can we post it? We have a server. Yeah, we have a Discord server. Yeah, and we've got all the information like organized for you. Do you know 24/7? Let me try and get you a link. Yeah, yeah. Let me just grab you a link.
Thanks.
Yeah. I wonder if it's even in here. Yeah, I'll post it to you.
Okay.
Okay, can you see it? Failed to send. Can you accept my friend request? Yeah. Let me see. Let me post it in the room as well. I'll post it in the room for everyone.
Yeah, that would be good.
All right. Oh, what the hell? I don't have. Oh, it's blocked. I can't. I'm not a moderator. Sorry. Hey, man, can someone? Hey, can you accept my friend request so I can DM it? So I've DM'd it to you, but can you accept my friend request? Okay. Let me send it to you. Let me message.
Okay, thank you. I got to go to sleep now. Thank you, guys.
All right, man. Yeah, it's been nice talking to you, man. I'll see you again later. Okay, come over to the other server.
Yes,
Have a good one. Take care. And you know what? And I forgot to mention that it all comes from the Kabbalah. Damn. The only thing I wanted to tell you, and I forgot.
riding when sudden and creeps though with the fear of Alaska they be and the
It's the many organizations across the earth that have no connection to each other that are corroborating
How
the
do you
data
know
that corroborate
How do you know that?
because
ESA and JAXA and NASA and SpaceX and all those companies collaborate all the time, they claim.
because the
Russian Space Agency. Damn, the International Space Station is called the what? International Space Station.
Yeah, that's fine. But what I'm saying is all these organizations aren't like they get these pictures are coming from different organizations and stuff like that. And moreover, the data is corroborating. The data is corroborating like how the model
Data.
was
You said
seen.
you didn't provide any. You didn't give me any data that accompanies the imagery. That's just imagery. Where did it come from? Who published it? Who took the photo? What sort of camera lens was taken? At what altitude do they claim to be? Etc. Etc. Yeah, give us an example then.
Sure,
let's have a look at it. Let's analyze it.
I mean, would you really ever be convinced by any image I give you? So what would be the point of me giving an image?
We're going to evaluate how it can be authenticated and if it can be authenticated and what data accompanies it.
So what kind of data?
Well, here's an image that was taken by, you know, who, whatever. It's taken by NASA. Okay, yeah. Who specifically from NASA? What was the camera attached to? What sort of lens was it? What date?
What motivation do they have to make everyone believe the Earth is a different shape than it is?
Right, so is this a concession that it is just a belief? Like you just see an image that's claimed to, it has a NASA sticker on it and you're like, yep, good enough for me.
No, that's not a concession. I'm just asking you a question. I'm giving an internal critique.
Well, I don't know. What are you asking me exactly?
I'm saying what potential motivation do they have to give a wrong shape of the Earth to the public?
We haven't figured that out yet. You haven't given any example.
Wouldn't that be like a data point that's...
So you have to go into that before you've analysed the information, before you've evaluated... Right, okay, alright, cool.
What I said,
so let's do that first then. Let's figure it out.
What I'm saying is that if there's no reasonable explanation as to why they would be doing this, then the hypothesis that they are faking it.
Right, so I shouldn't look at this with a critical mind and evaluate anything or use any kind of analysis method for imagery presented to me, claimed to be of the Earth from a long distance away, right? Because there's no reason why somebody would do that and lie about it.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, then.
You didn't let
All
me
right,
finish.
so let's analyze it. Let's look at the information.
Keep interrupting me every time I speak, like pretty much like 80% of the time. What I'm saying is, if there's no potential reasonable explanation, and there's a lot of creative people in the flat Earth community, and so far I haven't seen any, like, as far as I've seen, any single reasonable explanation as to why they would be going through the effort of doing all this.
Well, maybe
right?
they're
And
not
if that's
lying,
the
because
case-
maybe the imagery is accompanied by data which specifies, hey, this was from this altitude using this type of camera lens, and
I think I'm just going to stop because I just told you to
we
not
can
interrupt me, and you interrupted me
we can then
again.
gain from that it wouldn't show curvature, and any visual type of curvature is a result of the lens of the camera, for instance.
I just told you to try and let me finish, and then you just interrupted me once again when I got to the exact same point.
Yeah, because I know where you're going with it.
Yeah, but why don't you give me the respect
You have to give an example, a specific example, and then we can say whether or not there has been any effort to deceive anyone. Because maybe they're not trying to deceive anyone. Maybe they're presenting the data and the information correctly, and other people are not analysing that data and information and just looking at the image and letting their imaginations run wild, and then coming in here and asking us, why would they lie? When they haven't actually lied.
Yeah,
I don't know yet. You haven't given me an example.
Again, like, all I asked for was to speak uninterrupted, and even if you've had this conversation many times before, that doesn't give you the right to not give me the respect of finishing what I was going to say.
2 solid minutes. I'd love to hear it. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, what I was just trying to say is that given the fact that there is no potential reasonable explanation given, it would give it's a strong critique, right? And it lowers the percentage or probability of the fact that there's some kind of mass collusion going on, or there's some kind of mass false data, or like being provided, right? If there's no potential reasonable explanation as to the purpose of this being done. And to address like things like what's being said in the chat, like, oh, globe, because why would they lie? No, my argument wasn't why would they lie, therefore it's a globe. That wasn't my argument. My argument was that given the fact that there's no potential reasonable explanation provided, it lowers the probability of it being the case, right? And given how like easy it is to come up with something, and yet still nothing has been came up with, like, makes it extremely low.
I don't mean to interrupt your 2 minutes. Can I be a little bit more clear?
No, it's okay. I'm done. You can go ahead, please. Go ahead. I'm done. Thank
Can
you
you be
for
more
listening.
specific in what your claim is all? I kind of missed exactly what you were claiming.
Basically, I'm saying is like, because the claim is that, oh, like these organizations, because we were talking about satellites, right? It's like you have a lot of satellite data and images of the shape of the Earth, and I was just saying, like, because you're saying, oh, why do you trust them, etc. I'm saying there's different organizations across the Earth, and they're all independent organizations coming up with the same data, which corroborates the same kind of measurements and calculations and claims from history, right? And there's no potential reasonable explanation as to why they would fake all this. Like, why would NASA and SpaceX, or whoever it is from Russian space, whatever, why would they make everyone believe the Earth is a globe? What do they have to gain?
So
And
let's see an example.
And if there's no explanation given, then the probability
This
that
is a
they are doing
hypothetical.
so, if there's no explanation
This
given,
is a hypothetical at this moment. It is. Then give an example of an image where there's an accompanying claim being made alongside it.
Yeah, so Toby Dog, as I was saying, right, so the fact that there's no explanation given, right, it would extremely lower the probability of it being the case, because that's how we work when it comes to hypotheses, right? In probability, and when it comes to like in logic, right, we provide hypotheses, and the hypothesis has to have like a set of data points to accompany it, right? and if certain questions like seem to have no reasonable explanation, then it would like lower the probability of the hypothesis being correct, right?
I'm gonna be real with you. That was extremely hard for me to grasp as far as like a claim goes. I didn't even grasp one claim out of that, actually, to be honest.
To make it more simple, right? If there's no explanation as to why they are trying to fake it, again, this is a less nuanced explanation. If there's no explanation as to why they're trying to fake it, right? It lowers the chance that they are trying to fake it. According to fake what the shape of the Earth is.
Show then.
According to like laws of probability and like logic. Huh?
What do they fake? Show a demonstration of what they faked.
Yeah, what are they faking?
Well, I mean, that's what they're claiming is faking. I mean, I didn't claim anything was faking.
You claimed it.
No, I didn't say they were faking it. I said if they were faking what the shape of the Earth is, there'd have to be an explanation.
Show an example. I said this already. Show an example of an image depicting Earth as a sphere with an accompanying claim alongside it, definitively stipulating that the author of that photograph is claiming that is Earth in its unedited and raw state, photographed.
I don't understand why what I said is being mischaracterized so much in the chat. Like, for example, in the example of I can't think of a good
so it's a hypothetical then. If they did do this...
Why do you keep interrupting me, dude? Why do you keep interrupting me at every step? If you don't want to speak to me, like, and have a conversation, that's fine, right? Like, just let me know and I'll just stop speaking, right?
I mean, but what I
like, don't trick me into having a conversation about like allowing me to speak, then interrupting me, then allowing me to speak, then interrupting me. If you don't want to speak to me, I don't mind. I'll just mute up. Like, I really don't mind. Like, I don't care that much. Like, don't interrupt because like it's really annoying, right? But yeah, like you were saying, I can't think of a good reason why my girl would cheat on me, so she hasn't, right? Again, in that scenario, if I'll tell you why it's not analogous, right? One, pretty much in any relationship, you can come up with reasons as to why someone would, be disloyal and stuff like that, right? Second of all, we're not talking about one person's thinking. I'm not saying, I can't think of a reason why NASA. You have the whole flat Earth community, which believes like that they are faking these things, right? So why hasn't one explanation?
What things?
Yeah, I'll tell you, the data being provided to show that the Earth is a globe. We're speaking about the data they provide that claim the Earth is a globe, okay? So in that situation, it becomes less and less likely.
Is this, bro, stop. Is this data that you just believe exists, that you've heard about vaguely in passing, in conversation? Or have you seen this data? Show us the data you're talking about.
It's the numbers, the figures.
Volumes of proven data. Numbers.
I don't understand, like, why you guys are talking like this. Like, look. Anyways,
my point is to type that out though is just to make it really clear is like if something has happened, like let's say there's like a dead body, like your ability to not be able to fathom like why it could have happened doesn't change the fact that it did happen. You see?
No. So this is it's extremely disanalogous, right? Extremely disanalogous. One, I'm not basing it on my ability to fathom. I'm not basing it on my ability to fathom it. I'm basing I'm basing it on everyone's ability collectively together being able to come up with an explanation. That's completely different,
That's a logical
right?
fallacy. We don't do that here. That's all we're saying. We don't do that.
I didn't commit any logical fallacy. Right? I'm not saying there's no explanation to this question.
Logical fallacy. Collecting everyone's data and making your opinion about that is the logical fallacy.
You don't understand what I said. I didn't say everyone's providing data. That's not what I said. What I'm saying is, if everyone's collective mind is failing to provide an explanation for a question under a certain paradigm, logically speaking, that lowers the probability of that paradigm being true. This is just like logic 101. And it's not just buzzwords. This is just how hypotheses work, right? Hypotheses have a set of It is. It has a set of data, right? And each set of data has
Show
to be
data.
like
Show data. Show data.
Each set of data has to
data?
be. Each set of data has to be.
Where?
Each set of data has to be explainable, right?
Which
so the
data?
piece,
Which data?
Yeah, the piece of data is that the one piece of the piece of data is that NASA is. Can I answer you, or are you gonna keep like heckling?
It's not
the piece of data under the piece of data under this paradigm. The piece of data under this paradigm would be that the organizations are colluding and lying, right?
Okay,
so that's the piece of data under this hypothesis, right?
They do.
So now that piece of data has to be explained. Now, if this piece of data, if this piece of data cannot be explained, right?
They do.
By the collective minds. By the collective minds. By the. So I'm asking you.
They'll tell you. They told you.
Okay, good. So this is your belief that they this is your position.
It's not a belief.
Okay, bro. You know what? That's not what I mean by belief. Okay, what I mean is it's your position. Please stop.
Not my position. Their position. They'll you right now. You could go to NASA's website.
Is so insufferable.
You could go to NASA's website right now, and you could ask them about their international partners, aka collusions. If you want to work for NASA, they tell you, hey, you must be a U.S. citizen, but you can talk to our cohorts. They could hire you.
Charlie,
so right there, are they in on it?
What I'm saying is not buzzwords, right? So would you agree with this statement, right? If you have a hypothesis or a paradigm, if you have a hypothesis or a paradigm, and this hypothesis makes a set of claims, would you agree that if one or more of the claims has no explanation, it would lower the chance of that hypothesis being true? Doesn't mean it's false, but it would lower the chance of it being true. Would you agree?
No, it would increase the chance.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not asking you.
Yeah, the increase each time you got a claim that you'll have an explanation, you got proof. So what would be better? You got a claim with proof, or a
you don't even understand what I said.
Yes, I did.
Can you just?
You said that you've got a claim, and you don't have proof, but you have
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Repeat what I said.
That would lower your chances.
Repeat what I said. Repeat what I said.
Yeah, they said you got a worldview or something along those lines that has a series of claims built into it, but you don't have proof. You only have explanations.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You don't have
what I said was
you have proof.
What I said was that's not what I said. What I said was if you have a worldview.
Okay, you have a worldview.
If you have a worldview, and that worldview makes a set of claims and holds certain positions, right?
Yep.
And one or more of those claims have questions regarding them that cannot be answered, in any simple manner. Right, and that would lower the chance. Can you stop? That would lower the chance.
No, that increases the chance. That increases the chances because now you got more probabilities, more possible answers. Walter Friedman, I think is I can't remember who said it right now. He said it's better to have questions without answers than answers that can't be questioned.
I'm saying probability to that specific claim. You're not listening to me.
There's more answers that are out there. When you narrow the field down to one specific answer, that lowers the probability because now it's like a Boolean expression, either A or B.
You don't understand
but if you have A is false and B is true, but then if you have A as false, then B could be true, C could be true, D could be true, E could be true, F could be true, and on and on and on. Each time you add another probability, you increase it. That's an increase.
You didn't understand what I said. You didn't understand.
This is called the Monty Hall. This is called the Monty Hall problem.
Okay, so look. What's the definition of a hypothesis, Charlie, if you're saying I'm using it correctly?
You're using it colloquially, but I get what you're saying.
No, I'm not using it colloquially. I'm using it within the realm of reason and logic.
Probability and stuff like that. It's like, no, not really. A scientific
the term, hypothesis. Okay, so this is like you're accusing me of using it wrongly. Yet you think the term hypothesis is exclusive to like the scientific method. That's not true.
I mean,
the term hypothesis is the term hypothesis is used.
That's what I was saying earlier. You're using it as a buzzword.
No, I'm not using it as a buzzword. I'm using it because this is the term that I use all the time when it comes to like a certain worldview, right? It's called the hypothesis, right? You're presenting a worldview, right? If you want, I can use the word worldview instead, but the word hypothesis would just be more accurate in the realms of like logic and reason, right? This is just like the terms that are used. It's not just a term that's used for the scientific method, right? We have like a dependent and independent variable. No. Hypothesis is also used for like the way I was using it. So, like I said, I mean, I still didn't get an answer from you though. I still didn't get an answer from you, like legit.
Okay, well, I'm going to say what I'm going to say because you've been yapping, Loki. Let's be honest, you've been yapping a lot. But
I've allowed anyone who's speaking to me to speak, right? So if you want to speak, go ahead. Like I don't mind. I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
If you're asking like why would they lie, and you're just like, well, how could all these people be? It's like because you'll believe it, you know. Like all these people, they're believing just like you, just like I used to.
So then what happens?
And that's how we get to this situation we're in now, where all these people are doing.
So what's wrong with the situation?
Because they're believers like you.
So what's wrong with the situation, like practically speaking?
Well, this goes back to like the cheating girlfriend or the dead body. It's like, well, you're like, well, how could all these people possibly? It's like, well, regardless of what all the people are doing or saying, there's a dead body on the ground. Like that is the key. There's evidence that your girlfriend cheated. We have the facts. You're more concerned with like, how could this possibly have happened? But there's all these people. I can't fathom why this has happened. It's like, it doesn't matter.
Again, I can't fathom. The whole earth can't fathom, right? There's a difference.
That's what I'm saying, because they're believers like you. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, including the flat earth community. Right? I'm asking for an explanation from the flat earth community as to the motivation behind them convincing the world that the earth is a globe.
It doesn't matter. That's right. And it doesn't matter.
Okay, that's fine. You can say it doesn't matter, but what I'm just saying is,
who says they're doing that even? Who says they're doing that?
Yeah, I mean,
who says they're doing that?
Many people say this.
Who?
Many people.
We're just using our eyeballs and looking at the ground.
Like hundreds of flat earthers that I've seen. Hundreds of flat earthers that I've seen claim this.
Many people in this community claim this.
No, who is trying to convince people that the Earth is a globe?
Who is trying to convince people that the Earth is a globe? I don't think, the only people trying to going out of their way to convince the Earth is a globe is people in like globe versus flat Earth debates. I don't think
then
anyone else.
You just threw your own argument out the fucking window, bro. Nobody's out there trying to convince people.
Again, this is under my worldview. I'm speaking from the flat Earth worldview. Yeah, have you not heard of internal critique? Like, what are you talking about? I don't believe like all these organizations.
I don't think that there is anybody trying to convince Earth is a globe.
Okay, that's fine.
Except, like you said, people that come into these arenas.
Yeah, that's fine. But a lot of people do believe that, right? If you believe there's something else going on, like an honest mistake going on with all the data, that's fine. But a lot of people believe it's an intentional there's a malicious intent by these organizations.
So they believe it. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not interested in it.
I was trying to tell you.
Why do you guys get triggered by the word believe? When I say believe, I'm referring to a position being held. I'm not referring to the word believe in the sense of a position held without evidence. That's not what I mean by believe. By believe, I mean a position held, right? For example, I believe my chair,
bro.
Like, for example,
you're just discussing hypotheticals at the moment.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You haven't given a specific example of anything. You couldn't be vaguer about this. You couldn't be more vague about this.
Dude. I get you're kind of you're using like this peer pressure, like, well, everyone else believes it, so I should too.
It's not. I've never said that. I've never said that.
I mean, it's giving that vibe. But I'm just saying, like,
you're not like how I've explained this a million times. How am I not can be clearer? Look,
yapping a lot, bro.
What I'm saying is, if no flat, I'm not even referring to other globe earthers. I'm referring to other flat earthers. Right?
Don't have anything to do with this. To be honest, flat earthers don't have.
But a lot of flat earthers claim. But
what we're saying is that we are believers like you. Everyone's a believer. Your teacher who told you it was a globe in school, she wasn't maliciously lying to you. She didn't know the truth and then was sharing some sort of lie. She's a believer like you, like everyone else. That's the category you fall into.
No, but a lot of flat earthers.
Oh my god! Right.
A lot of flat earthers, and I would say most of them, would believe that these organizations in charge, right, are maliciously trying to convince people that the Earth is a globe.
I just cleared that up. That's not what's.
No.
Do you have any proof that they're not?
Are you saying,
bro? What are you talking about?
Are you saying a large amount of flat earthers don't believe that?
Believers like you. That's what.
No, that's what you. But that's fine. That's your position.
No.
That's fine. I'm saying a lot of other flat earthers.
Flat earthers know you, dude. I've been in the community long enough. It's
so what percentage would you give?
Okay, bro.
Strawman counter is burning up. You need to stop. We're not all the same fucking person. Okay.
I didn't say all of you. I said a lot of you.
Flat earthers this, flat earthers that.
No, I said a lot of you. I didn't say flat earthers in general. I'm against generalization. I said a lot of you.
Let's build off of that. Please.
That's what I did, right? That's what I did.
Give an example. Give an example, bro. Give an example.
Is it not true, Toby Dog, that that many flat earthers, a large percent of the flat earth
community. Give an example.
That is it not true, Toby Dog, that a large percent? Is it not true, Toby Dog, that a large percentage of flat earthers, right, believe that the organizations are like in charge of, like space exploration, these kinds of things?
They're not maliciously lying.
No. Again, I'm not saying that this is your position. I'm saying, is it not true that a lot of flat earthers believe?
No, it's not true. It's not true. I'm answering for you.
Give an example.
Dial into somebody else. Because I'm
I can show you many videos. I can show you many videos.
We don't care.
I could show you many videos about like people claiming that NASA's lying and this kind of thing. And I mean, like
that doesn't mean that that does not necessarily. That's non sequitur. Does not necessarily follow from what you said. They could be saying NASA's lying about this particular thing in this particular instance, and it not be involved with an intent to deceive people about the shape of the Earth. So you need to give specifics, bro.
So you're saying they lied about pictures related to the shape of the Earth, but their intention wasn't to lie about the shape of the Earth?
Possibly, yeah.
Just because.
Possibly.
Like you.
Or what? Like,
it's not
for lying. So they're lying about something that's related to the shape of the Earth that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
For example, they could be simply lying about being able to gain that position, that vantage point, right? What are they going to show them? Are they going to show people, if they want to convince people, hey, we can go this far away from the Earth, but they're not really doing it, and we can get this far away from the Earth, and we've got cameras, and look what we took with our cameras. Are they going to show you something paradigm changing? Or are they going to show you what you expect to see and what they themselves would also expect to see?
So then they are lying about the
right. So it's possible that they can lie and do that, and it not be involved with intent to deceive people about the shape of the Earth.
But you just gave the example you just gave includes intent to deceive about the shape of the Earth, because you just said they don't want to change everyone's paradigm.
No, it doesn't.
It's called the art of war. What they wanted to do was showcase that they have this amazing technology that their enemies don't. Look how high we can get. We can rain death from above if you don't do what we tell you to do. It's a bluff. It had nothing to do with the Earth.
You're saying it's meant to like put fear into people?
The same way some internet troll might post your IP address. He wants you to think he can do something with it, like he can, shut off your router or something like that. It's a bluff. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson wrote a whole book about it called Accessories to War. That should be all the explanations that you would be looking for. He wrote
So what effect does it have on? So what effect does it have on someone's daily life? Look again. I didn't say how could they lie? Therefore, they haven't. I've said explicitly.
You don't realize what you're saying, dude.
Explicitly, what I'm saying is, it doesn't mean therefore. It means the probability is decreased. There's a huge difference. Do you understand?
We don't care. You're making up numbers in your head about the probability. We don't care how. This isn't your tea party where you determine the rules. Like, well, according to me, 99%. Like your probability numbers are thrown out the window.
I didn't give any numbers. I'm speaking about basic logic. Like, let's say if you have a human body.
Yeah.
Let's say if you have a human body. Let's say if you have a dead body. Let's say if you have a dead body.
Don't worry about that. I know how to fix this.
I don't care about the probability.
Let's say you have a dead body, right?
No, don't worry about dead body. This is how you fix it. You don't need Flat Earth to talk about how NASA lies. You can go right into the globalist worldview. You can go right to NASA, for fuck's sake. Right now, you go right to NASA and talk to employees about why they're scrubbing LGBTQ representation from their websites. All kinds of shit that they've lied about. You've got disgruntled employees who work at there, who are like, these guys are lying. This place sucks. So you don't need this topic. You want to talk about why you believe NASA? Go to a website that has the government accountability. That will fix this. Then once you realize the autopsy here isn't a body, it's like Eisenhower who warned you ahead of time. Beware of the military-industrial complex.
Okay, so when it comes to the dead body example, right? So, like, let's say...
Yeah, we're not going to reset. This isn't a respawn. Okay? The example is you don't need Flat Earth to talk about how NASA has lied to people. You've got conspiracy theories already baked into NASA. Number one, you've got the Apollo program. Number two, the U-2 spy plane. Number three, you've got weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. These are things that NASA had lied about, and you don't need anyone in Flat Earth to talk about that.
Are we done with the muting?
Are you listening?
I heard what you said.
Okay, because you keep talking over people.
No, I didn't. I waited till you finished, and then I started talking, and then you muted me. What are you talking about?
Yeah, there's a thing of your fundamental muting people. You keep asking the same question over and over again. It doesn't matter how someone answers you, and I
was giving an analogy that I haven't even given before.
Yeah, no one cares about your analogy.
If you don't care what I have to say, then why are you participating in this conversation?
You're the one asking the questions. I didn't ask you anything, and I won't ask you anything.
What?
You don't know anything.
Okay, then
why would I ask? How about this? Think about this. Why would anyone ask you something if you don't even know what you're talking about? You are willfully unprepared for this conversation. You have no idea. You have no concept of when government has lied, why they've lied, and the detrimental of who.
So why are you speaking to me then?
Yeah, same answer. You asked a question. I gave you the answer.
I didn't ask you. If you don't want to speak to me, why did you answer? I didn't ask you.
Yeah, the same answer.
No, but again, I'm asked other people. Now you stepped in and said, I don't want to hear this question, stay muted. But I'm not asking you.
Sure, we can do that. How about this? I'm in this room and you're in this room. You don't want to talk to me, so I could.
No, I do. No. I could talk to anyone. No. I don't mind talking to anyone.
Yeah, then
I don't mind talking to anyone.
Then you go to a new room and see who wants to talk to you or if they want to talk to me.
No, I don't mind talking. Don't mischaracterize me. Don't mischaracterize me. I didn't say I don't want to talk to you.
Look at you muted. You're fundamentally muting people. This is the experiment we'll do. Okay, you go to a different room. Whoever follows you, they want to talk to you, not me. That's the experiment we'll run. The hypothesis and the explanation and the proof. All of it right there.
There is no proof for the flat Earth, dude.
Then why? Okay, don't ask for it then.
No, I'm saying there isn't.
Then don't ask. Like, if you think there isn't any proof for something, make sure you maintain a logically consistent worldview. Don't break your own worldview and plant a flag and say this thing doesn't exist. There's no proof for this, and then on the backswing, ask for it.
Oh, Crit. The reason why I know that the world it can never be as flat is because there's multiple sufficient evidence to show it's a sphere provided by NASA. There's multiple pictures.
Pictures?
Photographs from space.
Wait, taken from where?
From outer space. You mean like the blue marble? Do you think the blue marble? That's technically the famous one I go to, yeah.
Outer space is not real, so pictures from where?
Perfect. The blue marble is perfect. Come on. You cannot deny.
Well,
when you look straight up,
you can deny it because this is the catch. That photo from space had some entanglements. They told you, the astronauts said, when they saw the Earth from space, it was a instant cognitive shift. Instantly. Their whole worldview changed. They saw the Earth. They saw everybody's interconnected. One people, one planet. It got so frustrating for one of them, called Edgar Mitchell, that he believed that the people in government had been replaced by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space. So when you tell me, hey, this photo from space proves the Earth is a globe and can't be a flat, then where is your overview effect? Or have you been, as Edgar Mitchell would say, you've been replaced by a shape-shifting reptile from outer space?
There was a lot said there.
Yeah, very simple. The entanglements. The people who took the photo, who saw it with their own eyes, told you something. That causal agent, we're talking about science now, cause and effect. Seeing the Earth from space causes an instant, not delayed, not partial, an instant cognitive shift. So now we can look at that. We can show people a photograph and test for the overview effect and see, are you affected by this photograph from space? If not, then we can fall back and use the explanation that Edgar Mitchell, the pilot for Apollo 14, they must be a shape-shifting reptile from outer space. Because they don't value the Earth. They don't value a diversity of opinions and ideas. They only seem to value their own idea, and they devalue the Earth.
Wait, BRB. Sorry, I'm just getting a call. It's from my mom. BRB.
Mama calling. It's like, that's an old joke. Your mama's calling you. Suspect still here? Hey, dude, how come? Dude, suspect, you're supposed to leave and see who's going to follow you to test your claim that people want to talk to you.
Chris, I didn't say that. See, again, you're not listening. I didn't say that everyone wants to talk to me. I didn't say that no one wants to talk to you. All I said was, if you don't want to talk to me, right, then why are you engaging with me as part of the conversation? Because you said you were muting me, right? So you don't want to talk to me, right? Or you don't want to hear me speak. So I'm saying, why are you engaging with me? I never said I'm more popular or everyone wants to listen to me. I never said this. Please don't mischaracterize me. So please don't abuse like the muting terms and stuff like that. Like I've been extremely respectful since the beginning of the conversation, and I haven't violated any rules or anything or whatever it is. You got a lot more hostile people that come to these rooms.
Emotional damage.
All right, I'm back.
I made the analogy very clear in the chat. I mean, I don't know how much more clear I can get. That's kind of what we're trying to say is there's 100%, we know for a fact there's a lie. There's a Earth's flat. We know that for sure. So whoever's saying anything, it really doesn't matter. You're like, but like, there's all these organizations. Okay, there's still a dead body. Yeah, but like, I can't fathom that there was a crime committed. Okay, but there's a dead body though. Yeah, but like, I just don't see how this could. What's the motive? What's the probability? It's like, I don't know. 100%, I guess, because there's a dead body. You're like, yeah, but my hypothesis. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is kind of what.
So the thing is, I understand what you're saying, but the thing is, in that analogy, the established fact would be that there is already a dead body, right? But within our paradigm or this conversation, it's not an established fact that like within like both our paradigms, right? That the Earth is like this, or they're lying, and this kind of thing, right? A better analogy would be let's say there is a crime, there's a murder, right?
Analogy. Sorry, hold on, wait. Let me stop you. We don't need to change the analogy. We just need to put on the table the facts that it's flat, and then the analogy holds up. We don't need to change it. It's perfect. The dead body.
Well, it's disanalogous because
you're like you're basically ignoring the dead body and worrying more about like, yeah, but like, what's the motive? What's the probability? How could this have been done? I can't fathom it, right? None of those things even matter when we know for a fact there's a dead body on the ground.
So here's my point of view, right? The thing is, I do care about the. Sorry, what'd you say till end?
What, the evidence?
Like, yeah, but you're saying, but there's all these organizations that are doing X, Y, and Z. To be honest, that doesn't matter because we know the Earth is flat.
So the thing, but again, that's
the organization can do anything. It's more about what the Earth is doing. So
maybe you should listen instead of yapping.
Yeah, you should be asking about the evidence then, because this isn't a paradigm pissing contest, right?
Well, I've looked at the evidences before, and I've like watched different flat Earth debates and videos or whatever it is. It's not like my first time seeing this, right? So when I'm like talking about the motivations of like these organizations, like it's something that I haven't talked about much, which is why I'm like thinking about talking about it, right?
You own in the box to the left in the closet. That's my stuff. If I bought it, please don't.
Yeah,
stop. He's a flat earther, basically, just questioning why would they lie.
I just right click my mouse and click mute. To the mute. All right, we'll just move on. So, yeah, do you get it now? Wait, you said, bro, when you were talking about the videos you watched, you're saying that all these flat earthers were saying they're mischievously lying and all this stuff. Like,
no, not all of them. No, not all of them. So some were like focused on the organization.
Before you get hung up on that.
Sure. Go ahead.
It doesn't matter what any organization is doing, like what they're saying. It's more about what the Earth is doing and saying. So that's it. We're focused on that.
I think, in my opinion, both are important, right?
That's it.
I think both are important, right? Like if you have
a
case,
absolutely not.
We're not focusing on the Earth.
Videos you find randomly on the internet, I mean, they're flat earthers are not the same as us at all.
No, what I'm saying is the motivations of the potential organizations that are lying and the facts on the table regarding like the empirical evidence are both important, right? Because they're both data points towards. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, go ahead. I mean, because you're. I mean,
no, that has no bearing on the evidence. Has no bearing on the evidence. That's subjective. This is objective.
Bro, what is that GIF, bro?
That's too funny. I literally can't stop laughing. That's fucking...
Is that a real dead body or is that like a skit?
I hope it's just a Troy. It looks kind of like a skit, but it's bad funny.
Wow. When did detectives try and find a motive?
I would say, T-Dub, that even if they don't have a motive, it doesn't matter.
It matters in this sense, bro. I want to go down this line because it does matter. Detectives will seek a motive when they've established a crime has been committed, but they have no leads. So they'll look at a potential motive, which may lead them down a path towards a suspect. Then they can start seeing if they can gather some objective evidence.
Well, it can be in any order, but yeah, like they can have a suspect first and investigate any motives. But the point is that
crime first.
No, I said suspect or the motive.
Yeah, crime first.
Yeah, I didn't deny that, so I don't know why you said no.
Right, so they're not going to stand around wondering whether a crime has been committed or not. They're going to establish whether one has been committed or not wonder about it. Or try and figure it out, like just stand around going, well, I don't know if this person with the knife sticking out of their back was murdered. Are they?
Look, what the point is, like in a case of detective, like a detective doing an investigation or whatever it is, right? Now, Charlie is right in the sense that if there's an overwhelming set of facts, right, and there's not a clear motive, if the overwhelming set of facts are enough, right, then they would still conclude that the suspect is guilty, right? But all I'm saying is...
We're not talking about the suspect, we're talking about the crime.
Again, this is not the same analogy, right? Because we don't agree that there's some kind of crime that's been committed, right? In the actual, like, regarding the debate about the shape of the Earth, right?
In this case, it will be that the crime is analogous to the Earth being flat, objectively, demonstrably, observably, practically used as.
So your analogy is like assuming the position that we're debating about.
Right, so your motive is irrelevant. You're appealing to motive to see if a crime has been committed. No, motive is only going to help you once you've established the crime has been committed. So once you've decided whether there has been a lie told, right? You've analysed the evidence. You've come to the conclusion the Earth is flat. A lie has been told because somebody is out there is showing me an image and saying this is the Earth as a ball in space, right? I know that's wrong now. Now I can question the motive.
But the thing is, I haven't come to
what are the implications of that? What are the implications of a lie on that grand of a scale being told? Why would it happen? What is their goal? What, how do they pull it off?
Hold on, bro. We're not going to circle back. We've just been doing this for the last hour. We need to get to the...
I just got here, so I didn't know.
Yeah, well, then just listen for...
I mean, you can speak to them X more because I think I've taken up a lot of time. We don't want to
talk about why would they lie.
That's all good.
The fact that there is a lie and then move on. Like, that's up to you. If you want to cope with how they lied or why they lied to you or why you believed it, that's on you.
No, for me, it's like I want to know why they lied because I want to know what they're hiding. I want to know, like,
hang on a second.
Why would you lie to the whole world,
for you guys.
Then I want to know the truth.
Hang on a second. There's no lie, okay? The globe has been given measurements. This is a coordinate system used for mapping the Earth. Check out the WGS-84 map, okay? It's the global, they call global coordinate system, okay? It's how we mapped the Earth with respect to the stars. In the
respect to the stars and how we map the Earth, I don't give a fuck.
So then you're in the wrong room.
So there's no lying about the globe, because the globe exists. It has measurements. It's been given measurements, but it is only a conceptual thing. It is not reality. It is not tangible. It is a mapping system. So there's no lie about the globe because somebody gave it measurements. Okay? I got to throw that out there. So stop the thing about the lie. The lie comes in.
I do fundamentally disagree.
That they might be doing with respect to this coordinate system. That's where the lie might come in. But the globe is not a lie in the first instance, but it's not tangible either.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I kind of disagree with that, but I feel like it is quite literally a lie. I mean, they tell us they went to the moon, they do all this NASA stuff, they teach it in schools that it's round, and it's like, I don't know, I kind of feel like it's actually flat, you know what I'm saying? And they're fundamentally teaching us that it is round, therefore it is a lie. But besides that, I'm actually like, I'm still in the middle. I don't know. Like, I'm so lost. Like, if everything I've ever learned about space and everything, man, and like now it's like, is it even real? Like, I'm like in the middle. I don't know which is real because both sides seem to have good evidence.
Okay, see, this is interesting what was posted in the chat, right? This is kind of like what I was asking for, right? Like, so the reasons given is hide free energy, hide the greater, hide your spirituality, hide more land, hide more resources, hide scientific knowledge, hide what's in Antarctica, hide that you're at the center of the universe, hide that you're special.
Yeah,
hide
that's
free
pretty dope.
energy. So how would giving a different shape of the Earth hide free energy?
Because they don't want us to know that there's an ether. They don't want us to know that there's a firmament. They don't want us to know that God is real. All of that.
The ether. Do you believe in the ether?
Yeah, you ever seen about old churches and how they would have the steeples and there'd be like a ball with mercury in it or something like that? And like when you would ring the bells and the vibration would get the mercury spinning and they would literally generate energy from the sky. And that's why they got rid of like 10,000 different bells, all the Liberty bells, and they said, oh, we melt them down for ammo in the war. But, you know, there's just, I don't know, a bunch of weird stuff out there that it's like, Because I also heard that like the Zeppelins and stuff used to ionize the hydrogen by pulling up to like a skyscraper to the thing at the top and they would charge that way.
Hide that you're special.
You ain't never heard that, man? I'm serious.
I mean, I've heard of that, but it sounds like an overly general claim, and I don't understand what the purpose of that would be.
Well, because I think one of the main secrets is that everything is electromagnetism, and there is energy that you can harness directly from the air, you know, and I don't know, I think I believe it.
What do you mean by everything is electromagnetism?
Just everything to the fundamental level. I mean, it's all propagated up into like density, you know, like physical matter seems to be real, but it's really kind of just like, I don't know, wavelengths and frequencies that are just so dense that they become what we call physical. But everything's actually like 99% space, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I don't think NASA tries to convince you otherwise.
No, not NASA necessarily, but all together.
Whoever's in power.
All of them, the satanic elite and their global cabal that they got going on. It's all a whole bunch of different lies, you know? Look into Nikola Tesla,
This
man.
is where he wanted it to
Some
go,
of that
right?
stuff.
This is exactly where he wanted it to go. Down the rabbit hole with the tinfoil fucking hat, instead of dealing with directly with
come
the
on.
evidence.
We're literally in a flat
come
Earth
on.
Discord
Come on,
here.
let's speculate. Yeah, let's speculate our hearts out about all this bullshit. Shit that you can't prove.
I don't know, man. I got all kinds of memes and stuff. There, I'll try to send something.
You probably can't post since you're new to the server.
Evolution, you're the retarded offspring of 5 monkeys having butt sex with a fish squid. Does anyone here believe in a specific age of the Earth?
It's off topic.
I'm just asking a question if anyone wants to answer.
Yeah, if you really want to know that, you don't need flat Earth. You have the guy who did the final experiment, and if you haven't heard about it, they wanted to go to Antarctica to observe the sun for some reason, and he doesn't like flat earthers, and he's a young Earth creationist. His name is called William Duffy, and he's absolutely obsessed with flat earthers. People wrote articles, like opinion pieces, like, who's this young Earth creationist? And I quote, obsessed with flat earthers. So no flat earther is going to hop on with a William Duffy and go young Earth creationism. Okay, that's all bullshit.
I hope you realize a large group of flat earthers believe in young Earth creationism, right?
No, this is a large group of people who went to Antarctica to try to debunk flat Earth.
You're not
who
listening.
are young Earth creationists. The biggest mouthpieces, you've got like Darth Dawkins on this server, Mr. Batman, you like other characters like Kent Hovind. They all hate flat earthers, and they're all young Earth creationists. You just had 3 astronauts speak at the Ark amusement park. All 3 astronauts, young Earth creationists. There's no one in flat Earth who's going to speculate that they know how old the Earth is. Some people in flat Earth don't do that. People on the globe side, people on the globe side have a lot of young Earth creationists. And
There's a lot of young Earth creationists
don't like flat earthers.
There's a lot of young Earth creationists who are flat earthers.
Zero.
There's 0. Are you serious?
Yeah. 0. Those two things are not connected.
I personally know people.
I'm a young Earth creationist.
Yeah, you got people fucking with you, is what you got. Young Earth
I think it's about 20,000 years old, maybe 25,000 years old.
Yeah,
there you go. They have one there with you right now.
Young Earth creationists.
And I believe in God, and I think we're on a flat Earth. And I think it's all like a toroidal field from the electromagnetic field.
Yeah, those are all back to
crazy a little bit.
Those are defeaters. Each one of those is a contradiction.
Nah, it works if you don't think about it.
So yeah, if you want to talk about young Earth creationists, you can go talk to NASA astronauts. Butch Williams, namely, the guy who's got stuck on the ISS for a while, young Earth creationist. He's a biblical literist, young Earth creationist, astronaut. So you got to think, if you think there's something mentally, spiritually, or physically wrong with a young Earth creationist, you are talking about NASA astronauts. Old boy didn't look at. Finally, he ran off. I'm trying to I'm pigeonhole you guys into one belief system and attack all of you together. Okay, so we got conspiracies. Nope, not that. Okay, what's next? Okay, nope. Ooh, nice. You named one that the astronauts are also. Let's see what he does. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it plays off for him. And he ran away.
I don't know. I think the Earth might only be about 25,000 years old. It was created by God, and the way He created it was with electromagnetism, which it says that in the Bible. It says in the beginning, the Earth was void and without form. God said, "Let there be light," and light photons are carriers of information. You know, they give form to the electromagnetic field. And, yeah. I don't think we're 13.6 billion years old, flying through space, hurtling after a sun. No. It's a plane of inertia is what it is. It's like, I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, if you don't know how, don't. Just put it in your back pocket, save it for later.
Or just put it in your bum.
Good idea. Yep.
Yeah. It will help you ascend. You'll open your third eye chakra. Then you can astral travel and see the true shape of the Earth. You'll finally have a model.
Now, see, I believe that's possible, but that's demonic. No.
Why, you don't want to put things in your bum? Are you homophobic?
No, I don't want to channel my chakra.
Bro, you should really
I like
do
my
it.
fluoride, thank you.
Yeah, you're a good koi. Good job. Astral travel. That's true.
I think it's
astral
possible,
projection.
man, for sure. Hey, if they
Astral.
can figure out how to quantum entangle particles, why would you not be able to, like, astral project your mental energy that's like electrical signals? Why would they not? I don't know. I think there's realms and, like, overlapping things.
This is all theoretical, by the way. Everything you
Of
said.
course, but you gotta just take a leap of faith, man.
How about you go take a shit instead? And just go to sleep.
You ain't never ate some mushrooms, man, and you were like, whoa. Dude, I've met entities and things like, yeah, they might have just been chemicals firing off in my brain, but, dude, they felt real.
Yeah. I don't see why I would want to do mushrooms, to be honest. You're just inducing a state of psychosis temporarily.
Yeah,
Nothing
here in the
could be
Flat Earth
beneficial.
channel, we promote healthy living.
Is this live streamed?
Yeah.
I'm starting to think we truly live in modern day Sodom and Gomorrah.
I didn't think this was being live streamed.
Yeah.
I guess that's why you had to put out the disclaimer.
Yeah, we're live streamed. Yeah, we need disclaimers sometimes because there's like there's some people out there that, man, they
the celestial equator. And the sun cuts through that celestial equator on its yearly path at 23 degrees. Okay, that's why they say the Earth has a 23-degree tilt. You understand? Is that the equator and the ecliptic, which is the sun's path against the background stars, they don't line up. They're not aligned. One is 23 degrees off from the other one. That's the actual observation. Okay, they didn't observe a 23-degree tilted fucking Earth orbiting the sun.
Oh, okay.
They saw the sun intersect the equator at a 23-degree angle. That's what they saw.
So it's all on assumptions and observations.
Not that it's wrong. It's that they're reifying a model. They're saying, hey, we have a mathematical model, but that's what exists in reality. We know that is fallacious reasoning. We make models all over the place, which have no ultimate reality in them.
Yeah. Okay, great.
I mean, it's just the way it is, man. The entire coordinate system, latitude, longitude, are based upon the sky. It has nothing to do with the ground.
Yeah, I see very famous people on internet. They also believe Earth is flat. For example, NBA star.
Don't care. Don't care what famous people think. Don't care what fucking, politicians. I don't care what they think. You know what determines for me and for most of the people in here whether the Earth is flat or not? The Earth. We don't appeal to other people. We go, hey, what is the Earth like in nature, out there, outside? That's where you have to go. It's that you're not going to find it on the internet. You're not going to find it in this Discord. The only way you're going to figure out whether the Earth is flat or a globe is to go test it for yourself, which is easy to do. In the mathematics is third grade geometry.
Yeah.
That's why we're here, because they make claims. They say, hey, the Earth is a globe, 3,959-mile radius. And just like the other person was saying, he said, I saw pictures from space. Well, you can say whatever you want. We can test all that stuff against what we experience on Earth. And none of it lines up, right? They say all these things, and then we go out into nature, we test. None of it happens.
Did you put?
In this case, we're watching the boat, so it's through sight. Okay?
Yes.
So phenomenon, we are watching the process.
Yes.
Right? Through our sense of sight.
Yeah.
Rather than by intuition or reasoning.
Intuitional reasoning, what that mean, bro?
Reasoning is logic, is we're going to get into shortly. And intuition is just kind of like your gut feeling.
Gut feeling.
Gut feeling is kind of like an idiom. It means basically just like, say you're at a place and you meet someone.
I can feel it in my bones.
And
I can
you
feel
just,
it in my
you
kidneys.
don't trust that person. You don't think that person has honest intent toward you. You would have a gut feeling that person is not honest or has bad intentions towards you. Right? You could just feel it. You don't know for sure, but you can sense it, basically.
You hear me?
Yep.
Oh, sorry, my internet connection not good in Syria. So yes, again, intuition and what?
Okay, so intuition is just like a feeling that you have.
Yes.
Right? Say you meet someone new and you're talking to them and you just like, I don't think this guy is honest. I feel like he's trying to con me in a way, trying to scam you or harm you or something.
When
right? You would have a feeling that you don't trust him. That's your intuition, that feeling.
Huh. So when you became not sure from someone, it is called intuition.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a feeling that you get in your own head. You're like, I don't trust this person, or maybe it is a trust. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe you do trust them. Right? It's just a feeling you have towards this person, or something that happens. Doesn't even have to be towards a person, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's basically just you think, but you don't have any actual reason behind why you think that. It's just a feeling you have inside your heart.
It's correct.
Right?
Yes. I'm not scientist.
That's intuition.
Nothing, just
okay.
just flew before. That's what I did. All.
And reasoning or logic,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Is it's a way of thinking.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? It's to like make sure you understand how something is.
Yes.
Right. So logic is actually goes pretty deep, and there's a whole system to it and a train of thought to it. You can go to classes for it. There's basically mathematical procedures you can put towards it and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so logically, when you come to a conclusion using logic, rather, you can you can decide whether something's true or not.
Yes.
You can decide whether your reasoning behind thinking it's true is good or faulty.
Yeah. Yes, I did understand now.
Right? So if I tell you something, right, I give you a statement, you can analyze what I said to you, and you can determine whether that statement is true or false, or whether it just hasn't met any burden yet and it needs further evidence. Right? So when you say to me, the earth is a ball,
yeah,
right? That's a claim, that's a statement, and it's a positive claim.
I have to. I don't have to provide in only reasoning. I have to provide with reasoning and intuitions.
Yes. No, not with intuition. Intuition and reason are different. They're different things.
Yeah,
Right?
I don't understand that by those because if
A phenomenon is what we're talking about. First, let's go back to the start here. We're talking about a phenomenon, right? Which is the boat going off in the distance, and you see the bottom disappear, the middle, the top.
Yeah.
As it goes further. Okay?
Yeah.
So you don't use reasoning, because reasoning is conceptual. It's a man-made concept of how to figure out what is or isn't, or what's logical.
That's true, yes.
Okay? And you don't use intuition, because intuition's a gut feeling. You actually look at it and you see it, you observe it.
But intuition
Whether you
is
hear it, see it, smell it, whatever, right? In this case, you're seeing it.
So I have
the phenomenon in this case is the boat going away from you. And then you see the bottom disappear, and the middle disappear, and the top disappear in that order.
Yeah.
That's the phenomenon. That's what a phenomenon is.
Yes, I understand. Yeah. Phenomenon means how happened and like something we call phenomenon, like the happenings type or how it's happened. So it is phenomenon.
Yes. Right? You could say you've seen a tree blowing in the wind.
Yeah.
That's a phenomenon.
Yeah.
Right? You've seen your cousin jump in the air.
It is phenomenon.
That's a phenomenon. Okay? So, in this case, we're talking about the phenomenon that you claimed. The boat going away from you.
Yes.
Right? We were talking about what is proof that the earth is a ball, and you brought that up.
I did. I told you we are pretty small.
Yes, I agree. I told you I agree. I'm just trying to catch you up to where we're all at.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so the phenomenon, because that's what you had a problem with. You didn't know what that word was. Okay, so now you understand what that word is, right?
Yeah.
Are we good?
Yeah.
I want to make sure you don't have any problems with it, so I'm just trying to make sure you were good. Okay? So the phenomenon of the boat going in the distance, blah, blah, blah. I said it 4 times already, right?
Yeah.
You brought that up.
Yeah.
Right. So why did you bring that up as proof or evidence that the earth is a ball?
Because it became down, not up or straight. I have told you before. Became down.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. Why does going down a ball, and if you were on a surface that isn't a ball, which way would you expect it to go?
Because it's a ball, it is normal and making sense that it is going away and down. Okay, when it's going away, it's going down.
Yeah, I agree. That makes sense on a ball, 100%. Okay. Now let's say let's say you're just like an ant on a basketball court.
Yeah.
Right. What do you expect to happen? Because the basketball court's flat, right?
Like a flat earth.
Like a basketball court. You know the sport basketball.
So you trying to say what if it is a flat earth? What's gonna happen? Yeah?
No. I'm just like if you're an ant on a basketball court, right? A basketball court's flat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what would you expect to happen on there? If you had something going away from you, you're an ant, right? You're on a basketball court at one end, and you have an object in front of you. You can see the whole object, right? And then that object goes away from you.
Okay, I will tell you. Like, in what situation? Please just explain to me in what situation you're asking about. Like, we spoke before about bowl situation. Right now, we're speaking another situation you are talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about on a flat surface, like a basketball court.
It will be straight, like not down or up. Maybe straight because it's flat.
So the object going away from you would be straight. What does that mean?
I will tell you.
Like for you seeing it, right? It's going away from you straight. I agree in that sense. Like actuality, it's going away from you straight, 100%.
Yes.
But what does that mean for what you see?
1 minute. I will send to you. ستكون مستقيمة بسبب.
I want you to think about it, what I'm asking you, because I already know the answer. I'm just trying to slowly track you.
Okay.
You can come to this conclusion yourself.
في حال كانت الأرض مستقيمة يعني السفينة لم تغرق أو تعب ستكون بمسار واحد وارتفاع واحد مع مراعاة حجم المياه الجاذبية. اوكي. ترجم. I have sent. You can see.
Okay, I'm going to read it. It will remain straight because the earth is flat. And this is normal if the earth were truly flat. The ship wouldn't dip or rise. It would stay on one single level and follow one straight path. Okay, honestly, I 100% agree with every word of this.
Yes.
I have no problem with this. But this doesn't answer my question that I asked you.
Bro, type to me your question so I can translate and give you an answer. So I think I don't understand.
I'm going to ask you again first before I type it because it's just so much simpler.
Yes.
How would it appear to you? How would you see it?
Okay. If was straight.
Does that make sense? Because it's going straight. I 100%. I think everybody in here agrees. 100%. It's going to be level. It's not going to dip or rise. But how would you see it? Because you have to understand, right?
Yeah.
You have a horizon.
Wait, I will type.
Unless you think that on a flat surface you wouldn't have a horizon, which then I would have a whole new question for you.
Yeah. حتى نرى أن أراها درجة بس.
And Flatwater Enthusiast just posted a excellent little GIF you can look at, showcasing kind of what we're talking about a little bit.
I am right now typing to you how I will see if the Earth was flat and the ship was going away from me. Okay, that's what you asked.
Are you asking like Google this? Like, what are you doing?
No. I am just in ChatGPT. I'm translating. I'm writing in my language.
You're just translating your own thoughts? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just translating actually.
Okay, that's fair. It's not a problem if you're asking Google either way. I'm just curious.
No. I already I have studied a lot of things, not a lot of things. I studied a bit, but
what is your problem with the? Are you you don't know what horizon means or what? Or you're just trying to answer me?
No. I just type in my language the answer to you. Okay, that's all.
Yep. No, sorry, I don't mean to rush you.
يعني أنك سترى السفينة لكنها ستصغر مع الابتعاد. تكون أولا الأسفل لسبب المسافة. Okay. ترجمة بالإنجليزي. I hope that I gave you an answer. I will send.
Yes, thank you.
I thought before that I can speak English, but now I knew that I don't.
That's okay. I'm throwing some complicated words at you.
Yeah.
I know a lot of native English speakers that don't understand some of these words, so don't feel discouraged. You're doing actually really good in your speaking.
Thank you, brother.
Okay, so I expect that the ship will still be there, but my eyes won't be able to see it from such a distance. In other words, the ship will shrink as you move away to the point that it becomes so small I can't see it anymore. It's not above or below, it's just smaller, and my eyes can no longer see it because of the distance.
Yeah.
Okay, that's actually pretty good. There's just one problem. You're not taking into account the fact that you're looking through two separate mediums. Right? You have the water or the earth, right? The ground that's below you, and then you have the air above you.
That's true.
Right? Okay. So within these things, there's a point where they meet, right? Which is actually just right below your feet and all the way across the surface in front of you. Right?
So?
Okay. And then in the distance, what you see due to that is called the horizon.
Horizon.
Right? So in that last level Lioness just posted it at 16 minutes. 16 minutes after the hour. If you look at that picture, right? There's a horizon. Do you understand what the horizon is?
Yeah. Sunrise. 1 minute. Horizon. Yeah.
HORIZON. O-N.
Horizon.
Yes.
Horizon.
H-O-R-I, yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I know, yes.
Okay, so the horizon is an apparent line, right? So in that picture at 16 after the hour, you see there's a horizon in that picture, or do you disagree?
Yeah, the picture you sent to me, like the yes.
Yeah. Level line as posted at 16 after the hour.
Yeah, actually, yes, it is right. The light across flat. Yeah.
Do you see an apparent line that separates the ground from the sky?
Yeah. So, but is it real?
Is the picture real? Isn't the question. The question is, do you see a horizon in that photo?
I will type something what I think, okay, about this photo.
Right. Well, that doesn't answer. I just want to know: do you see a horizon? Because I want to know if you understand what a horizon is. Because with what you said in your last answer to my last question, I don't disagree with it, but it discounts a certain aspect of reality that we have to face here.
Horizon is visible here. I can see it. I saw it already, and I will type what I think.
Right. Tactical Droid just posted another image at 19 after. There's a horizon there as well. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Do you see the horizon in that image?
I saw.
Yes or no?
Yeah. I saw. Yes.
Okay. You see the image. Do you see the horizon?
I saw the horizon. Yes.
Yes. So you know what the horizon is in that image, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think that is?
1 minute. Just looking at the picture and trying to think.
What do you think the horizon is? Is my question. Because you agree there's a horizon in that image.
Like after you see the light which became from the sun, and I see the finish of the light in the last, like you see in the like.
Yeah, well, obviously you see the light of the sun there. Otherwise, you wouldn't see anything. It would just be black. So we don't have to talk about the light of the sun. I'm talking about the horizon itself, right?
Yeah.
So we don't need to go off into like the fact that there's clouds or there's sky or there's water or shore or sand in the picture. I'm talking about the horizon. What do you think the horizon is?
I have told you that I think the horizon is when we looking at the water in the the sunlight, okay, in the picture. I see the finish of the sunlight in the last, and I think that's what is horizon you are talking about.
The finish of the sunlight?
Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Maybe go check your translator again and try to like see if you can give me a better answer. I don't want to like tear you on that.
Okay, horizon.
That just doesn't make any sense, right? The finish of the sun, is that what you said?
Sunlight in the picture you have sent before.
Yeah. That the sunlight has nothing to do with the horizon. I mean, kind of secondary it does, but not in what it actually is, or the description of it, or what you think it is.
Yeah, like I have told you before, bro. Like you see the sunlight.
I don't see the sunlight in that, but I don't see the sun. I see a bunch of other stuff. I see sand. I see water. I see a shore. I see a horizon. I see clouds. I see blue sky.
You see the line when the sky and clouds meet the sea, the water. It is the horizon. That's what I understood.
That is the horizon. Excellent. I agree. That's the horizon. Now, my question is, what do you think that is? Because you've correctly identified the horizon, but what do you think the horizon is?
Yeah, it's straight right now.
But here, I'm gonna. Oh wait, I gotta go to this other server to grab this real quick. I'm gonna show you a picture in a sec.
Yeah.
And I want you to tell me if you agree.
I will see.
With this. Okay, right here. Do you think that is true? You think that's what the horizon is? I just posted it in the chat.
I will take time because 1 minute.
Yeah, take a look at it and take your time to read it. And if you have any questions about any of the words or what they mean, let me know. We can go over it. Or you can even just look at the picture, and the picture kind of gives the idea of what I'm asking you. The kind of diagram with the man, he's kind of standing over a curved surface, right, in his sight line.
So I can understand.
Do you think that's what the horizon is? Is my question, I guess.
I'm just translating. If I was speaking fluent English, it will be like really well. What's sad? I'm translating, bro.
No, that's okay. Take your time. I'm not trying to rush you. Like, ask me if you're not sure about what I'm saying or what this image means or anything like that.
Translation. لقد كنت بالفعل ترجمة المصنوع. رجل يقف على كرة. Okay. The man sitting on the ball. Yes. I'm just seeing the translation right now. I'm sorry, bro, because I have late. الأفق الهندسي الفيزيائي. الجزء العلوي من الصورة رجل يقف على كرة. الأفق الهندسي على مسافة معينة وهو ما يمثله في الرسم توضيح الدائرة. الأفق الهندسي الفيزيائي هو أقصى مسافة يمكن عندها ملاحظة التقاء المحيط بالسماء. لا يمكن ملاحظة أي أفق. So you're trying to explain to me that if the ball, like if the Earth was a ball, the horizon must be down, not up, as I saw in the photo.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is that if your claim of the phenomenon of the boats going and disappearing from the bottom to the middle to the top in that order, they would have to be going over a physical curve, which is represented in the image that I showed.
I agree with that, yes. I saw in the photo,
right.
And yes.
Right, so if that phenomenon that you see, and that I agree on that you do see, because I see it too, right?
Yeah.
If that phenomenon means the Earth is a ball, then that point in the image that I showed has to be the horizon. It has to be that, because it has to be the actual curve.
Yes.
Right? It has to be a physical blockage.
Yes.
Right. So, what I'm going to show you next is that isn't the case.
I will see.
Right? So, if that horizon isn't a physical curve, isn't that point that I just showed in that image,
Yes.
then what is it?
Yes.
Right?
I will see.
Before I show you, I want you to think about it, right? If it's not that point,
So it's like,
then what is it? What is the horizon if it's not that point described in the image? Right? I just want you to think about it. You don't have to answer.
Yes, I will answer.
Right? You can answer if you want.
The horizon is when the in the straight Earth, okay, straight Earth, it is like must be up, not down, as I saw in the photo you sent at last. So that's mean the planet we are sitting in is not ball. That's what I saw in the picture you have sent before.
I never sent any picture showing that specifically, so
bro, like
I'm not sure which image or picture you're talking about.
Wait, I will send a point.
I was about to show you that, but I haven't done it yet.
So this picture I am talking about.
This picture here doesn't. Well, it kind of does, but it doesn't in the same respect that I'm talking about right now. That's a whole different argument. I only mentioned that one because it has a horizon, right? There is a horizon in that image, and I was just trying to show you what a horizon was at the moment, right? Okay, I wasn't using the horizon in that image that is there that you just replied to. That has nothing to do with the argument I'm about to make, actually.
Like horizon, I think the point which is facing a sea with the sky.
Yes, it's an apparent line. The definition is the apparent line that separates Earth from sky, or sea from sky. Right? Okay. The key word in the definition is parent.
Parent.
Yes. Parent means a couple different things. It can mean a couple different things. First of all, it would mean something that you see.
Yeah.
Right? Second of all, it can mean not actual. Right? So if you've ever been to like a magic show and the guy puts a girl in a box and he cuts her in half, right? It appears that he cuts her in half to you, but he doesn't actually cut her in half.
So send me your last picture. I will see.
Okay, so I just want you to understand, first of all, that the one that I posted at 24 after the hour,
yes.
Right? You already agreed. I just want to go over it one more time before I do this. If the boat is going over that and it's being caused by curvature of the Earth, then the horizon has to be that, what it is in that image.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Now,
all right.
I'm posting this next GIF. If you click play on that, you'll see this guy goes down on the beach. He puts the camera nice and low. He zooms forward. And he looks forward and you can see a horizon. Once it's paused at the end, right? He sees a horizon and there's two rigs there. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm just going to post this so you have it at the end. Right?
1 minute, I will see. This.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a very simple question. I'm going to even give you multiple choice to make it easy for you. A, B, or C. Okay?
Like,
so, the question is the horizon located before, A, in between, B, or after, C, the oil rigs?
Like A, B, C. Which point you are at? 1 minute?
A is before the oil rigs, B is in between the oil rigs, and C is after the oil rigs. Where's the horizon located? A before, B in between, or C after the oil rigs?
I will see the GIF again. I think before, before or between. I'm not sure.
Okay, I want you to make sure you're sure what the words mean. So you know what the horizon is?
Yeah, I knew. Thank you.
Okay, we already went over that. Okay, so before would mean closer or in front.
In front.
Make sense?
1 minute, I'm translating.
Is the horizon in front or closer?
I'm translating.
Right, because you said it would be either that or B so far. So I want to make sure you understand what you're saying here.
Yeah. 1 minute. How to about before or after? I think in between.
In between.
Yeah.
Okay. So final answer, you think the horizon is between both the oil rigs?
Look at it carefully before you lock in the answer.
Yeah, horizon must be in the between. Like that's what I think, because you have two parts, and horizon must be in the between, like in the middle.
Look at
Okay,
it
so
carefully.
do you see a line separating the sky and the earth in between the oil rigs?
Yeah, that's what I see. Yes.
Are you sure?
Maybe. Yes.
Maybe? Maybe doesn't sound like you're sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I am sure.
Everybody in here is looking at you right now with like a side eye, like, what is this guy saying right now? I can guarantee you that.
So, like,
I don't want you to walk away here looking like an idiot right now. I'm going to give you another chance to answer. I want you to look at it. Look at the image.
Right now we are talking about
Yeah,
horizon.
that looks pretty flat to me.
The horizon is actually in between, because in the up you have the sky, and down you have the sea, and the between is horizon. That's what I think right now. I am sure. Yes.
Okay, and you see that line at B, is what you're saying. Between the rigs.
Yeah, between. Yes. I said B. Yes.
Okay, you're objectively wrong.
Oh.
And at this point that I have to inform you that we can't continue anymore.
Wait, did he say the B is the horizon?
Yeah, I refuse to continue with someone that's going to just be so delusional. I don't want to make fun of him, but we just can't go forward.
That's not the horizon.
You're denying objective reality.
Bro, like B must be, because in the between. I don't know what are you trying to say.
I don't see any horizontal line that's separating the sky and the land between the rigs. Does anyone else see that? If anyone sees that, type they see it in the chat or hop in here. Because I gotta assume you either just don't understand or you're just delusional.
Well, maybe have him explain what does he mean by
Because I don't want to assume you're being dishonest.
Yeah, so give him a chance to articulate himself. Why'd you say B? What key feature were you looking at?
Hey guys, was good talking to you, and I really appreciate what you're doing, bro. Thank you for your explanation for everything, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you don't have to leave. Crit just asked you a question. I don't know if you want to just ignore him or you want to address him.
No, it is really beautiful that I have learned a lot of words and a lot of things I wasn't know, and right now I knew. So that's why I'm thanking you before going, because I have work right now.
Okay, you're welcome, and you're welcome back anytime. We're 24/7. We got a whole bunch of people here that would love to talk to you.
Oh, thank you, and sorry again for my.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Thank you, bro, for
I
your.
completely disagree with you on your answer. B is, I would say you're delusional on that answer, but I don't want to be rude.
Okay, bro, it's okay. So thank you.
Right on, man. Have a good one. Yeah, I know he was trying. I see you, Luca. I was trying with him for a while. I was being very patient with him. If you want to go check over the tape, I went over a few definitions with him and stuff. Phenomenon and apparent, and he was pretty good. I just don't know how to continue at that point if they're just gonna say something that's objectively wrong. It's just like we're done, you know? So at that point when Crit wants to jump in, that's perfect.
Well, yeah, just seeing what he would say, he really didn't have a defense for it. It's like, hey, why'd you pick B? Oh, gotta go to work.
Yeah.
He couldn't defend that. He couldn't defend that choice, so he bowed out.
So I like the pace here. It's slower because you got to make sure the English. So you just like go through it slowly, and you got to lock them down. Lock them down to what they're saying, and then eventually they just get put in a corner.
Yeah, good stuff, Grim. Exactly, bro. It's a much more, much more chill server, and people are here to like improve. It's like a self-improvement server, so you don't have these like not as many of these like soy atheist freaking debate bros that come in just all arrogant, wanting to like troll and try to feed their ego. People with genuine questions, and we can have genuine conversations in here. It's good.
Yeah. I don't think I only seen what's his name in the chat, Al Baruni or whatever his name is. I know him as Al Baruni, but I think that's obviously not his actual name.
Yeah,
sure they changed his name to that because he's like sounds like he's drunk all the time.
Yeah, anyone that's toxic just gets yeeted straight out of this server.
Yeah. Oh, I seen him like long time ago on the FED server, so he told me Flat's a shape.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's like Al Bruni, but it's spelled wrong. It's like Al,
It's Al Baruni in that server, but it's something I can't remember what it is. It's something close to that. It's like the play on words, changing it to that really. Well, too bad he had to go to work. We were doing pretty good there.
I was trying to find an image that I've got saved of that, and it's like almost a negative image, and you can clearly see the defining line between the sea and the sky. I was trying to find that, but he bounced before I could. I've got too much. I got to organize everything.
Yeah. I could have called him out earlier too on like was he saying the boat thing, which would be reification.
Earth is flat.
But try to help him understand that it is that before I call him out on it,
Okay.
You got any questions for the panel? Someone had spoken up.
I think it was Owl.
Al, did you have a question for the panel?
Yeah, bro, no need to be shy. You're super nice here. Well, anyway, good morning, everybody. Hopefully everybody's doing okay.
I'm doing all right.
Good, good.
It's nighttime though.
Oh, but it's 2:43 for me.
Well, I got 3:44.
You boys doing the night shift. I like it. Who needs sleep, eh?
Work right now.
How's it been this evening?
It's been all right. We just had a pretty chill conversation, but in the end, the man chose B, and then called him delusional, and he had to go to work.
He picked the blue pill. Right.
You know, he picked in between the oil rigs. If you look in the chat.
Oh no. Have a look at that.
You only got to scroll up to. Someone wrote down the answers here. 33. Illuminati after the hour. Level INS has got you.
This is a boat, right?
It was just a question I was posing to the gentleman that was here.
Yeah, I've heard other people say that they think the horizon is between the two oil rigs because of the boat. It's so dumb. Like I just feel like it's just a hoping kind of answer. If you think about it for longer than 30 seconds, you're going to realize that's not the case.
Yeah, I tried to assume that, he just didn't understand what the words meant, but I don't know.
I guarantee he didn't know the actual definition of horizon. That's usually the case.
No,
anyway.
he didn't. I had to talk to him what horizon was, phenomenon, apparent, several words we went over.
I have a good graphic to show people like that for like what a horizon would have to be if the Earth were a globe. I'll post it in the side chat if anyone wants to save it. It's just very, very straightforward.
Yeah. Hey DJ, you're becoming like the meme guy. You have all the memes. I like it.
Yeah. Just stealing them from Dr. John D's videos.
I posted that same one, and it has another one attached to it at 24 after the hour. That's good as well.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll add that to my folder. Cool, man.
Yeah, it's
which time after the hour?
It's just one.
Scroll up. Oh, yeah.
It's just 24. It's a one meme, but it's that one and another one combined.
Oh yeah, yep, awesome. And I actually have
both of them, yeah. So that works too.
A citation. Try to for like what a geometric horizon is defined as on a globe.
Which apparently is an oxymoron.
Yep.
Oddly enough, I used the word apparently there.
I like that one, but it gets me in trouble. So I don't use it much. People get upset with that one.
Yeah, I can see that. I appreciate it.
That's all that matters, right?
Yeah.
I like Jenna's. Oh, Simbo in the house. Oh, he's dropped.
Maybe someone has that old Bill Nye. The fucking little table he has the boat going over the edge. That's one I should probably have.
Don't think I know that one. Post that one if you can. Can't remember
It's a Bill Nye one.
which one it is.
I don't know if I have it. I don't think so. Bill Nye did it like on one of his shows a long time ago, showing like he had a little table with the little model boat on it, like a curved table.
Welcome to the channel if you've just joined. The topic is, what is the horizon?
Is the physical-geometric horizon the vanishing point?
There is no geometric horizon. Are you smoking Pitwin?
The one
That
up
was a
there,
bit
the one in
malformed.
the...
Your question was a bit malformed. The vanishing point isn't a physical geometric position. It's an optical position.
Yes. So when compared to the physical geometric horizon, is it supposedly the same point?
There is no physical geometric horizon.
Supposedly would depend on who is supposing it.
Yeah, but according
Right?
to the
And then if
supposition,
they do suppose it, then we can measure it to see if it's true or not.
Yeah, it's a completely
Make
different thing. The geometric horizon is a byproduct of Earth curvature, whereas the actual horizon is just due to your vanishing point, right? And then you have to add in the atmo conditions as well, which is gonna make it apparent and varying, but completely different than a byproduct of Earth curvature. That's specifically what a geometric horizon is. Like all the water beyond the horizon line, if it's a geometric horizon, you shouldn't be able to see it, right? Because it's curved away from you. Whereas that's not the case with a actual horizon, right? It's just like the it's a straight line between vanishing points. Yeah.
Yeah, so Hawk, the official position of from the globe side would be very rarely is the optical position in the exact place of the physical position.
exactly.
But sometimes,
That's the next thing I was gonna ask. Yeah, because it makes sense that the claim would be it keeps moving, right? Like that would be the claim. Like you can't measure it because it keeps shifting.
No, that's not the claim. That's what's observable. The horizon's in a different position based on observer height, atmospheric conditions. That's what we see every day. What we don't see is that geometric horizon that you mentioned. There's no way to actually confirm that there is a geometric horizon because we never see the horizon in that position. Well, I say never. Very rarely would we see the horizon at that distance.
The local horizon.
Well, a local horizon is different, right? A local horizon is defined as like if you have an obstruction blocking your view from the where the horizon is. Like if you've got waves, or if you put your hand out in front of you, that line where the top of your hand meets the sky, right? That's your local horizon. Or if you've got like buildings in the distance or mountains or something like that, would be called the local horizon. I'll put in like a more detailed definition of horizons, different types of horizons from the American Meteorological Society. Just a second.
Oh, I see now. So the geographic horizon is, it's more of I don't know, conjecture, I would say.
Yeah, it's like it requires
line.
a byproduct of Earth curvature, basically.
Yeah.
And then here's like a more comprehensive definition of horizon. Goes over a bit more, talks about local horizon and that sort of thing as well. So quite often over the ocean, what we would see the sun setting behind, right? So sometimes it looks like the sun is like cleanly setting over a horizon line, but quite often that horizon that we're looking at out in the ocean is a local horizon, and there's ocean swells most of the time when we're looking out into the ocean. If you look at most footage of a sunset where there's no waves at all, it looks very different. It kind of like squishes when it gets down towards the horizon, and you see it kind of squish and fade out, and there's mirroring and all sorts of stuff taking place. But if you've got waves present, for example, or a mountain range in the background, it's going to look like it's setting more cleanly. And I don't think that that's something that really happens with the actual horizon. I'll post an example of a sunset. And horizons themselves, like really, like they only look like they're like a sharp line from a long way away. And once you zoom in on it, it's not the case that it's like a sharp boundary line where the sky and the ground meet. It's like you zoom in on it and it's super blurry and like a gradient type thing.
Yeah, so Hawk, there are many horizons, but none of them are geometric. There's no way to be able to confirm that there is any curvature. And it's not like you can sit there and say, oh, the Earth's too big, because the curvature rate is calculated. It's calculated to be 8 inches per mile squared. If Earth was really a ball with a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared, wouldn't you agree there would be some way to confirm that? To detect that? Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it has to be measurable, of course. It's not a big claim of the size of the ball. Damn, that's a distorted sun.
So you're logical, which is great. So I'm going to ask you, how could we confirm? What confirmation do we have that there is actual curvature at 8 inches per mile squared?
Yeah, that's a hard one.
Oh yeah.
Until they change the radius of the Earth, it's just going to be hard to get an answer for that.
They would have to change how much land there is
and have to explain how the maps are
Maybe
wrong now.
You gotta
Yeah,
ask
like
yourself
a few
how they get
generations
the
down,
radius.
maybe in 20
How
or
did
30
they
years
get
it's
the
possible.
radius? How do they get the radius in the first instance?
The Greeks supposedly, I asked my search engine, which is Leo, why is the earth flat and why do people lie that it's a sphere? And the answer it gave me is the earth is not flat, an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, well, it's only giving you a regurgitated answer based on the information it was given.
Yeah.
So
Is it giving you what we're giving?
Ask it what I asked you. How did you find the radius in the first instance, or how did man find the radius in the first instance?
Well, as far as my knowledge goes, it's some Greek guy that just calculated it and that's it.
Right.
Calculated what?
The
Are you
radius.
familiar with how he calculated it?
Rough idea. It was to do with shadows and stuff like that.
Okay, and do you think that's logical, his conclusion?
Yeah, I'm on a 50-50 when it comes to the Greeks.
Okay, so
yeah,
what
but
he did,
hold on.
he measured,
So he measured some shadows, and he determined that the ground was curving. But are you aware that you could get the same shadow length on a flat Earth if the sun was X amount closer?
Absolutely. There's an assumption. There's an assumption there. His assumption was that the sun is in a fixed position. It's based on that assumption.
So you're fully aware, by the sounds of it, that we haven't calculated the radius of the Earth. We've made an assumption based on the shadow lengths. We've already determined the Earth is a ball before we've given the ball a size, right? So we haven't confirmed. Yeah, we haven't confirmed that the Earth is actually curving. My original question was, how can we confirm that the Earth is curving?
Yeah, I see your point.
That's not a confirmation.
Hey,
that's a predisposition.
Just quickly, Roots, I just want... Hawk, you used to go by the name Lord of the Rims. Is that you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. This guy's cool, man. I remember. You're not even a Glober.
He said 50-50.
No, he said, I think he said 50.
I wouldn't say I was a Glober, but
of the Greek stories.
The closest I was to a Glober was maybe 2 years of my life where, I mean, everybody around was like, globe, technologies are coming out, satellites and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, maybe this could be true, kind of thing. Not that I went out to confirm it or anything, but then I was just like with that narrative of like, it's just 2 years.
Have you done any side research or anything else that has led you to maybe it's a ball or maybe it's not?
Well, I don't go out myself to like do all those things like measurements and everything, but from what I see and all that, I mean, I don't see ball anywhere. Celestial bodies, sure, round moon or round sun or whatever, but I've just never really accepted.
It sounds like all that you are left to do is just measure it for yourself. See if you can find
I
any
see planes and everything. They look pretty flat.
Yeah.
And when I compare to this radius that we were given,
looking flat and practically being used as flat, right?
Yep.
That's what you're talking about there, and then actually measuring that it's flat, right? Or measuring the curve. There's supposed to be a certain amount of curve. It should be measurable. You said you agreed to that. So I think all that's left is you to actually just go out yourself and do some tests for yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to.
I've always been fascinated by like these.
You, right?
Yeah, the experiments, so to say.
Not necessarily. Experiments for cause and effect. We're not talking about cause and effect here.
So isn't the theory of this like measurement also based on a supposed diameter or radius of the sun as well?
Not necessarily, because the sun's distance and sizes change throughout the whole history of heliocentrism, I guess you'd call it.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Right? You can go look and see there's a whole bunch of different distances to the sun, and if you change the distance, you have to change the size of it. Right?
Yeah. But not the shape,
so
supposedly.
Yeah, you can look up, and there's a whole bunch of different people that have come up with different measurements for the distance of the sun, or calculations, I should say, rather.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to speculate with such stuff, but the issue is that you can't really go and measure the sun.
Yeah, how can you actually confirm that, right? So I can tell you it's 70,000 feet or 170 million thousand feet, right? Or whatever. So how are you going to confirm what I'm saying?
Like, just the heat, the supposed heat is like, it's a fireball and everything. So
yeah,
the bright idea of going at night is kind of, not very bright.
Yeah, that's stupid. We can all agree that's stupid. But you don't have to go to the sun or measure distance to the sun or anything, right? We're not talking about what's in the sky. We're talking about the ground under your feet, right? How far is Earth?
Yeah.
How far are you from Earth?
I mean, you're literally there.
Let me ask you this: how far are you from Earth?
Very, very near.
Very close, right? That's not. You didn't give me a distance, but I'll accept that answer. Right?
Attached, yeah.
You can actually go to Earth and measure it, right? You can do certain tests, right?
Yeah.
Right. Not
I
like the sun,
that
right?
Idea of like.
You're like,
Yeah,
you can't go to the
people say
sun,
you have
but
to go up, right?
You're
Go
already
in a
at the
balloon.
Earth.
Yeah, like go up, go away from it to measure it. That's sensible.
So it's like, I don't know, you just got to look at the history, really. In my opinion, you just got to look at the history of it all, right? Because at first, man's like, Earth's flat. Every civilization.
Yes.
We'll pick one. They all have depictions of it being flat, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
all the pyramids were
they're all like it's flat because that's how they observe it. That's how you see it. That's why we get these guys coming in here and saying, "Well, you're really small, and the Earth's really big."
That's the thing,
right? Trying to explain it to us like we don't understand.
No, it's not really big. That's the weird thing. It's not really big. The claim is a very small claim.
I'm glad you said
like
that.
16,000, I think. That's one thing that I've never understood. I travel easily about 2,000 kilometers, right? Like, let's say driving through and whatever to like other countries or whatever. That's Earth is supposedly just 8 times more. If I go from just Southern Africa to Egypt, that's pretty much maybe the majority, like 10,000 kilometers easily. No curvature in the way.
Yeah. Yeah, well, not that
I mean, there should have been curvature. Like Africa should have been, kind of.
Not that you would notice in observation or practice or anything like that, for sure, right? So.
Yeah, unless they increase the size to say, okay, it's really big, and then you literally say it's big, like, okay, maybe it's like 100,000 kilometers at least,
Yeah. But anyways, back to my original point. Everybody started thinking it's flat. Then, somewhere along the way, they decided it's a ball. Right? Everybody can agree with that narrative. Right? That's pretty obvious. So the question is, how did they come to this conclusion? Right? So when you look into that, you find a bunch of stuff, in my opinion, that
I don't take this too seriously because I think that it was just some kind of a joke and people couldn't get it. Like somebody just joked about it and it kind of stuck.
Could be, and it just got carried away.
Yeah, I mean, I could claim it's a pyramid and it just kind of sticks.
Yeah. Well,
it's just a phase.
Too bad we don't have anybody in here that had any good reasoning for us.
Do you think flat Earth is a baseless claim? Like claiming Earth is a pyramid is a baseless claim?
I think people are afraid to address the issue because they think that the cell phones are going to stop working.
What?
Like if they
Well, that's
admit
pretty
that the
dumb.
Earth is flat. Yeah, it's just a fear.
Shape of the Earth has nothing to do with technology. Science has nothing to do with technology.
The problem is they believe it does. They believe everything is based on a ball because we're on a ball.
Yeah, but it doesn't change the real world physics of things.
I would say people need therapy.
Right, because nothing that you do in applied physics requires a globe. The globe is an interpretive frame.
So I'm looking up. I'm not very good with Greek and all these words or whatever. But what would the fear of flat Earth be? Like, what would it be called?
I don't think there's a fear of flat Earth. I think there's just a perception that you know certain things, right? And if what you think you know isn't true, then it shatters what you think everything is. Even though that's not necessarily true, that it shatters everything, right? And this is called cognitive dissonance, right? You familiar with the term?
Yeah, Grimm is right. There's also a social cost. You are under great societal pressure to conform to mainstream views.
And if you don't, people might look at you weird. They might call you a conspiracy theorist or a tinfoil hat wearer or something like that. They might call you crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
You're perceived to be a danger to the herd-like mentality of the population.
Right? They might not want to hang out with you anymore. You start thinking that kind of stuff.
You
so
might
you
have
just say
mad
what
cow
you think
disease.
people want to hear.
The best way to spot it, Hawk, is when they start making excuses. So they've got one belief in their head, the facts don't match. So in order to, reconcile that, they'll make excuses. Oh, well, that's because Earth's too big. Oh, that's because, the relativity. Oh, that's because of refraction. They won't understand the excuse, but they'll just throw something out there to help reconcile it in their brain.
Yeah, people just want to conform. There's like an social experiment people have done where they'll invite a bunch of people into a room and everybody in there is part of the crew except for one person. One person is basically being tested, and they'll go in the room and like a bell will ring, and every time the bell rings, the person will stand up. Right? So when the guy that's being tested gets in the room, there's already two people in there. And he goes in there and sits down, and the bell rings, and the first two people stand up, and then they sit back down. And then the bell rings again, and they stand up and sit back down. Right? And then another person comes in and sits down, and the bell rings, and now the third person stands up along with the first two people. Why does the third person stand up? He wasn't told to stand up. People don't just stand up when they hear a bell. You're in a waiting room and this person's just standing up because he's trying to conform to what everybody else is doing.
Follow the leader. That's why if you are going to sort of, actually ask these questions and come to these conclusions, you have to be quite mentally strong. You have to be just willing to stand on your own two and ignore the noise. That's probably the biggest challenge. And a lot of people come in here and say, why does everybody believe it's a bull? And I'd say that's probably the strongest reason why, because a lot of people just follow the so-called leaders. Nobody thinks for themselves anymore.
Yeah, someone smarter than me must have done it already.
If someone's got a title and a plaque on the wall, everything they say must be correct, right?
Must be.
It's embarrassing, really. I mean, we're supposed to be more advanced than the past. Humans are supposed to be getting more and more astute, more and more intelligent, but seems like the opposite is happening to me. And is it all because of technology? Is that what amazes us, blows our minds? I don't know. Because I look at how the conversation started. Oh, I think Hawk, you said, people think their cell phones wouldn't work without the ball. Everybody loves their cell phones, so they need the ball, right? Think about it. It's illogical to come to that conclusion, but that's the norm. It's embarrassing. And then these same people probably think they're getting their phone signal from the satellites, silly things like that. It's unbelievable, really.
Pretty sure I get my phone works because of Bigfoot.
I give my praise to the aliens, my friend.
Oh. I think Bigfoot has more stuff to support it.
My phone works because it's flat and we live on a flat Earth.
Nice.
That's too logical for this conversation.
Flat phones prove flat Earth.
That's true. If Earth was a ball, your phone would probably be a ball.
It would have to be.
Like using globe logic, it's easy. You just say whatever you want.
And then say because it's a globe. And then that's it.
Or you could go with the old, it couldn't be flat. And then you just don't prove it. You just say something else. You just start talking about like eclipses or something else.
Guys, why no one talking?
So you got nobody with a globe proof. Do you got some globe proof?
Yes.
Yeah, John, our hero. Oh man, we've been waiting for you.
No, John.
The videos that I can see.
Man, I've been looking for you for over 10 years, John. Thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome, bro.
Right on, man. Just throw it down. What's your proof?
Bro, you can
Bro,
you,
John, your phone is flat. How can the Earth be a ball?
bro, someone must try with navigation, and you go straight. Maybe you come back.
I fucking don't have to go straight. I've been straight my whole life.
Go travel, and if you come back the same place.
Oh, I've done that. John, I do that all the time. I'll go to the fridge right now, and I'll come back here to sitting down in my chair.
Maybe you fall at the end of the Earth. You go space.
I've fallen quite a bit. I've never made anything curve. I'm in Canada. There's a lot of ice. It's easy to trip here. You can slip all the time.
The walls that we cannot pass.
No, John, let's not move on.
I can't travel through a wall.
Hold on, Grim. This is how people end up stuck in their beliefs if we don't address their misconceptions. So, John,
right?
You made a claim there that if we go in one direction, we'll end up in the same place. So, which direction are you talking about? How can we do that? Any direction?
I want to go up. I want to go up. Like, come back to the same spot.
I want to ask him why no one trying. If I would be rich, I would try. Go buy a plane. You cannot
Go up, buy a plane, go up in the air. Okay, now what? What's next step?
Go straight and try to come back to the same place.
You can't, because the wind will blow your plane around. So you can't really go straight. So what do you want to try next?
Well, who did that? Have you got an example of somebody doing that?
Yeah, how would you determine straight?
I need some information. Why no one trying this?
No, nobody did it, bro. Nobody did that.
So, John, I think you're getting confused. So, yeah, east and west on a flat plane, on a flat Earth, would also be a circle. Are you aware of that?
Nobody's even done that perfectly.
Bro,
I understand that, but I just wanted to understand that this is something even east and west would be a circle on a flat plane.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Because once he understands that, he'll understand that there's a misconception.
Does he even understand that it's a circle on a ball?
Not only that, Roots, but also on his ball.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's step two. Yeah.
Circular both ways. So,
John, just be aware that east and west is a circle, yeah? So cardinal directions are based on our magnetic center, yeah? So if the magnetic center is in the north, then you could do you could travel east and theoretically make a great circle around that magnetic point. Does that make sense? John? Oh, now he goes quiet.
John, are you there?
John, wake up. You fainted, John. You fainted. Wake up.
I'm here.
John Connor.
Say again, please.
So do you understand what cardinal directions are? North, east, south. North, east, yeah, north, east, south, and west. Cardinal directions. What are they in relation to?
Yes.
Yeah. What are the cardinal directions in relation to?
I don't know what you mean, but I know the general knowledge you're talking about.
How do you determine north, east, south, or west?
Dude, I gave you a hint in the text chat. Look at that picture, and the name of the item is in that picture.
Yeah, have a look in the side chat. Professor Triangle, 21 minutes past the hour. Can you see how you can make a circle by going east or west, which is one cardinal direction? So you can go in one cardinal direction. I think you think that's a straight line, but actually, if you was to go east, you'd be making a circle. Look in the side chat.
Can't you fix it with your knowledge or something? Can't go straight, you mean?
Yeah, how would you determine straight?
So if you believe the world is flat, you need to prove it. You need to prove.
I don't believe the earth is flat. I'm asking you, how do you know you're going straight? How would you determine you were going straight?
Bro, okay, I don't go straight or something. How can you prove?
Well, that's what you're saying. If you go straight, you come to the same place. How do you determine you're going straight? Like, how do you know you're going to go straight? Like, if you just go on yourself and you just walk, one leg shorter than the other, you're going to go in a circle. Right? So you can't just walk forward. So how do you know you're going straight?
Bro, if you believe this, you need. If you need to prove this, you.
I don't need to. You do. It's your claim. I'm asking you about it.
Claims.
John, just answer the question.
I didn't claim if you go straight, you come back to where you are. I didn't claim that. You did.
How do you determine you're going straight? John, answer the question. Grim asked a really good question. How do you determine you're going straight? Think about it. How would we determine you are going straight? Think about it. It's a really good question. You've made a claim. If you go straight, you end up where you are. That means we're on a ball. Incorrect. So answer the question. How do we determine that we are going straight?
You say if we go straight with with that application, it cannot be. The scientists can't do that. You know, you say scientists can't do that.
It's not a scientific question that I asked you. So I'm not.
Aren't the ones using
science has nothing to do with it.
Dummy. You don't. It's not scientists going in straight lines.
Bro, who?
So again, can you answer my question? How would you determine you're going straight?
A rich person who believe the world is flat can try this or something else. What can they do? Throw up.
What are we trying? We're trying to go straight. How do we go straight? I'm asking you, how do we try it? I need to know your method so we can see if your method's logical.
You say there is no method that we can go straight. You say this?
Well, then why would you say you just go straight?
Because
why would you use that if you can't do that?
You do.
That's like me saying you just call Superman, but then also you can't just call Superman. So, but I can just prove it. You just got to call Superman.
Bro, I just want to say the world is flat, okay, but how you prove that? I want to believe.
I don't have to prove it. That's what you observe. Just go outside. Go look at it.
Please give me.
Go look at it. Go outside.
Yeah, John. We don't need to prove.
To you.
We don't need to prove anything, right now. John. But if you go outside, like Grim says, John, if you go outside and you do any observation of the Earth, you will not be able to detect curvature of any kind, and you will not be able to detect motion of any kind. So that is enough evidence for us to know that the Earth is not a spinning ball. We're not making a claim of a shape. We're just telling you the Earth can't be curving at 8 inches per mile squared because the curvature is not there, and it can't be spinning. There is no way to detect that motion of the Earth.
Okay, do you believe gravity?
What's gravity?
Isn't the answer is gravity?
What is gravity? Before you ask me if I believe in something, you need to define what it is. What is it you're asking me? Do I believe in? What? Give me the phenomena. What you're talking about? What's gravity?
Bro, I don't know exactly, but I think the gravity is the solution for that problem.
No.
So you're asking us if we believe in something that you don't even know what it is?
Yes.
Do you believe in this thing that you don't know what it is?
I don't know what is it, yes, but
you believe in it?
There must be easy solutions.
Do you believe in it? Yes or no? Do you believe in gravity? Yes or no? Why can't you answer? Simple question. You posed it to us. Now
He's
you
never
can't
thought
answer?
about it. He's never thought
Kinda
about it,
strange.
Grim.
And he doesn't even know what it is. He admits he doesn't know what it is. That's crazy. It's crazy talk.
John, that's like me asking you, do you believe in the phalangular forces? Do you believe in the phalangular forces?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
John, do you believe in the phalangular forces?
You can't have purple without that.
Yeah, and without purple, no marshmallows.
That's what it says in the chemistry book.
Imagine going camping without purple, without marshmallows.
Do you see the problem with the question, John? Do we believe in gravity? What's gravity? I don't know. There's a problem with your question. You don't know what it is you're asking us. Now, do you believe in gravity, like Grim asked?
Maybe his AI is slow. It's probably not giving him the right answer. Oh, there he goes. Oof.
I think it's
almost like a force just pulled him.
The phalangular force.
Yeah.
Better pull out your phalange meter.
Do you think he went and splashed? Do you think he went and splashed water on his face after that one?
I don't know. He might want to not look at water for a while. We didn't really get into water with him, so maybe that's still safe for him, but
Probably writing a strongly worded letter to the creators of ChatGPT right now. You've failed me.
I can tell why half the Globers that come in here make completely bullshit arguments, because I was arguing with like the Gemini AI, right? Like the one that comes up on Google when you type anything in, and it was just giving me complete bullshit information. It was telling me that in Behind the Curve, flat earthers went out and they went to Lake Pontchartrain and they did a laser test and disproved that the earth is flat. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm like, they never went to Lake Pontchartrain or used a laser to test over long distance in that. It's like, oh yeah, well, and it just kept like trying to shift the goalpost and not admitting that it just completely like lied about that. It's like, it kept pumping out like crazy misinformation. And then it was, I called it out on the Bedford level, and it was just being fallacious. It was just like kind of acting like an completely dishonest anti-flat earther. It was saying that when Robotham did the Bedford level test, he was too low to the ground and there was extreme refraction, so it was an invalid test. I said, who measured that there was extreme refraction? It's like, well, it had to have been extreme refraction because there's no other explanation, because it didn't match up with the globe. I'm like, what? So the only explanation is just to guess that there was extreme refraction. That's not the only other explanation for the fact that he could see too far. He said, and it kept saying, yeah, it's the only other explanation. He was too low to the ground, and that means that there was extreme refraction. I'm like, so that was never measured. You're just guessing. And eventually it's like, yeah, like actually no one actually guessed it. I mean, no one actually measured anything, and I did just kind of make that up. Like, it's not conclusive. And he's like, but then a guy, I forget what his name was, someone else starting with a W did it a long time later, and he accounted for refraction. he solved that problem because he went up to 13 foot high. And he did it from 13 foot high, so that eliminated that problem. So he didn't have to account for refraction. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, can you not have a refractive index gradient or refraction if you're 13 foot high? And it's like, well, yes, you can, but it mostly eliminates it. And eventually I like kept picking at it. It's like, yeah, well, he didn't account for refraction at all. Yeah, really, it's completely inaccurate. It's completely bricked. Like, this AI is getting information from anti-flat earth websites and flatearth.ws and bullshit like that. Big problem.
I like those conversations because when you get it to say, oh, I'm sorry, I overstepped the mark, that's the normal response when I'm like, yep, you fucking lied.
You lied, bitch. That's right.
You lied. I overstepped the mark.
Yeah, because I was asking, I'm like, who throughout all of history actually went out and validated through some type of measurement, observation, laser test, anything like that there's curvature over long distances? And it was bringing up like Rainy Lake experiment, and then I'm like, well, how did they account for refraction in that? I'm right, because you're making hyper-specific claims. Okay, how did they account for refraction? It's like, yeah, they completely accounted for it. I'm like, how did they measure that? It's like, well, they didn't actually measure it. They used a computer model. I'm like, so they didn't account for it. They just made an assumption based on a computer model. It's like, yeah. So I'm like, so are you now going to dismiss that as evidence? It's like, yeah, I'll dismiss it. And it ended up dismissing every single one by one, and then admitted at the end that nobody has ever gone out and done a long distance observation that matches up with the globe and accounted for all the variables that would be needed to make such a claim.
I think it was AV that was having these chats with AI on voice, and he was recording them for a while, posting them on X, and it was fascinating. I don't know if you've got a paid version where you can have the chat on voice, but it'd be great to record those conversations, DJ.
Mm-hmm.
It's something you could just post up.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I could have the conversation and then like edit it in post-production where because I think you need like a subscription and all that to like have the live conversations with it, but you can just hit the speaker and it'll play it back, and then I could just edit, just put together what I asked it, like just read out what my question was, and then hit the hit the little speaker button and it'll read it out, and then I can just put it together in Premiere Pro. I might do something like that, actually. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I think it's useful, bro, because there's so many people who come in here and like literally AI is their god. Like they think AI is an actual being or something. And then they, we tell them about this stuff, but it'd be nice to just have something to show them, and just say, look, we've been there, we've done that. This is what AI is going to tell you. And this is how it responds. It's going to say, sorry, I overstepped the mark. I lied. People just believe in it too much at the minute. So, Hawk, did you hear that last conversation we had?
Yeah.
Motaz, what's up?
What's up?
Yo.
Welcome.
So, I believe you guys believe that the Earth is flat, right?
Wrong. It's not a belief. It's just a observation and measurement.
How is that? How can you assume that the Earth is flat just by using observation?
I said measurement and observation.
So are you using?
Well, if you observe it, it's not an assumption.
So you measured the Earth?
There's many.
You do every day.
Yeah, there's many measurements.
You measure the Earth every day yourself.
Bro.
There is no measurements of curvature. That's the issue here.
Bro,
and
the
there's no measurements of motion either.
Bro.
Do you know what measurement means?
Yes.
Do you know what a measurement is?
Just
A measurement's a comparison.
Okay.
Okay? A measurement's a comparison. So every time you look at the Earth, right? Does it compare to something that's curving or not?
I mean, look, just look through the sea, okay? Why do
I look at the sea
bro
all the time, and it's made of water, which is a self-leveling, right?
Yes.
So water in itself goes flat, the surface of it, right? So if you have a sea, then how do you assume there's any curve there when water is observable as flat, the surface of it?
Let's leave the water. Move on to the shadows. Shadows when you know the sun.
Let's move on.
Let's move on to something that's not showing you that it's flat. Okay, we can move on to something else. Sure. You asked me a question, right? Right? You want to know how we know it's flat?
Yes.
Right? That's because you, me, and everybody else throughout all recorded history, everybody in here right now, everybody of all time, measures the Earth as flat.
Bruh.
Right?
Wait. So basically, when you reach the end of the Earth, so basically, how you can?
What end of the Earth? What do you mean end of the Earth? No one said anything about an end of the Earth.
But you said it's flat, so it doesn't have an end.
Correct. It is flat, just as you
it doesn't
experience
have
it,
an end.
just as you measure it.
No, flat's not a shape, my friend. There's no end to flat. Flat is just a description.
So why when we see pictures from the sky, you know, we see the
Why is it
end of
when
the
we
Earth.
see pictures of New York, we see a giant lizard climbing buildings?
No, that's clearly AI. That's something.
Well,
so
would you?
So
Okay, does that mean? Listen, okay, I agree, but does that mean that pictures are not a good test of what's real?
Yeah, but if it's
because pictures can be faked, right?
Yeah, but in the time that these pictures that are they come, they were not something like editing the photos, you know. The technologies
How do you know?
are not that developed.
How did you verify these photos are real?
Well, from the date of it, the date.
From what?
The date of the photo. Yeah.
Okay, so if I give you a photo of like Bigfoot with the date, that means Bigfoot's real?
Nah.
No. Oh, okay, so we can't use the date to how do we verify it then if we can't use the date?
He said data.
Did you say data?
Dates.
Dates?
Okay.
Yeah.
So no, we can't use the date. So how can we confirm the photos are real?
No, I meant that the photos, the time that it came, it were not a technology to editing the photos, you know.
Well, they've been editing photos for a long time, way before, like a long time ago. So I don't know, like before Photoshop. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Elaborate what he said.
Right, I can right now. I can go take a ball, paint it like it's the moon, for example, right? And take a picture of it. Right? So the picture would be real. But the moon would just be like a soccer ball that I painted.
Yeah, like there's artists that work for NASA that paint, like I'm trying to find an image now where people paint like Jupiter and things like that on a big ball, and it looks the same as what the images are showing. Now, my wife has a master's degree in art, and she specializes in like hyper-realistic type of paintings and things like that. I showed her the blue marble that NASA claims is the only full photo of the Earth from space. Okay, and I said, would you be able to paint this? Right? If I gave you a ball, could you paint it and make it look realistic? She's like, yeah, of course, that's easy. It's easy to do that kind of thing. Okay, and then you could put it in a studio with a black background and take a photo of it.
Well, if it was like that, so the satellite, where it is right now?
What
The
satellite?
satellite.
What satellite? Pick any satellite, and then you tell us how you can confirm what distance it is away from the Earth.
Okay.
So if you go to Google right now and you type in photograph of a satellite in space, all that comes up is cartoons.
Okay.
You just have to trust maybe some application or something that says, oh, there's a satellite here and it's 500 miles away or 5,000 miles away or whatever it's said to be. Okay, and then that's the furthest that you can check that, right? You have to choose whether you believe the information that you're getting told, right? You're not going to be able to confirm anything about it. It's just something that you believe. Here's a picture of a guy painting Jupiter, by the way, in the side chat.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
I have a question, by the way. The question.
Yeah, ask away.
And if the Earth is really flat, why in some countries they have nighttime and in some other countries they have like daytime?
Okay, well,
Like,
let me ask you this then. I'm going to help you logically go through this. What causes day?
What? Sun.
What causes day? The sun?
Right.
So you said?
I mean, if they have sunlight,
Okay,
it's
so-
daytime.
Okay, so the sun just how does it cause day? Does it just magically say today it's going to be daytime right now? Does it just turn on and off? What does it do?
So, the Earth spins around the sun, and when
No, I said what does the sun do? I didn't say what the Earth does. I said what does the sun do to make day happen?
around peeking at the sunlight, if I can say it
It's really
right,
simple.
I guess.
You want me to tell you?
Yes.
The sun moves, right?
Kind of.
Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
No.
Right? The sun moves.
We move.
Apparently to you. From where you are, that's what you see. You see the sun move. Right?
What?
You
So
see
what
it appear
happens?
at the horizon, and then it goes up and over your head, and then it goes back down the other way towards the horizon behind you, and then it's nighttime. Right?
Yeah, and it. What happens when you move a light away far enough away? What happens? What happens to the light from that light source?
It kind of disappears, you could say, because it's very away. It becomes weak.
Right. It takes the light with it.
Yes.
Light will not travel forever through the atmosphere. There's a limit. There's an extinction limit to how far light can travel through the atmosphere. So that's what happens. The sun moves and takes its light with it.
I want to clear one thing up quickly. I just want to clear one thing up with him really quickly. Like, we don't claim that the Earth is like a flat planet in the globe Earth version of outer space, where you've got a 93 million mile away sun that's giant, right? Many, many times larger than the Earth. We're not claiming that the flat Earth exists in that space vacuum, right? That's the globe model. That's the globe concept of heliocentrism. Yeah, we would say that the sun, you know, maybe it's much smaller and much closer, okay? And if we have a smaller, closer light source that's taking cycles above the surface of the Earth, when it moves away from you, it's going to take its light with it, and that light can only push so far through the atmosphere, if you know what I mean. Okay, because like you said, the light quickly gets dimmer as it moves away from the source. Okay, and then the atmosphere absorbs light as well. So as it moves away, it takes its light with it, like Roots was saying.
Okay. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
It's about flat Earth. Yeah, so what do you guys, I guess, in a sense, think makes the Earth flat? Or not round or not globe or whatever, right? And then I'm just gonna say, if that's the case, then why aren't other planets like the same like I guess.
Okay. So first question, what makes? We have no idea what makes it. A lot of people would just say God, like we weren't here when it got made, right? We just were here and it was already here.
Yeah.
But we have no way to decide what made it that way. And when you say other planets, well, what do you mean other? Other than what? Right? You're saying other than Earth.
Other than the Earth, yeah.
Right.
I'm
right.
saying
so Earth's not a planet.
My question
problem.
is.
You think Earth
my question
is a planet? It's not.
Okay, wait.
Planets are lights in the sky, same as stars, but they're called wandering stars. So they have a different path. Right? All the stars move in a circle, basically, right? And the planets move in a different, they move to their own beat, right?
Yep. Sure.
Okay. So Earth can't be a planet because what a planet is first of all, it's a celestial body, which means something that's in the sky, and Earth isn't in the sky. It's the ground.
Okay,
that's its defining feature.
Since it's
right?
Okay, wait, hold on, real quick.
Second of all,
it's controversial.
It's not moving.
Yeah. I said planet as like a placeholder, since I know it's controversial. Yeah. So,
okay. So then, why would you expect the Earth to be the same as those things in the sky? What similarities do you see from Earth and those things?
Well, that's why. No, my question was, would that also entail other? I guess like, we don't know call them like. Hello?
Wandering stars?
Yep.
Yeah. Would that entail them being the same shape as well?
We have no way to confirm what shape a wandering star is. A wandering star is a light in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, or what about like, I don't know, like the moon? What do you think about the moon?
It's the moon.
It's not Earth.
It has
I think
nothing,
it actually has some things that kind of go against the globe narrative. So we could talk about it, and I could show you some things that go against the globe narrative, but it's still not the Earth.
Yeah, the only thing we can tell you about the moon is the moon is not the same as the wandering stars. So you've kind of related the moon to the wandering stars. The moon looks nothing like the wandering stars. The wandering stars they look just like the fixed stars, but they wander. So you can compare them to the fixed stars. They look similar. They look like lights. They actually look like solar luminescence, but I won't even go there.
What do you think of the moon?
Well, I think the moon
when
is
you observe the moon at night.
I think it's awesome.
Yeah. It's amazing. Yeah, it's completely separate to the wandering stars, though. It's not
that's fine.
Ball of. There's no way to confirm it's a ball of rock in a vacuum of space.
I mean, it looks round from my eyes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Does it also ground from your eyes?
So what? Sometimes. Yeah, it does, dude. Look, honestly, if just say the moon was a sphere, okay, the Earth. That doesn't mean that the Earth would also be a sphere. Okay, the Earth has nothing in common with the moon whatsoever. Now, we can't tell exactly what size the moon is, what distance it is, what medium it resides in, how far away, like all of these things. We don't know this empirically. Okay, we just get told a big story about it based on a bunch of assumptions, like a mathematical concept. But what we can test is that the Earth, right, doesn't have anything in common with the moon, such as curvature, right? If the moon was a sphere, then the Earth doesn't have that curvature that would be a characteristic of a sphere.
So to answer my question, no would be the answer, right? It's not going to be entailed.
No.
Not necessarily. If you look in the side chat right now, Roots just posted at 52 after an hour, 4 objects that look like spheres, but only one of them is actually a sphere.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it is or isn't either way. What we're calling here is for humility. Humility in the face of baseless, unverified claims about what these stellar objects are for the past 100 years.
And what do you think of like satellites that take pictures of the Earth?
I think they're cool.
Is that it?
Yeah, like that's it.
Do you think they're authentic?
Well, there's no evidence that they're orbiting a globe.
There's no evidence they're in a vacuum of space either.
We don't really know what they are or what mechanics that they operate under. Because if you were to go to Goddard Space Flight Center, okay, their webpage, this is basically NASA's central hub, their dashboard for space objects. And if you scroll down on their front page under query to satellite queries, to query a satellite, they say you need to know which magnetic flux tube of force it's operating under so that the magnetic field lines that trace to ground stations can more accurately discern its location. Now, if you have any idea what that means, maybe you can enlighten us. We've been trying to crack this nut for a long time.
I'm not sure, but I was just gonna say, what do you think of?
Exactly.
I mean, have you heard of the White Swan?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, you have?
Mm-hmm.
What's your response to like the White Swan?
Okay, so it's actually a black swan. Okay, because the horizon in the one that they call the White Swan is actually about 500% further away than it should be of the Earth or a globe. Okay, so what we're more likely seeing in that observation is just a specific like an atmospheric effect that's taking place that fits the definition of what is called sinking, right? There can also be some ocean swells on that particular day, but it's not uncommon for something that would normally be visible on the horizon to apparently look like it's sinking behind the horizon. Okay, it's a well-known effect that happens. Right, it's like a form of an inferior mirage. An inferior mirage does the same thing. Right, makes things look like they're displaced lower than what they would normally be.
And what do you?
So if you go to Google right now, for example, if you type in what is sinking refraction, it will say exactly what I just said. It would say something that's normally visible on the horizon apparently looks like it's sinking below the horizon, even though it's not obstructed by anything.
Right.
Okay, so that could be what's happening with the White Swan. But this is the thing, right? They're all only black swans exist when it comes to observations of the horizon. There's no such thing as a white swan. When they say white swan, they mean, oh, this is an observation where it matches up with the globe. Okay, it doesn't. It doesn't match up with the globe. There is not a single observation that matches up with the globe.
Yeah, and then like, do you know about like the neutrino experiment?
Which one? Yes.
Which one?
Yeah, there's one where they claim to have measured a stream horizontally, and one where they claim to measure a stream vertically.
Yeah, the one that Blitz guy was talking about.
Yeah, he got them confused.
Oh, how so?
The no hands guy?
Holy. Yeah, because yeah, that guy. Yeah, I mean so Indio thought he was talking about the vertical one, and so did Blitz, but I think Blitz's paper was about the horizontal one. So
I'm not sure. I'll have to ask him about it.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, who's feeding you this crap in DMs, by the way?
Nobody. I just went.
You're just coming up with this on your own?
Watch the Blitz thing.
I was watching Planet Peterson.
Aha. That guy's super fallacious. Strawman arguments. Yeah, he doesn't do very well when he has conversations with us.
Wow, he actually comes in here?
Of course.
Yeah, he's been in here, yeah. He was actually scared during the Blitz debate. We were trying to get him to actually join the stage, and he was refusing until he accidentally hit the join button. He came up for a few minutes and then ran away. But yeah, that guy, he's like a script guy, right? He's not someone that really, he's just like an arrogant script guy. He doesn't really have a good technical understanding of the arguments.
Yeah, like Professor Dave, he's all scripted. He buys his scripts.
He buys these scripts? Where from, NASA? Sorry.
He said he says he's not an expert in anything, and what he does is he actually hires people that are experts in the field to write his scripts for him. He's basically like a presenter.
But like,
so he has a script, and then he goes on.
Where's the evidence for that?
Well, he said that himself. I think I actually have that on.
So if we give you a video of him saying that, are you going to deny it? Are you going to Are you going to say he meant
no.
something else? He meant something else.
No.
I'll find it for you, dude, because it is fair that I back up what I said. So just give me a
Yeah, and
second.
also he's not a professor either. He already said that.
Played a guy
What's a
that started
science
sniffing
communicator?
girls' hairs in some movie.
Yeah, something about love in LA or something like that.
Yeah.
Love and Lies in LA, I think it's called.
Yeah. What wasn't his role like hair sniffer number 2?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he said he's not a professor. He thought it would be a funny like name to call his YouTube channel, Professor Dave. He thought it would be fun. And he said he dropped out of college to follow a music career, which didn't work out. And then he said he's not really an expert in anything, and that he hires people to write his scripts for him and that kind of thing. But yeah, I'll just find the video where he actually talks about it.
Yeah.
That's why, like, most of his arguments, right? So he'll have like AE maps, right? Like a globe projection, and he'll say, "Oh, this is the map that the flat earthers claim," and he'll straw man an argument, or he'll pick a really bad flat earth argument and say, "Oh, this is what all the flat earthers are claiming." And then the globe earthers watch it, and because they don't know the flat earth arguments properly, they believe that Dave's telling them the truth about what flat earthers are claiming, and then they come in here and try to bring those same fallacious arguments in here, and they get wrecked.
Yeah, to be honest, it doesn't help our case when people professing to be flat earthers show the AE map and say that this is flat earth or the best representation of it when it's completely 100% not.
Right. So you guys have like hit diamond when it comes to flat earth.
This is the flat earth Pentagon.
Right.
Like, this community's been around for more than 10 years. It's kind of the central hub. Many of the groups that you see out there have spun off, you could say, from here to go pursue their own agendas and endeavors.
Right.
Most of them.
So
Yeah.
I found
All
the
of them?
video.
You think the moon landing
it's
was
literally
faked?
yeah,
Sorry.
obviously, definitely, bro. But just hold on a second, right? Just take 50 seconds and just watch the clip that I put in the side chat.
All right.
And then we can talk about the moon landing if you want.
All right. Great. Yeah. So he was talking about the stuff that he doesn't understand, but then he went on to say he understands chemistry well.
Yeah, so he shouldn't be talking about flat Earth then, huh?
He actually doesn't understand chemistry that well.
Yeah, he got that wrong too in the
He
debate.
failed as a professor. He used the excuse he went to become a musician instead, failed as that, and then had a second try to be a chemistry professor and failed again. And you can also
I've got another video where he talks about all of that as well. It tells you.
I mean, that's fine. I
exactly-
mean, you can still be pretty knowledgeable, even though you're not a professor. I would say.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
be.
that's true.
You can be, but you can also be very fallacious and trick people into thinking that flat earthers are claiming things that they're not claiming, and strawman people. Okay, so look, this you should watch.
I would agree.
Well, listen, just one second. I'm gonna share something for you if you want to watch it later. Okay, so it's like this guy called Mindshock. He's got a channel called Bruce McGuire on YouTube, and he's unbiased. Like, he doesn't take sides, and he reviews debates, and he's a professional in formal logic and whatnot. Okay, so he goes over and he'll stop the debate every time someone makes a fallacy, and he'll explain what the fallacy was and how it was fallacious and blah blah blah. Right, and he did that with a bunch of Dave's debates, and Dave actually holds the records for the most amount of fallacies in a debate. and it's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fallacies. He's a very slimy, dishonest guy. I'll post that video. Yep.
Yeah, who's the guy that knows about formal logic?
His name's it's Bruce McGuire. He's got a channel. It used to be called Mindshock, but now it's called Bruce McGuire. And you know, he's a very smart guy. So if you watch his videos, he'll stop the debate. No.
Oh, are you sad about that?
Well, he's unbiased to it. He
Does it
shits
matter
all
if
over the.
he's a flat earther, dude? If he's going to be calling out fallacies, is there a difference between people? Like, if you're a flat earther, you call him out more or less? Which is it?
I never.
He doesn't say he's a globe earther. He doesn't say that the Earth's a globe, right? He just says that, look, I'm going to give an unbiased opinion on the debate, right? He doesn't bring his own opinion into it. He's like, okay, this is a logical fallacy because of X, and he'll tell you what it was and how it works and all that sort of thing.
I mean, this is irrelevant, but I actually do think he's a flat earther deep down, but he just doesn't admit it. Just saying.
Bruce.
Yeah,
everybody is. Everybody is. Some of them.
Everybody is. Yeah.
The Globers that won't admit it, they think somebody's watching them.
Bruce McGuire.
Yeah, I'll grab the link for you, bro. McGuire. It's like MGUIRE.
Oh, not this guy then.
No, if you type in Mindshock, it'll probably come up. But I'll grab it for you, and I'll grab the specific date and the specific video, and I'll put it in the side chat. Just 1 second.
Oh, McGuire. Oh yeah, this guy. Okay. And
So if you just go to search and just type in Dave.
He knows about formal logic.
Yeah, he knows a ton about it.
And where did he say, I guess, or how do you actually know?
Know what?
Here we go.
What do you wait? No, I mean I'm genuinely curious.
How do we know what?
Because every single show of everything he's ever done is focused on this topic, the application of formal logic.
I mean that could still be the case, and like, yeah, I mean,
you can fact check everything that he's saying. That's the thing. Okay, so it doesn't matter what your opinion is about it. He's stating mainstream logical fallacies. Okay, and he's breaking them down, and he's showing it happen live and explaining it. I mean, you can try to go against that if you want, but he's just pointing out things that happen in the debate. That's all. He calls out the flat earthers as well if they do it. Here's the video I was talking about, by the way.
Right. But yeah, so what do you think about the moon?
We can't validate about the moon. Okay, I think that America faked the moon missions. Okay, that doesn't prove that the Earth's not a globe. But the footage is absolutely ridiculous looking. Most people haven't even looked at it. And then when I share clips of the footage, they're like, that's bullshit. There's no way that that's NASA footage. That's completely fake. Prove to me that that's actually NASA footage. And then I have to go show them on NASA's YouTube channel and website that this is actually NASA footage.
Yeah. I mean, have you heard of what they're doing with that time capsule that was in Michigan?
I'm not sure.
They said it came from a rocket. Oh, you're not sure about it? Oh, okay.
No, I haven't looked into that one.
Oh. Yeah.
But tell me. Tell me about it.
Nobody can open it until 2079 or some shit.
Why?
It's weird.
Why is that?
I don't know.
That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the Russians found it, and then it's in Michigan now, and yeah, nobody can open it until 2079.
What happens if you open it?
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you.
Maybe there's some flat Earth proof inside.
If you open it too early, you're going to ruin the PSYOP. They've clearly got a PSYOP planned.
Open it.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about aliens?
Space is fake. What do you think about aliens?
I mean, I'm
when you
open to
say
the
aliens,
possibility.
when you say aliens, you mean like Mexicans?
When I say aliens, I'm talking
Gemsy,
about
he's not talking about you.
Oh, I got triggered when he said alien. I thought he was talking about my
I know you always pop up when you think everybody's talking about you because you're paranoid.
Yeah. Well, see, he said alien, so I mean, I have a reason.
Yeah, when I say aliens, I'm talking about other life forms from
Foreigners.
outer space.
From outer space? No, space is fake. So now what do you think about
how is-
aliens? Because you missed it before when I said that.
Yeah, I did. I'll just ask, how do you justify that space is fake? How do you defend that
How do
proposition?
you justify space is real, as you've been told? That's the question.
But
We're
that's
asking
gonna
that
be like
question.
hold on, but then that's just gonna be a burden shift fallacy.
No, it's not, because we're not the one making the claim about what space is. The claim on the table is that space is an infinite expanding vacuum. Listen, my request for exposition is not a denial or acceptance of that claim.
Wait, so you don't deny or accept my claim?
No, I'm just asking for clarification and justification.
I never even had a proposition when it comes to me saying.
Well, you may have not, but this is with regards to the claim that space is an ever-expanding vacuum.
Okay, well, how does that have to do with what we were just discussing a few seconds ago?
Well, you tried to reverse the burden.
No, I never tried to reverse the burden.
Yeah, you said, how can you justify that space isn't a vacuum? That's a total burden reversal.
You understand when nobody makes a positive claim and somebody makes.
So you're avoiding the claim on the table, which is that space is an expanding vacuum that we're asking for clarification on.
I mean, you're just dodging my explanation.
No, I'm actually engaging it directly.
Yeah, you're engaging it by saying something else that doesn't even correlate to what I originally said.
You tried to reverse the burden.
Wait, can you just elaborate when you say reverse the burden?
Yeah, you asked us to prove a negative.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to him.
Well, listen, I'm speaking.
I never posted. Yeah, I mean, I never. I never made a positive.
Yeah, maybe you need to withdraw.
How do you know that it isn't fake? Is just going to be burden shifting if I've never made a positive claim?
Why did you ask us to prove a negative if you weren't trying to reverse the burden?
Well, why are you claiming aliens are from outer space? And then I said space is fake, and you tripped out. So you were claiming space is real.
Well, that's so space. In that, I guess, kind of like, well, it wasn't even a claim. It was kind of a question because I said, like, what do you think about aliens or something, right? But
I can agree said, are you talking about me because I'm an illegal alien? And you said, no, I'm talking about space aliens. And I said, space is fake. Now, what do you think of space aliens? And you tripped out, right, Gemsy?
I mean, as I was saying, I guess you can kind of say, I guess you can kind of say that I was presupposing that space was real. At least that's on your view, right? But then if you still make I guess in a sense negative claim about space being like not real, then I'll just ask for the proof that it's not real.
Because that's a counter proposition, not the proposition.
Wait, no, hold on, but the proposition previously that I made had nothing to do with his negative negative claim at all, with his proposition.
Yeah, well, I didn't accuse you of making a positive claim. I said the claim on the table.
You did.
The same one you were referring to for us to make a negative proposition about.
And did I make a positive claim about space being real? I presupposed it. Yeah, sure, but
to reverse the burden, you had to by necessity. You had to in order to reverse the burden, as you did by having us try to substantiate a negative, which is a counter proposition to the proposition on the table that you were inferring.
When you say so when you say
the end.
When you say the possibility,
if you continue past this point and don't withdraw, I'm gonna freaking mute you for trolling.
Wait,
Performative. Look at it like this. If I said to you, Bigfoot is not real, would you turn around and say, prove to me that Bigfoot is not real?
No, I would just say, how do you know that Bigfoot is not real? Like, what sort of, like, what's the standard you're using to determine that Bigfoot is not real or something?
Because nobody's been able to justify the positive claim that it is real.
There we go.
So it's instantly not fake. So then what do you think about brute facts that
I don't have to automatically accept a baseless claim. As I said before, when I ask
that's
for
fine, but-
exposition, I'm neither agreeing with the claim or denying the claim.
Hold on, but again, like, yeah, this is just gonna be like a quick yes or no. Like, was I talking to you?
You're talking to all of us. It's an open panel, yeah. So yes, you were
Correct.
talking to him. Yeah.
I was in. Okay, so was I
Okay,
engaging?
I get it.
in
You don't like
conversation?
me, okay? And it's because I'm pointing out the
It's not
flaws
that
in
I
your
don't like you at
logic.
all. Flaws in my logic. What?
Yeah. Your
You mean
suppositional logic
reasoning?
is flawed.
Yeah, I mean, you just mean reasoning, right? Because we're engaging in an informal conversation or informal discussion, right?
Well, you tried to reverse the burden, and that made it more formal, right?
No, actually, no.
Yeah, it did. You tried to engage in formal logic at that very instant, so you're wrong.
Wait, okay, I think you're confused on what formal logic is.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, so formal
Yeah,
logic is it? Yeah, it's the study of structured reasoning that has like rules of inference.
Correct. You added structure to it, which I destroyed by knocking out your presupposition.
But wait, you do understand that if we're just engaging with like some type of like, I guess in a sense, informal reasoning, right? And there's no formal argumentation behind it. Then
Yeah, so maybe you don't want to make burden reversals.
Then it's not going to be. Hold on, real quick. Let me just say this. It's not going to be. It's not going to be formal because I'm not even using any rules of inference or have a logical structure to any of my propositions. You understand that, right?
That's your plan. You're going to try to not do that. Well, you've already been smoked in this, dude.
Wait. I'm not saying I'm not going to try to do that. I'm just saying what I originally did wasn't or didn't engage in formal logic at all, or any branch of formal logic, like propositional logic, or maybe like say, like first order logic, anything. It was just informal, I guess, kind of like discussion. It wasn't like
Okay, well, I'll let you back it up. All right, let's back it up, reverse it, start over.
I mean, if that's your way of coping, I mean, sure, I guess.
I'm not coping.
Okay, let's back it up and start over. No, space is fake. Now, what do you think of space aliens? Go.
Well, do you think that in some possible world, space could be real?
No.
You don't? So then what's going to be... Okay, so you think it's logically contradictory?
Absolutely.
Yes.
So when I say it's logically possible, given a possible world for space to be...
No, it's not possible.
What's going to be the contradiction?
Gas pressure without a container.
That's not a contradiction.
Yeah, it is. There's necessary antecedents to gas pressure.
But hold on. But again, space.
Hold on. No, there are antecedents that are necessary to gas pressure's existence.
I mean, I can grant that.
Okay, so it's not possible. Period.
Okay, hold on. When I say possible, what modality do you think I'm operating in? Logical modality, physical modality? What's physically possible?
Well, in this case, they're one and the same.
You understand that something can be physically impossible, like you're referring to, but logically possible, right? There's a clear distinction.
Not in this case.
There's nothing logical about making air bubbles in a vacuum. There's nothing logical about air bubbles in a vacuum.
We're dealing with natural law.
Okay, can you chill for like 2 seconds, please?
We're dealing with natural law. That's why. Laugh all you want.
Natural law can get violated.
Really? It can get violated?
When we're talking about
like magical unicorns in your brain? Sure, okay.
Absolutely. I mean, it's logically
let's talk about fantasy here. No, we're talking about real world, okay? Application of logic.
I know we're talking.
The real world application of physics.
We can talk about real world, but my question was centered around the logical possibility.
Okay, so what? Like you can conjure up something in your brain and that makes it real?
Wait, what? The reason I'm saying it's not logically impossible
in your brain, and you're like, therefore it's possible. That's called a reification fallacy, dude. Would I like to engage in concept reification fallacies with a debate, bro? No.
As I was saying, right?
Yeah,
so when we say something is logically,
bro.
Let me just clarify. When we say something is logically impossible, we're just saying that it's a contradiction within logic, right?
No, you're trying to get us to reify concepts.
If I say, okay, so you're just gonna wait, okay, so then you're just gonna deny the laws of logic?
No, I'm not. I'm going to deny your concept reification fallacy, which is an acceptance of logic.
Oh yeah, and did you come to that conclusion within the use of logic?
I came to this conclusion when you asked us to conjure up something as a possibility in your brain that is inherently contradictory.
And the steps that you made, was you using some type of reasoning to get there?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, so then you are accepting the laws of logic then.
Of course, I accept the laws of logic. Sure.
Okay, so then
I'm using it to destroy your concept reification fallacy, which is a violation of the laws of logic.
Wait, how is it a violation of? I'm not even sure what the fallacy even is. So maybe you can elaborate on the
concept
fallacy.
reification fallacy. Okay, maybe somebody can post it in the chat, and you can educate yourself on this debate, bro.
No, but you're the one using it, so I think you would, like, be more informative on what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I already defined it like 3 times through
you,
the course of our conversation. If you were listening and picking up on the cues that I was talking about, you would have heard my definition of what concept reification fallacies are.
That's fine, but I don't understand why it's so hard for you to repeat what you said again.
Because I don't want to waste my time doing concept reification fallacy experiments with you, bro.
But you're saying it 24/7, so I can just make the case that you already are wasting your time.
No, you're wasting my time.
If I say hi 24/7 and then somebody asks me, "Hey, what does that word mean?" and I'm just gonna say, "Hey,
you're wasting our time."
What?
Thanks for owning yourself again. Can you step on the garden rake any harder?
And just to be like clear, did you come to that conclusion again, like with reasoning and logic?
Performative Name Destroyer, can you just try to like get back on topic? If you have more questions, just ask more questions about the topic.
I'm not looking at the screen right now. Kind of. I mean, I hit the microphone, but I'm not looking. Are the bots in here? Because I want somebody to make him viral today.
They are, I think. Yep, they're in here, but he just bailed. He ran away.
No, I actually booted him.
Oh, okay.
I hit the disconnect button with fans involved.
Yeah, he didn't want to talk about the topic anymore. Oh, he's back. Here we go. Are you going to talk about the topic now, dude?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
What's your next question? Well, hold on a second. Just wait a second, because we got Rahul. Yeah. Welcome, Rahul.
Thank you, bro. Bro, where are you from?
I am from Australia.
Oh.
What about you?
Nice. I am from India.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Well, do you have any questions about the topic of the channel?
Bro, हिंदी आती है आपको?
Uh-oh. Okay, I think he's starting to cook.
No question.
No questions? All right.
How did you like the India moon landing? Did you like that?
Repeat.
Did you know India went to the moon?
Yes.
It was a cartoon.
Bro, रुको. 1 minute.
What in the world is this?
Bro, one question.
Yeah.
Oh, I say
Right, and he's gone. And he's back.
And he's gone. Oh no, he's back.
sorry, bro.
You are forgiven.
Take your microphone out from inside your jacket pocket.
Has he actually intentionally spoke with us once, or is he just clowning? Yoder, it is interesting that this topic, more than any other topic that I have ever known, reveals 99% are brain in a jar types.
Yeah, which isn't even true. Because then you got to get into the internal and external world. You know, how can you conjure up something that you never had an experience with in the first place? It's like, how could Helen Keller imagine what sight is like?
110%, my friend. The interesting thing is that there seems to be no lower limit to the Globy. Really.
Hey, Mange is here.
What, Mange?
Big Main is here, fellas. Big Main is here.
Mange.
Bro, what are you
talking about? The Mange is here.
What is a mange? Pussy?
Look it up.
I ain't looking it up, boy. You tell me. You tell me, boy.
No, it's too disgusting.
Yeah, we back on that flat shit. We back on flat earth, man. We back. We back, and we gonna get to the truth once and for all, yeah?
Are you a
If
merchant,
if that other guy shows up, just immediately ban him.
I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, ban his ass. But yeah. Where did we left off yesterday?
You were spiraling.
About what?
You had a string of lights you had a string of lights in the sky, and you said they're magical and they're falling all the time.
Yeah, I said it was magic, yeah.
Which way is down for a satellite that's in orbit?
Back to Earth, you know. They're free falling.
Free falling. How come they go over your house?
Is down is in the direction to travel.
One at a time, fellas. I didn't hear that.
How is down going around over your house?
Bro, you asked me which direction is down. I only answered that. I didn't tell you that it was being
satellite. It's in the direction of its orbit, not down at Earth.
What I wanted to tell you now is the satellite stays in orbit by its constant velocity, which is the same rate as it is free falling down on Earth. That's why over the Earth's curve, it's having a velocity going over the Earth's curve, but it's still falling. But the Earth's curve, it goes further and further and further. And the velocity which it goes nullifies that free fall.
How did they calculate the velocity needed if they didn't measure the Earth curve already from the ground?
They did.
They'll need a tangential velocity, which requires a curvature measurement.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
They'll need a tangential velocity, which requires a curvature measurement to have a radius.
Hold on. You're asking me to give you a velocity which is needed to surround the curve, yeah? The measurement. You're asking me to give you orbital mechanics formulas right now.
No, not really, because those are just kinematics. I want the dynamic. I want the dynamic force. I want the dynamic force of down, the twisting, torquing, rotational measurement of the satellite.
Hold on, man. I ain't got no twisting, torquing mechanisms to show you right now. All I want to tell you is we got these explanations, yeah? And we can believe in, or we don't believe in. That's it. That's bottom line, homie. But we can also, you know what also we can do? We can look at it and see it doesn't move any other way because there's no propellant.
You need to see, and then one more thing, you need to imagine.
But we can see it.
Yeah, we see the same thing. You just have an imagination about it.
Yeah.
You've never seen a satellite orbit. You've seen it move.
Yeah, I've seen it move, yeah. And hundreds of thousands of people have seen it move all around the globe.
We see them move.
But all around the globe we see it move, yeah?
Well, that's the part that you have to imagine.
No, dude, yesterday you tried this and you said, I can get 50 people and we'll all follow it around the globe. And I said, go ahead. And you said, I can't get 50 people.
Yeah, for goddamn right.
Imagine it.
I ain't gonna get 50 people, but listen.
That's right. You're not going to be able to do it. Remember, I said those same words yesterday. Also, this is like deja vu day for you.
No. It's not deja vu. We've been talking about this for 1 minute right now. But let me ask you guys one question, okay? So you guys know that you can follow Starlink on the internet. You know, you have the website which follows it, orbit around Earth. You know how?
Yeah, that's because you can't actually see it for yourself. You have to imagine it, and the app conforms to your imagination of it.
Hold on. You know how ISS has that little orbit projection down on the live stream? You know, 24 live stream of ISS.
It's based off a coordinate reference system.
Huh?
Yeah, so there's a coordinate reference system for space. One of them is called IGP-4, and it's based off the WGS-84 model.
Okay, okay. So basically, you can track the Starlink satellite in its orbit on a website, and when you see
I understand how it works. I'm giving you the coordinate reference frames for the mathematics of the orbital mechanics.
Great, buddy. But when you see,
I know more about this than you.
Yes, you do. When you see,
don't need to teach us.
Oh my God, man! Let me finish, man. So when you see the Starlink orbit is gonna cross where you live, and you go out, see it in the sky, and it matches the exact minute it should be over your head, and every single human can do this, yeah, and it matches. Why do you say that's like not plausible? Not why do you say it doesn't work?
What do you mean? It works mathematically. It works within the coordinate reference frame.
Yoder, listen to me. Let me rearrange this question. Let me rearrange this question for you, buddy. So we have Starlink satellites. We can follow it on a website where it is at each exact moment. Yeah, and
using an arbitrarily chosen coordinate reference frame.
And why does that matter if they orbit or not?
It matters because it's an interpretive frame that allows you to consider these things going in an orbit around a ball within that coordinate reference system.
Okay.
There are other interpretive frames that don't utilize the Earth as a sphere.
Okay, so...
Right, and the mathematics work the same.
Are we agreeing that the website is actually providing the current location of Starlink satellites? You know, the website I'm talking about.
No.
Why not?
Because when the lights go away, you still have internet.
What are you talking about? I'm not even connected to Starlink. I'm using broadband cables.
Yeah,
then how do you know what the lights are?
It's accurate to say that the ISS is correctly plotted within the coordinate reference system.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean the coordinate reference system matches actual reality. Those are two separate things.
Okay. So, Yoder, we agree on that. Let's say we doesn't know if it actually orbits, but it actually shows and when and where the thing is, and you can spot it, right? So we agree on that.
Yeah, no ball required.
Okay, no ball required. So now the other question: are those ISS and Starlink and all the other satellites, are they constantly in air above us, or they come down and then get relaunched or something like that?
Sorry, what?
So the other question that follows that one was, so then does the ISS, the Starlink, and all the other satellites, are they constantly flying in air above us at a constant speed?
I don't know what they are. I mean, well, it's going to be constant acceleration.
Yeah.
Right, because uniform circular motion is constant acceleration.
Okay, but so you're saying you don't know if they're constantly flying above us or not?
Honestly, I don't know what they actually are. There could be something up there that coincides with what they are.
Okay. So when you buy Starlink, yeah, and you put the dish out, satellite dish, what do you think how do you think you're receiving the signals from that satellite, from the dish, the Starlink dish? Yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to have firsthand knowledge of where the signal's coming from.
Just rebranded Dish Network.
So it's a dish network. The signal comes from radio towers. Yeah. Is that what you're saying, Professor?
Yeah, go ahead and debunk me.
Okay. So we get all the internet, all the cell signals from radio towers on Earth. Yeah, there's no satellites involved.
No, your phone doesn't connect to a space can.
My phone don't connect to a space can.
Man.
Big fellas. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. We left there yesterday, and I think we concluded, just like right now, we don't agree on it. I mean, we concluded that us Globetards have the explanation, but you guys don't believe in it. And that's pretty much bottom line on a lot of these topics we can discuss, yeah? But what I wanted to talk about right now is I didn't quite get a satisfactory conclusion about this one. So yesterday we mentioned you could make a circle around the world, yeah, on a flat Earth, right? Let's say you go from Australia to Africa, then to South America, and then back to Australia. We all agree you made a circle on the Earth, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. I have to go. I'll be back in like 15 to 20.
Come on, Yoder. It was getting interesting right now. All right, Professor DJ, you guys are up, man.
Man.
And T-Dub as well. I know my man T-Dub is in here. So, we all agree you guys can circle the Earth, right? Just like I gave an example of right now. Yeah. So, if the Earth is flat and you make a circle on a flat Earth, you guys would think that flat Earth would be in a spherical shape, maybe even hexagon, octagon, circle, whatever. But it should be in some kind of circular shape. Don't you guys agree?
No.
Why not? Explain.
Is a lake flat?
I say it's lake shaped.
Yeah. But
are all lakes circular shaped?
No, but they have edges.
There you go.
Where's that?
Seashore. Where are the edges to the Earth then? That's what I want to ask. You just helped me right there. Where are the edges to the Earth then?
Where's in the lake? Where's the edge at?
On the shoreline.
That'd be that's an edge. You think that is?
Yeah, edge of a lake. Yeah.
So California is like the edge of the ocean, right?
Huh?
California is the edge of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
There you go.
So where are the edges to our Earth? Our known
California.
Earth?
He just told you California.
Yeah, but hold on, bro. You're not making sense. I'm telling you, we have Pacific Ocean going past. We're not talking about shorelines. We're talking about Earth's edge. Earth, not landmass. We're talking about our planet, yeah? So you can go past California to Pacific Ocean, and there should be something past Pacific Ocean. You understand? Because if the Earth is in a circular shape, just like we concluded right now, or never mind it being circular, any shape or any way, it has to have an edge, final line, bottom line, doesn't it? You guys agree with me, or you're saying something flat doesn't have to have an edge? I'm waiting.
Where's the edge of a lake?
I just told you a minute ago. How can tell me something flat that doesn't have an edges in our reality, Professor? I'm listening. Yeah, I think we hit something right here. I think we hit some. T-Dub, any thoughts, man? DJ, maybe you?
Yeah, same answer as before.
How
is California not an edge of the Pacific Ocean inside your own worldview? Inside your own epistemology, you said the shoreline or a coastline would be an edge. Then when we told you, sure, so California is the edge, and you said, no, it's not. So we have to square the contradiction here. There's a contradiction inside your worldview that you have shores and coastlines are edges and not edges at the same time.
Great.
That's a contradiction.
You're poisoning the well here. It's called poisoning the well.
That'd be a fallacy. Because even if it was poisoning the well, even so, it doesn't square the contradiction. Just because
it's not a contradiction.
Yeah,
it's not a contradiction.
Is California an edge or not?
An edge to what?
The ocean.
Yeah, it's a part of an edge. Yeah.
There we go. So there's the edge you keep looking for.
Hold on. I'm not talking about a Pacific Ocean. I'm talking about the whole Earth.
Which would be what?
Earth, the planet we live on.
So a planet?
I never asked you guys about anything.
How do you know about a planet? Where did that come from? How is Earth a planet? Do you know what a planet is? What's the definition of a planet? Because you're going to contradict yourself at the end.
Great.
Dude, you're going to contradict yourself. Define planet. Define planet.
Okay, listen to me, bro. I will define planet, but just give me 1 second. Let me
don't worry. No color commentary. Let's be hyper specific. Words matter. The definition of words matter. You use the word planet. Yeah. What is the definition of that word? What does that word mean?
It's an astronomical body generally required to be in orbit around a star.
Okay, so Earth is not that. Earth is the ground below your feet. Earth is not some object in the sky rotating around a star.
Okay, let's say we agree on it. Let's say Earth is not a planet. Let me ask you about this then. Real simple. I'm not asking you nothing except this. Where are the edges on a flat Earth? Because
you said inside your own worldview, you've got all of California would be an edge.
What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about?
That the edge of a lake or an ocean or any body of water would be
talking about body of water.
You did.
I'm saying Earth, the thing we live on, not the body of water.
Yet inside your own worldview, you said all flat things have edges and are circular. We're like, okay, well, how about
the flat things are all circular?
How about you said that?
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said all flat objects are circular.
Who said that? Bro, you're putting words in my mouth now. Come on, man. Listen, I don't want to talk with you about nothing except I got two questions for you, real simple. Is there anything in this reality that we know of that is flat and doesn't have edges?
Yeah, we talking about like anything in this reality that's flat and doesn't have edges. You said the same thing. A lake would be flat and doesn't have edges.
So lake doesn't have edges.
You said that. Yeah, there's no edges.
What? Man, who am I talking with right here? Am I going crazy or some shit?
Okay, doesn't have edges. Crazy? Okay, so does a lake have edges? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, how about a river? Does a river have edges?
Yes.
ocean. Does an ocean have edges?
Yes.
Okay, so then Earth. There's a part of Earth called California.
Man, don't bring up. Why are you bringing up California? We're going so good. Rivers, lakes, and oceans have edges. And where's the Earth's edge then? Crit, where's the Earth's edge?
California would be the edge.
Oh my God. And I know I'm tripping with this shit, man. This dude said California is the world's edge. Come on.
Anytime you see water touch Earth inside your worldview, that would be the edge. That would be Earth creating an edge.
Plain and truth, my man. You hear, bro? My man. Anybody else want to discuss this, man? I can't with Crit. Crit making me sound crazy out here, man. Professor, you here, man? I know I ain't going crazy out here. Anybody?
Yeah, I'm here. I agree with you. I agree with you. The edge is California.
Man, hell wrong with you, boy. Hell, you think edge of Earth is California? Explain to me, what are you talking about, man?
Debunk me.
Oh, come on, man. We ain't talking right now. I know you guys on some bullshit right now. You guys on some bullshit, man. Talking about California is the edge of Earth. You crazy?
man? Here's a better question for you.
Yeah, I'm listening.
How would you fall off of a pond?
You wouldn't fall off of a pond.
Okie dokie then.
Maybe if there's, straits or something.
Okay, so we can't fall off the pond. There you go.
Yeah. And the level line is, where's the edge of the Earth? If Earth is flat, where are the edges of it?
I don't know where the edge of the pond is. Like the land? Yeah, I don't know where the end of that is. Do you?
Yeah, there is none.
Do I have to know where that is to know that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
False equivalence fallacy.
You know why? Because if something is flat, it has edges.
Yeah. Okay. So where's that at?
There is none. That's why Earth is not flat.
No, that's not that there is none. It's just that nobody knows where it's at.
What do you mean? How do we not know where something is not? Haven't we traversed?
Because I don't know how big the Earth is, and neither do you.
So you're saying humanity didn't discover all shorelines of all continents, like the generally. And I'm not talking about 2 kilometers over here, 2 kilometers over there. I'm talking about
Japan discovered 7,000 islands recently.
Okay, 7,000 islands we discovered. But where are they? Where are they, Professor?
In the ocean.
Where in the ocean? In which ocean?
You go find the article from Japan, and they'll tell you where they're at.
Man. Does it matter where?
Yeah, because you guys are you guys are saying like we haven't discovered all of the oceans, and using the logic which we agreed on that you can circle around the Earth, we can conclude also that if the Earth is flat and you can make a circle on it, that we traversed around the Earth. Yeah, traversed around it. So you're saying if we did traverse
you talk yourself into a contradiction again. So
hold on. Let me finish this, Crit. Crit, let me finish. 10 more seconds, then you can talk, please.
You don't need
10 more
to finish
seconds.
it because you're in a contradiction.
Oh my God, Crit, let me talk, man. Come on, man.
Dude, you are just hold on. Okay, think about what you're going to say before you say it. If
I'm
the Earth is flat,
all of the time, man. Listen.
If the Earth is flat, you can draw a circle on it. You can't draw a circle if the Earth is not flat.
You can. But
Okay,
who said
so
that? Who said that?
It's what you call a red herring. It doesn't matter.
I'm not talking.
You
I'm
should
not
be able to
talking.
draw.
Oh
you
my
can draw
God,
a circle either way.
You're putting words in my mouth all of the time. Listen to me, man. What's wrong with you?
It's clarifying your own thoughts for you.
The issue is
clarifying shit.
if the Earth is a flat, you can draw a circle. If the Earth is anything, you could draw a circle on it.
Well, no. If Earth is a rectangle, you cannot draw a circle. Like, let's say we traverse from Australia to Africa. The example I gave you, you cannot draw a circle around those 3 continents on a rectangle. Yeah, because then you
just draw a circle, a circumnavigation. You do a circle navigation around those 2 spots.
Not around them, through them. You know,
Yes,
let's say you
them.
go. Yeah, I was.
Yeah. You
example
just draw
I gave.
a circle going from point A to point B and going around back the other way.
But you cannot go. You know why? Because if it's on a rectangle, let's say Australia is right, Africa is in the middle, and South America is on the left. How are you gonna get from South America back to Australia without touching Africa on a rectangle Earth? How?
A rectangle Earth?
Yeah. But this guy is saying you can circle on any Earth. You can circle.
Yeah, so rectangles are flat, dude.
Yeah. That's what I'm telling you. But Crit is saying I said you can draw a circle on any type of Earth. You can circle around the continents, around Earth, yeah, on any type of Earth. I didn't say that. But well, listen to what I'm saying right now. So we agreed that you can circle around the Earth. We know from let me finish. The point that I was saying is Australia, South Africa, or any part of Africa, Madagascar, I don't know, back to South America, and then again back to Australia, going the same route, yeah? Same cardinal direction.
You're confusing the map with reality, because the only way you think you know where these are due to a coordinate reference system that you prefer.
Okay, let's say I don't prefer any coordinate system. Let's say I take a plane or a boat and I got a general direction.
Then how do you know where you are?
How do I know where I'm at? I'm using Google Maps.
Well, you're using coordinates.
Yeah, I'm using coordinates.
Because you're going to have to know where things are relative to other things if you're going to plot a course ahead of time before going there, right?
I'm using a compass, due west. I'm going due west from Australia.
But you're using Google Maps.
No. Okay. I'm using Google Maps to know where I'm at, and I check it with my own eyes. Is this true where I'm at? And Google Maps says this shit.
So you realize Google Maps was created on a coordinate reference system.
Oh man, Yoder, let me finish the goddamn point. It don't matter what I'm using, man.
Well,
I'm not using Google.
If you're using a coordinate reference system, it's arbitrary.
Okay, what about compass?
What about a compass? It's not a coordinate reference system. I mean, if you want to use a compass, go for it. How do you know which direction you're actually facing at every point of time?
Are you saying if I take a compass, I start from Australia, I put it on west, and I steer my boat on due west, and I keep it due west all of the time? Are you saying I won't hit Africa, and after that I won't hit South America, and after that
right? You're going to get confused, and I'll tell you why. You're going to get confused, and I'll tell you why. Because in some points of the Earth, the needle on your compass is going to point north, right where the sun is rising in the east.
What are you talking about? Have you heard what I asked you?
It's called magnetic declination. People who are sailing notice that in some places on Earth, that the north bearing point on the compass was facing the sun.
Bro, have you heard what I asked you?
Are you hearing what I'm telling you? That the compass is probably not going to put you where you think you are.
Bro, okay, we're using a laser gyroscope, yeah? We're using
you're
a laser.
Need an accelerometer too.
Huh?
Yeah, you'll need an accelerometer in addition to the gyroscope.
Okay, I'm using everything I need to use to plot my way due west. Are we agreeing that I will hit Africa from Australia and then South America, and then again I will hit Australia after South America by heading due west?
The true answer is no, because this is dependent on what west is and how west is defined. It's arbitrary. You got so many different wests, right? You got magnetic west, you've got map west,
You've got west with respect to where Polaris is. You've got west with respect to where the sunrise on the equinox is. You got so many different wests.
Yoder,
Don't agree with each other.
Okay. We cannot agree here either. Then, okay. Yoder, is there anything that's in our reality that is flat and doesn't have edges?
Anything that is flat without edges in reality?
Yeah, does anything exist like that?
My table.
Yeah, inside.
I would say I'm not sure.
Yeah, inside the heliocentric model, you've got the galaxy, the universe. It's supposedly flat with no edge.
Could you think about anything that's flat and doesn't have edges in our reality?
Yeah, how about your galaxy?
We're saying the Earth is flat. We're saying the Earth is flat. I'm saying
how about the solar system? Does the solar system have an edge?
The solar system, in which way is the solar system flat?
Off the bat, it sounds like a violation of Euclidean space. Say that.
Okay. So, if the Earth is flat, where are her edges? Yoder.
Irrelevant.
Huh?
Irrelevant. It's entirely irrelevant.
Why is it irrelevant? If something is flat, it needs to have an edge. Where are the Earth's edges?
Maybe so, but yeah, maybe so. Maybe there are edges. It still measures flat. Maybe there are no edges. Maybe this is a really mystical place. And while there are limitations to our existence due to the defined gas pressure we breathe, that the actual plane itself extends further beyond the upper limits of where gas is pressurized. And maybe it could extend infinitely for all I know. And our little piece of it is constrained. So who knows?
Okay, so all of our explorers, all of humans that traverse this globe daily in last, I don't know how many thousands of years, none of them have found the edges of the Earth.
I don't think so. Maybe they have. Maybe there are edges to discover. Maybe there are edges that can't be discovered. Due to physical limitations. Well, due to physical limitations. You don't have an airplane big enough or a boat strong enough. Maybe the elements are too harsh.
To endure what? The elements where? Where are these unapproachable lands or seas?
Well, there's some very harsh
you cut out there.
conditions in Antarctica. There are harsh conditions. Yeah, Antarctica, it's like the highest land on Earth. You have a high risk of dying due to lack of oxygen. It gets super freaking cold, especially in the winter.
We flew over Antarctica north to south, and we circled around it thousands of times.
Only if you believe in the map, but maps aren't reality.
Have you heard me? We flew over Antarctica south to north, and we circled around.
Maybe Antarctica's not the end. Maybe it's an island on flat Earth.
Okay, but where do we go next? What do you propose? Where should humans go?
I don't know.
I'm gonna
Earth
fight
measures flat everywhere.
No one's ever just kept going south, bro. No one's ever just continued to go south, right? And if the Earth was a globe, you'd come back to where you started. No one's ever done that we can validate. Okay, so you don't have an answer there, even on the globe side.
It doesn't matter.
You guys don't believe in the South Pole, basically, geographic South Pole. You guys don't believe in it.
The geographic one? Nah, not really. There's a map South Pole that you can call the geographic South Pole. We can go with that because I'm not afraid of the coordinate reference grid.
So what about people that claim they flew over Antarctica?
Have you examined their claims? Because we have, and we know that they actually haven't done it the way that you think that they have.
How did you examine it, and what did you conclude?
We looked at their own claims where they were not able to fly completely across the southern geographical pole, as stated.
And you determined that by how?
By looking at their own evidence.
What evidence?
The evidence of South Polar flights. Nobody's ever been able to produce the claim. Evidence for the claim.
What evidence?
They've traversed Antarctica from south to north again over the south geographic pole on a globe. Never been substantiated.
I'm asking you, what evidence did you examine of theirs?
Oh gosh, well, I looked at actually satellite evidence first.
Satellite.
And you know what I found?
You looked
Yeah,
at
satellites that are doing polar orbits. Have you heard of polar orbits for satellites? I looked into this first before I get into the airplane.
To me, you use the satellites.
Yeah, I looked at the evidence for polar orbits, and you know what kept happening? Due to the elements, the satellites kept losing their bearings. Why? Because they said that their sensors that help them determine whether they're upright or not failed to distinguish between the sky and the ground over Antarctica due to the extreme temperature differences and due to the lack of any landmarks that were distinguishable whatsoever.
Can somebody mute this guy that is hot micing?
So the satellites would actually go into a tumbling, is what they themselves claim. Their satellites start tumbling and have issues going over the poles because specifically over Antarctica, they cannot use their star trackers and they cannot use horizon indicators.
Okay.
Due to the uniqueness of Antarctica. And
yeah, so you're saying none of the equipment they took actually works, and that proves they didn't fly over the South Pole.
Well, no, it just proves that they have no evidence of actually doing it.
Okay, so they don't have evidence they did it.
All right, so why should I automatically believe them? Am I allowed to say I don't believe them? Am I allowed to say I don't believe them due to lack of evidence? Is that okay with you?
No, because if they flew over the South Pole, and we know where South Pole is, geographical South Pole, and they flew over it, why wouldn't you believe them? And they recorded
because they can't substantiate it. Because in the case of satellites, their satellites would power down and tumble every time it would start to approach the point that is considered to be over the geographic South Pole on a globe. So they weren't able to collect reliable data about their location. They were unable to validate where they were.
So you guys, so Yoder, you're saying we don't have markings, physical markings on the South Pole. We don't know where it is actually.
I don't think they know where it actually is. No.
So you're saying all of these people that visited South Pole, geographical South Pole, didn't actually visit the South Pole?
No, I want them to substantiate that they actually did. And until they do, I don't have to accept that their claims are true because they're baseless until they substantiate it.
Okay.
And they also just place a pole out there to take pictures with when they go to the North Pole. They don't actually go to the North Pole. They put a pole out there for you to take pictures with. They even tell you that.
Okay, so you guys are saying.
Why don't we hit pause? I'll tell you what we're saying. We're saying that the evidence that you believe exists is not actually there because we checked.
Yeah, and you checked by, and I should trust that you checked on your own word.
Yeah, like we check a lot. This is the reason for us in this room right now on Discord, on the internet, on YouTube, on X, on Rumble. We're asking for people to provide the evidence. We're crowdsourcing globe evidence.
Okay.
We ask people every day to provide it, and so far it has come up empty, just like you're coming up empty now.
Okay, so you're saying humans still, but on a flat Earth, there is no geographical South Pole, am I right?
If it requires a globe, the answer is no, I mean, what do you want to consider the geographical South Pole? If it's going to be directly beneath a star, we can go with that, I guess, but it doesn't mean Earth is a globe.
Yeah, it doesn't mean Earth is a globe. I'm just saying on a flat Earth, are you guys saying there are geographical poles or not?
On a map, there are. Like the geographical poles are conceptions. They're conceptual locations.
They're conceptions. They're conceptions.
Right. Yeah. So those concepts can exist on a flat Earth. Absolutely. Got no problem with that.
Okay, so how would you map out the poles on a flat Earth? How would you put it?
I don't know. I might use a dual polar stereographic projection of the celestial sphere. I might try that one on a flat Earth.
Could you show me what it kind of looks like in SciChat? Do you have some?
I'm driving, but somebody wants to Google dual polar stereographic projection. I mean, you'll get one way to map this out. I can also give you a globe. The globe is a coordinate reference system for flat Earth.
Yeah. I understand.
Okay, real quick.
Okay, good.
But that means.
So can I? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I'll let you have your time to think, but can I just have a conversation with Lioness real quick? Is that fine?
Who?
The Lioness person. Because they were saying something like pretty retarded in the chat that I need to address.
Well, yeah, if that's your take, I probably would say no. We're not going to go that route.
That again.
You want to hear what? I mean, you can hear what
He's
they said for
angry.
yourself.
You're angry, dude.
Yeah, getting triggered over what someone said is not a good showing and not something we're going to do.
Wait, how do you know I'm triggered?
Because just using some kind of word like retarded, it showcases that you don't want, unless you seek out retarded stuff. Is that what you do in life?
No.
Okay, so there we go. So now you know. See, what my epistemology is, when I see something stupid, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to skip. Next, scroll. You just like go to always trust your algorithm.
Yeah, but do you think that you can teach somebody? Yeah, but I'm just gonna ask.
Because you're in a contradiction at that point. If you think somebody's being retarded, then you would have to say, hey, you would have to have special methods and practices to teach that person. You don't. You don't have that sort of special education level.
I mean, I do.
No, you don't.
You do have special education.
I mean, I would usually agree on a. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the context, but the context is like it's very easy to address.
Yeah, dude. All that's happening right now is you're being told no over and over again, and your brain.
Where's the contradiction, though? Where's the P and not P?
Yeah, your brain farting the word no.
That's not a contradiction.
Okay,
where's the P and not P?
I thought we were being informal, bro.
Yeah, we're looking at trying to figure out.
Yeah, we are. You can be informal and still use the laws of logic.
Dude, you're completely derailing the conversation.
How am I derailing? You said it was a contradiction. Where's the contradiction, asshole?
We're already talking about another topic.
Triggered.
You're triggered over something in text chat, and now you're derailing the voice chat.
Wait, how am I derailing? The person that was previously talking literally said I can speak. That's what we agreed upon.
Yeah, and
you said I was contradicting myself. Yeah, where's the contradiction, asshole? I'm still talking, asshole. Hey, I'm still talking. Where's the contradiction?
No, you're allowed to speak to present your case for having a conversation with Level Lioness, and then that was denied. So I don't know if we want to go back to the previous conversation or not.
Oh, let's go back. I mean, I'm happy he came back.
Yeah, me too, actually. I'm glad you're here.
Hopefully I didn't just...
I need some... Sorry, go ahead.
Did the gunslinger leave?
No, I didn't leave.
Gunslinger?
Oh, you're
I gotta go. I gotta go grab some groceries. I'll be back in 30 minutes, I think, fellas.
Oh, man. Okay, I won't be here, so take care, and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, Yoder, you take care too, man. I'll be waiting for you, man. We gotta get to the
Stay flat.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay flat. DJ, I'm gonna stay flat.
Yeah, look for that edge. When you're out and about, look for edges. And watch out for
I'm gonna go look for some edges, man. For sure. All right, peace out, fellas.
See ya.
All right.
I think
Go ahead.
I was gonna just hot wash real quick. I think Gunslinger here might actually be turning a page a little bit. He came to troll. And he's finding out.
Oh yeah, big time. Like it's from the first day he came in here, where he thought all of us were just like some sort of gag. Like this is just it wasn't really flat Earth. We're just joking around. It's all for He's like, damn, you guys really are flat earthers. Let me troll you for a little bit. Realized he couldn't troll the topic because he didn't know what it was, and then got upset, and then kind of left and came back, and now he's like, hey, let me try to figure out what this flat Earth thing is all about.
Yeah, I think the next take we need to have with him is to present some long distance observations again, some laser tests again, and keep it focused there, because I think we've established our case with him. And he's accepted our case. That doesn't mean he's accepted the argument, but he's accepted that we have a valid case and we're not trolling. Anybody else? Anybody else want to step right up to the mic?
Did you see the science and space news for today?
No. What's going on?
It's good. It's really classic. Because the overreaction from some globalists are just like, just funny as hell. So apparently,
read it for the audience.
Oh, wait, shoot, that's the wrong one. Yeah, let me repost it here. All right, here we go. So it's the first time ever, apparently, organic compounds found in a galaxy beyond the Milky Way.
Oh, jeez. How'd they do that? How'd they pull that one off?
That's my GIF I paired with it. Is like how'd they do this, right? So when you read the article, it's about that sort of spectroscopy and whatnot, and type of crystals that they've seen in comets, certain organic compounds inside comets. Then, so one of the servers, the guy posts me and says, "Why are you posting this? How is this surprising at all?" And I'm like, "Well, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's surprising. I mean, in the article, it says astronomers are shocked to find this. So, I mean, if you want to change the word shocked to surprising, I mean, you can do that. But they said they use the word shocked.
Yeah. It wouldn't be shocking if it wasn't definitive. So they've gotten so good at exoplanet hunting within our own galaxy that they've succeeded that to beyond the scale of exoplanets in other galaxies, now to molecules in other galaxies. Now they can see molecules in other galaxies. Is that right? Damn.
Yeah, now they're supposedly not surprised, but shocked at the same time.
Haven't you guys ever heard of a telescope?
Oh shit, yeah. That's right.
And the other feedback I got was a dude sent me, "How about you read the article and find out how?" So I responded, I'm like, "Yikes, dude, you clicked on a blocked message. You've already got me blocked. Why do you care, what I post anymore?" So he's like, "Yep, I've got lots of people blocked, but sometimes I click on message to see who's posting." I'm like, "Yeah, you did that. You clicked on the message. So consider this basic cause and effect in terms of science. Cause and effect. You clicked on the blocked message and ignored it anyway." I go, "There's spurious causation. So how about you just don't click on show message next time?" So then he responds, "Let me be clear. If you message me again, I'm going to report you for harassment." So it's like, "Hello, safety team. I clicked on the blocked message and the person's harassing me. Why'd you click on the blocked message?" "Oh, because I sent a message to them. I wanted to see what they said."
Safety team, every time I touch the mouse trap, it claps on my finger. Doctor, it hurts every time I do this, doctor.
Yeah, so stop doing that. What the hell's wrong with you, dude? Why are you clicking on blocked messages after you click the block button? And then even if you did say, "Oops, I clicked, I don't want to talk to that person, I blocked that person," then why respond? Why post a message for them to respond to? And then think you're being harassed when they respond. It's just amazing. I mean, it's just if you try to dissect the thinking process here, let's go through it. Let's go through it step by step. Like a flow chart. Who's the guy earlier who was really upset? Is he still in here? It was like
The debate bro dude, like master debater guy.
He wanted to talk to Jenna.
Yeah.
Do you remember who that was? Or it looked like he was gone.
It was a performative man destroyer.
Wow. Okay.
Performative concept reifier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he went to go talk to the Christians.
Oh.
Is it possible that I can violate the laws of nature with my imagination? Yes or no, Fleur?
Yeah. Yeah, you can. That's why it's called imagination.
He wanted to leave that part out, though, even though that's what it was. I've debated much sharper debate bros than that guy. Maybe they send him here for training. Our friend Obvious makes an astute point here. He says in chat, none of the people that post the flatearth.ws stuff could articulate the actual contentions and arguments. I find that to be generally the case too. And generally, the flatearth.ws content that they post is often self-owning. It's almost as if the guy that put out these flatearth.ws infographic memes is actually a flat earther who's giving unwitting globers terrible arguments and terrible content to use in their defense. But maybe I said too much and let the cat out of the bag. Because wasn't that guy a 24/7 Flat Earth member? Uh-oh. The guy that started that website? Yeah. Keep smashing that garden rake, Globy homies. Keep smashing that garden rake.
This is hilarious, Jenna. Just going over the text between you and him. Absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, me too, actually.
I can see why he had to blurt on mic. You know, like, you roasted this dude, man. This is like... Well done.
And Lautrec making a freaking straw man argument, saying that flat earthers are claiming that the scientific method is used to discover edges. That's what he's insinuating at 56 minutes past the hour that we said, and that's absolutely not what me or anybody on our team has said. Mapping is not science, brah. You got two different completely different categories here, obviously.
Yoder, did you say acting is not science?
Yeah. That's what's so
It's funny
amazing,
how many
folks. These
people think
people
that
have to
acting is
lie.
science.
What's that, Barrington?
It is funny how many people think that acting is science. I just turned on just as you said that, but please continue on. I wasn't trying to derail too much. I just wanted to clarify that, make sure that I heard that right.
I was just going to go on a little tirade here before I head into the office, but I mean, it's mainly about how disingenuous many people that come in here that we face off against are. They have to strawman our claims. They have to misrepresent their own position, toss out red herrings, make composition fallacies, they affirm the consequent, they reify everything all the time.
Is it that they're actually doing those things, or is it that we're engaging with people who ultimately have no interest in the topic other than that it's some sort of contentious thing and they want to play in the space of being the aggressor?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's entirely possible that they are flat earthers deep down, and they're doing this because they're enjoying being the devil's advocate to their own cosmological framework.
Well, there's real power in somebody who's lonely, that has nobody to talk to, nobody to converse with, and they drag somebody into an argument that they then can't leave from. So ultimately, for what I'm guessing is a large portion of the Discord user base who don't have offices to go to, who don't have real connections to people outside their room, I would think that if they were going to exhibit certain behaviors, that this might be the kind of behavior that they may exhibit. And so I don't know, are we really having debates with these people, or are we just kind of assuaging loneliness for these people?
Yeah, probably more the latter. I think of it as a gigantic dojo, and these guys are the training dummies.
Yeah, I think it's important too to recognize that we're not seeking them out; they're seeking us out. We're not going to their channels, their safe spaces, telling them, "Hey, have you heard about your Lord and Savior, the Flat Earth?" They're coming here to talk about a topic that they just won't talk about. They don't care. They'd rather talk about you. And they do the same thing. I'm sure if you go up there, he's in the guy, whatever manhood dude. He's in performative. He's in the Christian chat right now. I'm sure he's using exactly the same thing. He just peeled off the Flat Earth sticker, put Christian sticker on it, all the same talking points, all the same crap, just regurgitating the same thing over and over again. Like, this guy is just beside himself. He's just beside himself that somebody disagrees with a worldview that he won't articulate. He won't explain or articulate his worldview to you, but also think you're dumb for disagreeing with it. I don't even know what you're on about.
It's just like that good old Billy Joel song. He's sharing a chat called Loneliness, but it's better than chatting alone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Heretics Razor comes to mind.
Yep. Yeah, that's what the best part. Like, like people hear that guy talk or hear Jenna talk, and at some point they're thinking the idiot in the conversation must be the flat earther, and they're like, but Jenna is the one sounding reasonable. This is the guy sound like an idiot. And that helps them think about the topic. If the flat earther is always supposed to be the dumbass, then why is the anti-flat earther, the dumbass or the idiot or whatever? Adjective, noun. So how does that work? And then they have to think about it, and then that makes them think, well, maybe I should try to engage with them and see which way this goes. Because I want to talk to the flat earther, I don't want to talk to that guy.
You're right, though, that they will never truly kind of extrapolate on their worldview, you know? They'll never put something solid out and stick to it. They need to keep it airy-fairy so they can flip on the spot, you know, when it suits them.
I think it's because they don't have one, my friend.
Yeah, that too. I mean, it's typical with these people that when they do actually tell you their worldview, it's just one massive discombobulated mess, you know, as far as logic and.
You know, we have a flat Earth brother who left us within the last year, and I still talk to his wife fairly, not extremely frequent, but every now and then I check on her and see how she's doing. And none of us knew that he was legally blind. He 100% got hidden from us. Simply because.
Blew my mind.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just commenting, man. That is true. I mean, it blew my mind when I found out only after he passed.
Yeah, you know, and it made his day, his lonely ass day, when his family wouldn't come see him, when he had just lots of loneliness in his life, things he wanted to get out to do. He couldn't, but he could come on here and be normal. And you know what? There's a good part of me that's thankful that he didn't have to come in here and be the disabled one, so to speak. You know, so my point is, I truly feel in my heart that the Globies that have come here are probably in a worse condition. He did have a wife that, well, they were separated or whatever, but she did come around regularly. He did have local friends. He was a good guy. But I feel like a lot of these Globies who come around here are in far worse shape, and they're just looking for a bit of friendship. And I know I'm the biggest offender of calling them out on their antics,